Global Symbiotes, my symbiote is a slime. 551 The greatest advantage, powerful recovery. What was even more terrifying was that super monsters had a strong recovery ability, which was also the biggest advantage of super monsters. But Ye Feng was not afraid. Wang! A cloud of milky white mist suddenly burst out from Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's entire body disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already standing a few hundred meters away. "DMN, you little beastard, get out here," the demonic ape roared in anger. However, Ye Feng did not care about it, and his figure disappeared again. Ye Feng's speed was very fast. Even the demonic ape could not catch him. At this moment, Ye Feng felt as if he had teleportation, and he could teleport several hundred meters away. "Little B****, you can't escape," the demonic ape shouted in anger. Ye Feng's body glided on the ground for a distance before he appeared behind the demonic ape again. Ye Feng's fist suddenly punched out, landing on the demonic ape's spine. Immediately, the demonic ape's huge body was sent flying by Ye Feng. The demonic ape crashed heavily into a wall. The demonic ape's neck was twisted and broken by Ye Feng, its head was smashed into pieces, and its head rolled on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the demonic ape. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large amount of benefits. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large increase in attack power. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a large increase in defense. Congratulations, host. Dragon God, energy storage, 10%. Congratulations to user. Nether curse, 50%. The system's notifications kept ringing in his ears. Ye Feng was extremely excited when he heard this. He quickly checked the system reward. The system's reward is indeed not bad. It actually increased my strength by such a large margin. "Brat, you're looking for death." A figure appeared in the distance. The aura was extremely powerful, and he directly crushed Ye Feng to the ground. He was waiting for the God King to enter the stage. Boom! A long spear suddenly shot out. Ye Feng's heart thumped, as if he was locked by fate. There seemed to be a layer of invisible law force that covered Ye Feng's body. "Not good!" Ye Feng shouted. He jumped up and into the air. However, he had just dodged the attack when... Bang! Another attack followed and exploded. Ye Feng only felt his body shake. He was sent flying for over 10 meters. He fell heavily on the ground. This time, he didn't get up immediately. Instead, he lay on the ground, his eyes wide open as he looked in front of him in horror. A young man appeared in his line of sight. Ye Feng's pupil shrunk. He knew that this was bad. He didn't know when this young man had come to his side, but he had also killed him in one move. It could be seen how terrifying the other party was. At this moment, it was impossible for Ye Feng to escape. He was about to get up and run, but the other party had already raised his foot. Whoosh! That leg was aimed at Ye Feng. Pfft! Fresh blood spurted out. Ye Feng was directly kicked in the chest. A huge impact directly gushed into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Ye Feng was sent flying, landing more than 10 meters away. "How dare you break into our fortress? Are you tired of living?" The man's voice was cold and emotionless. It was filled with endless dignity and pride. The attack this time did not cause any substantial damage. However, Ye Feng was dumbfounded. F***ck, he's too strong. He killed me with one move. Ye Feng was lying on the ground. He struggled to support his body. He stared at the man in front of him. This person's appearance was unfamiliar. Ye Feng had never seen such a young expert before. He was even younger than her. However, it gave him an unparalleled sense of danger. This was definitely an existence that surpassed his own realm. The man looked at Ye Feng, who was lying on the ground, and revealed a playful smile. FCK, this world is effing abnormal. Why are all these guys so strong? Ye Feng could not help but ridicule in his heart. Brat, you don't need to struggle anymore. I've already locked onto your position. I can catch you now and kill you directly. Oh? Humph. Ye Feng snorted coldly. Then try it. After saying that, Ye Feng opened his eyes, his gaze was filled with a sharp light. Boom! Bolts of lightning exploded beside Ye Feng. Ye Feng waved his arm. A bolt of lightning shot out and exploded around Ye Feng. Kid, I don't know why you're so strong, but I have to tell you one thing. I've already reached beyond S grade. I only need one more step to become a super expert. The man's voice was filled with endless pride. Oh? A super expert? Then you can try. A mocking smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. You're looking for death. A trace of anger flashed across the man's face. He bent his legs slightly and his entire body shot out like an arrow. Bang! The man stomped on Ye Feng's chest. His palm pressed down hard. Ye Feng's chest was squeezed by his palm. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking was endless. Ah! Ye Feng screamed out in pain. His entire body trembled intensely. This guy's body was too terrifying. It was as if it was made of metal. Humph! The man's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a cold snort, he stomped down again. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard again. Ye Feng's chest had already caved in, his ribs were broken, and his face was extremely pale. Kid, do you know now? My realm is so powerful. A smug look appeared on the man's face. Oh, really? So what? I can still kill you. Ye Feng suddenly stood up. The lightning around his body rumbled wildly. Lightning God of War body? It's a good cultivation manual, but I think you only have this much strength. You can't resist it at all. Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were filled with endless anger. Brat, I'll kill you today. The man's palm slammed down, and a bright silver light suddenly bloomed from Ye Feng's forehead. Ye Feng's entire body suddenly disappeared. At the next moment, he appeared behind the man. The man's face darkened as he turned around. Boom! The lightning god of war's fist came crashing down. Kaka! The man flicked his wrist and the spear in his hand swept out. 552 Temporary Retreat, Demon Lord. Ye Feng was directly smacked in the face, he fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Ye Feng coughed intensely. His handsome face turned extremely ferocious. Who the h*ll are you? Ye Feng asked in anger. You still don't know my name? Humph, then you'll die. Before you die, I will let you know who killed you. I am the twin demon king of the abyssal demons, King Thoradin. Thoradin sneered, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Ye Feng's expression turned dark. The other party was indeed very powerful, and he was not an existence that he could resist. And the opponent was an S grade. This was an existence that was above the beyond A grade level. The moment he acted rashly, the other party would very likely kill him. He had only just entered the beyond A grade realm. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be a simple matter. Ye Feng thought about it, and he decided to retreat temporarily. According to what I saw earlier, there are two twin demon lords. One is Thoradin, who is in front of me, and the other is Alphys. Ye Feng mumbled in his heart. Alphys was the most powerful existence among the twin demon lords. Luckily, Ye Feng was not fighting against Alphys. Kid, what are you thinking about? I'll give you two choices. One is to die, and the other is to lead us into Sky City. If you choose the second option and succeed, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Thoradin seemed to have offered an extremely attractive condition. Ye Feng did not think too much. He shook his head. If that's what you think of me and you still think that I have a choice, then I advise you to save it. Next, Yefeng's body burst out with many powerful forces. The dragon power was fully unleashed. The slime power, fully activated. The ultimate water element power, fully activated. The Sea God King's power was fully unleashed. Nether Curse, select Thoradin, release. Yefeng's lips twitched as he muttered coldly. For a moment, all of his strength exploded out. Boom! With Yefeng as the center, the surrounding domains all burst forth with a super powerful compressed explosion. The power it produced was several times stronger than that of a nuclear explosion. Boom! 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 All the power in the world gathered together, forming an extremely terrifying might that pressed down on Thoradin. This power! Are you the inheritor of the water element? Thoradin's pupils suddenly contracted, and his face turned solemn. Humph! Yefeng snorted coldly. His figure instantly disappeared. In the next second, he appeared beside Thoradin and punched his chest. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. Yefeng felt his arm go numb, and a backlash was transmitted from Thoradin's body. It almost caused Yefeng's right arm to collapse. Damn it, this is an S-grade expert? It's indeed powerful. Yefeng was extremely shocked. Ha ha ha. So what if you have the power of a dragon? Aren't you still being tortured like a dog by me? Thoradin laughed out loud. Yefeng did not speak. He directly activated the power of the dragon seed. Wang! A vast dragon might burst out from Yefeng's body, enveloping Thoradin. Thoradin's expression suddenly changed. He felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain. Yefeng's body suddenly expanded. Bang! Yefeng raised both his fists. A lightning bolt burst out from his fists and directly hit Thoradin's body. Thoradin was severely injured in one blow. Pucci! He spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Thoradin was absolutely horrified. He could not believe it. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Can you still be arrogant now? Yefeng mocked. You! Thoradin's eyes were red. He stared at Yefeng with hatred. Boom! Thoradin's aura suddenly skyrocketed, reaching the level of S-grade. No matter what, you won't be able to escape today. Go to H*LL. A furious roar was heard as Thoradin took a step forward at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Yefeng's body was sent flying again, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As expected of a demon lord. Even after being injured by my full power, he's still fine. Is this the power of an S-grade power? But I'm not bad either. Just wait to be exhausted to death by me. Thoradin's eyes flickered. He charged toward Yefeng again. My patience is limited. Since that's the case, I'll use you as a sacrifice for my new skill. You can just lie here and enjoy it. Yefeng's lips curled up into a devilish smile. Wang! Just as Thoradin was about to chase after Yefeng, a gust of wind blew past. A sharp blade instantly cut through the space. Thoradin only felt a chill on his back, and a sense of danger of death spread through his entire body. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Thoradin turned around and struck out with his palm. Bang! A blood-red light flashed, and a figure fell from the sky. How is this possible? Thoradin looked at his palm in a daze, his face full of disbelief. The one who attacked him earlier was Yefeng's clone. Although this clone's strength was not as strong as the real Yefeng, its speed and attack power were not any worse. More importantly, Yefeng's speed was not any weaker than an S-grade combat technique. My hand! My hand! Thoradin felt a sharp pain in his palm, and he struggled continuously. When Yefeng saw this, his lips curled up. Boom! Yefeng poured all the energy in his body into his right foot and stomped down hard. Boom! An ear-piercing explosion resounded. Yefeng was like a cannonball, and he crashed into the ground. Crack! 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 This. How is this possible? He is clearly just an ordinary human being. How could he have such terrifying combat strength? Thoradin's heart was filled with confusion, but at this moment, he did not know that he had already fallen into Yefeng's trap. No matter what, he could not escape. Boom! Yefeng crashed through the ground again, slamming into Thoradin's body. Thoradin felt as if he had been ruthlessly run over by a high-speed rail, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted. Puchy! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Puchy! Thoradin spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row. His entire face contorted. No, you, who are you? Thoradin's face was pale as he said in a panic, how can you have such a terrifying power? He, what do you think? Yefeng sneered. No, I don't want to die. 553 An S-grade character erupts with powerful strength. Thoradin's legs trembled, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. This level of power was not something he could withstand at all. He felt that even if he was an S-grade expert, he would still die under this move. You don't want to die? All right, then I'll send you to your death. Yefeng's eyes revealed a cold light. Whoosh! Yefeng's body shot out again. However, in the next moment, a super strong power burst out of Thoradin's body. Humph, kid, I've underestimated you. But don't think that I'm so weak. Thoradin growled in a low voice. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a demon as he mumbled some ancient language. In an instant, an extremely powerful pressure was released and enveloped the area. This pressure actually broke through Yefeng's slime shield, as well as all the defense he had received from the various powers. D*MN, is he going to play big? Yefeng snorted coldly and immediately retreated. If the other party wanted to use his full strength, he would not dare to continue resisting. After all, the other party was also an S-grade character. His strength was not something that Yefeng could predict. Once he was caught in the battle whirlpool, it would be difficult for Yefeng to escape. Ha ha ha, brat, you can't escape. Thoradin laughed wildly, his eyes almost narrowing into slits. What do you want to do? Don't force me. I'm really using all my strength. What? Are you going to go all out? Yefeng was extremely shocked. He did not expect the other party to use his full strength. Boom! 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 Thoradin waved his arms, and purple-gold lightning condensed in the air, forming a lightning spear. The lightning spear exuded a destructive aura. Go to H*LL! Thoradin roared in anger. He stabbed his spear toward Yefeng. Yefeng's pupils shrunk. His figure immediately shot out into the distance. However, the lightning spear followed closely behind. Boom! 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 Yefeng escaped all the way, but Thoradin's speed was even faster. Every lightning spear light would hit Yefeng accurately. Yefeng's body was continuously pierced, and his wounds were expanding. At this moment, Yefeng felt an unprecedented sense of despair. The other party had already completely disregarded everything and only wanted to kill him. Whoosh! Yefeng jumped up and dodged Thoradin's fatal shot. But right at this time, Yefeng felt a tight grip on his ankle. Initially, Yefeng thought that the lightning spear had disappeared. But at the next second, the lightning spear appeared on Yefeng's ankle again. This time, the speed was extremely fast. Yefeng did not even have time to react. Boom! Yefeng was directly sent flying. Cough, cough, Yefeng held back the metallic taste in his throat. He raised his head and looked at Thoradin. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The opponent's attack was too fierce. Yefeng could feel his entire body in pain. He didn't have any strength left to cast spatial imprisonment. No matter how fast Ye Feng's speed was, he could not outrun the other party's attack. Aren't you an S-grade expert? Then, you can try and see if my dragon power or your lightning spear is faster. Ye Feng's eyes flickered with madness. Not to be outdone, he clenched his fists and a dark force gushed out, turning into a long blade. Go to H*LL. Wang! Ye Feng's long blade slashed down, slashing toward Thoradin. Wang! A flash of blade light, like black lightning, instantly tore the void apart. Boom! The two of them collided with each other, creating a deafening explosion. In an instant, Ye Feng felt an intense pain in his arm. What's going on? Ye Feng's expression changed. This pain was not something he could endure. Boom! Thoradin's mouth opened slightly, and bolts of lightning spewed out from his mouth. Boom! Boom! Ye Feng felt his entire body go numb. It was as if his body had been struck by a strong current of electricity. Hiss! It hurts. D*MN it. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. Boom! At the next second, Ye Feng was sent flying hundreds of meters away by a powerful shock wave, and he crashed onto the ground. Kika! Kika! Dense electric arcs appeared on the surface of Ye Feng's body. He was charred black and was emitting green smoke. Ye Feng could only feel his bones creaking. Cough, cough. Ye Feng coughed a few times, and his body shook. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and blood stained his clothes. He looked like a bloody man. What kind of freak is this? How could he be so strong? With my vitality, even a star would be crushed if it were to collide with it. Ye Feng's brows furrowed tightly. Kid, I have to say that your body is very strong, comparable to steel. But you are not my match. If you surrender, I will leave your corpse intact. Thoradin's eyes turned red. His lightning spear light contained the lightning attribute, and a single strike was enough to blast any planet in the universe into pieces. Your attack is nothing. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom! At the next second, Ye Feng once again unleashed his powerful strength. What? You can do it again. F***CK. Thoradin's eyes widened. Earlier, although his strength was ferocious, Ye Feng did not even dodge. This was simply too unbelievable. Lightning God Fist. Wang! Wang! Ye Feng flipped his palms, silver-white fist imprints appeared one after another. These fist imprints were like small suns, shining with a bright radiance around Ye Feng. Furthermore, the power of these fist imprints was countless times more terrifying than that of the lightning spear of Thoradin. This time, Ye Feng directly used this fist technique on the lightning spear. Crack! When Ye Feng's palms landed on the long spear, it actually shattered instantly. Boom! The next moment, Thoradin was sent flying backward. Ye Feng's chest caved in, and blood spurted out. Ye Feng's face turned pale. Pfft! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were dazed. 554 terrifying power, extremely vast might. Boom! Boom! Thoradin was forced to take dozens of steps back. The lightning armor on his body was filled with cracks. His body was covered in a thick layer of blood. His right leg was almost broken by Ye Feng. Thoradin felt that he had lost all feeling in his left arm. You! How can you be so strong? Thoradin's expression was extremely ugly, and a trace of horror flickered in his eyes. He couldn't believe that the physical body of this guy was even stronger than his lightning spear. Hee. Should I be glad that I'm not an ordinary person? Otherwise, I would have been pierced through by your lightning spear. Unforgivable. Whoosh! At the next moment, Thoradin charged toward Ye Feng again. Ye Feng quickly used his sharp senses and escaped into the distance. However, Thoradin's strength was much stronger than his. In an instant, he had caught up to Ye Feng. Boom! Thoradin's fist landed on Ye Feng's back, sending him flying into a mountain. This was a huge mountain that reached the clouds, and Ye Feng was completely buried in the soil. Thoradin's eyes turned red. His lightning spear light contained the lightning attribute, and a single strike was enough to blast any planet in the universe into pieces. Your attack is nothing. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom! At the next second, Ye Feng once again unleashed his powerful strength. What? You can do it again? F***ck. Thoradin's eyes widened. Earlier, although his strength was ferocious, Ye Feng did not even dodge. This was simply too unbelievable. Could it be that they were all creatures in human form? Boom! At the next second, Ye Feng used his powerful fist technique again, sending Thoradin flying with a single punch. How is this possible? My lightning spear contains the lightning attribute. You can actually withstand my attack. Thoradin's body rolled in the air before he steadied himself. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ye Feng's strength had far surpassed his. Humph! Ye Feng didn't even bat an eye. He punched Thoradin's body ruthlessly. Boom! This punch directly smashed Thoradin's body into the ground, and the entire earth trembled. Bang! Ye Feng stomped on the ground, and he stood up from the pit. Ha 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 ha! How was this possible? How can you have such a terrifying defensive power? I'm not willing to accept this. Thoradin roared at the sky. He felt that his dignity had been greatly humiliated. He had never thought that someone's body could be so strong. Just by relying on the strength of his physical body, he was able to match him? This was simply too ridiculous. This didn't make sense. Even if it was an insect, it shouldn't be this strong, right? Didn't you say you wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Then I'll play with you. Flame Epiphany Technique, Full Release. Two blue-white flames shot out of Ye Feng's eyes. A lightning god's phantom appeared on his forehead. Ye Feng opened his mouth and spat out a blazing fireball, blasting it toward Thoradin. Not good. The terrifying power contained in the fireball shocked Thoradin. Boom! 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 In the next moment, Thoradin's lightning spear instantly blossomed with a dazzling light. This time, Thoradin did not use his lightning spear's technique to block the attack. Instead, he displayed an even more tyrannical move. Boom! At this moment, Ye Feng's slime fireball and Thoradin's lightning spear light collided. Boom! 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 The two of them continued to fight. Thoradin's lightning spear trembled continuously from the impact. Thoradin's face was incomparably pale, and his body was also on the verge of collapsing. Ye Feng's physical body was too terrifying. Thoradin could not do anything to him. The demons around were dumbfounded by this scene. Especially for those who were full of disdain for Ye Feng. Now that they saw Ye Feng's heaven-defying defensive power, their eyes almost fell out. F***ck. This guy's body is so F***ing strong. This guy's body is a freak. Is he still a human? The eyes of the other demons who were rushing over from afar turned green. They did not expect that the demon lord that they worshipped would be so weak in front of Ye Feng. Who the h***ll are you? Why are you so terrifying? Thoradin's voice trembled, and his eyes turned red. Ye Feng's punch sent him flying. One could see how strong Ye Feng's physical strength was. This was an enemy that Thoradin had never encountered before. Ye Feng sneered, "Me? I'm Ye Feng." Ye Feng. Thoradin was stunned for a moment. His pupils immediately shrank as he said, "Is it that Ye Feng who caused trouble in the Abyss and Fallen Soul Valley?" "Yes." Ye Feng nodded. "That's right, it's me." Ye Feng did not expect that they had already discovered his whereabouts. But they did not do anything to him. This was what Ye Feng was most suspicious about. Perhaps they felt that he wasn't a threat to them at that time? An uncertain expression flashed across Thoradin's face. Ye Feng was speaking the truth. Yes, it's you. If that's the case, then only death awaits you. Thoradin's words were cold. He held the lightning spear tightly and stabbed it toward Ye Feng. Swish! The spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Its power was so vast that it seemed to distort the entire space. Not good. Ye Feng felt a fatal danger and quickly retreated. Chi-la! Chi-la! Thoradin's spear had pierced through the stone pillar beside Ye Feng. Crack! Thoradin's long spear instantly pierced through Ye Feng's chest. Not good. Ye Feng could feel his body turning numb. He had not expected that Thoradin's strength would be so terrifying. Die! Thoradin's eyes were filled with madness. He knew that he had failed and could only fight to the death. 555 lightning filled the sky, and the trident was unsheathed. He absolutely couldn't lose. Because Ye Feng was too terrifying. He did not dare to imagine how miserable his life would be once Ye Feng escaped. Dead? You think you're worthy? Break! Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He waved his right hand. Boom! 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 A dark lightning gate appeared, and endless black lightning poured out from it. Not good! Quickly run! When Thoradin sensed the terrifying power of the dark portal, he was so scared that his guts were about to burst. All of this was because Ye Feng was too strong, he could not stop him at all. At this moment, Thoradin finally understood. Ye Feng's strength was not something he could contend against. Lightning Spear! Thoradin threw out the lightning spear in his hand. It turned into a sky full of lightning that enveloped Ye Feng. The lightning spear was too fast, and Ye Feng could not even react in time. The lightning spear was right in front of him. Ye Feng felt a sharp pain in his arms. His body had been pierced by the lightning spear. Thoradin had pierced through Ye Feng's heart. Plop! A muffled sound rang out. Ye Feng fell to the ground, not moving at all. At this moment, Ye Feng's body had completely disappeared. Whew! Thoradin heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ye Feng was already dead. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter came from behind Thoradin. Thoradin immediately became extremely alert. His eyes were fixed on Ye Feng's back. This time, I'll see how you die. Thoradin's eyes were filled with hatred. He stared at Ye Feng's back intently. Ye Feng slowly turned around, a mocking smile on his face. Hee, I was wondering who it was. So it was you. I thought you were a coward. Isn't it just a broken spear? Ye Feng mocked. To think that you can display such terrifying strength. This is really beyond my expectations. Ye Feng's hand reached out toward Thoradin. Thoradin's eyelids twitched, and his expression was extremely ugly. What do you want to do? Ye Feng grinned. This broken spear of yours. I'll take it. You. Whoosh. Ye Feng's speed was even faster than lightning. He immediately grabbed the lightning spear and ran out. You be ****. How dare you steal my lightning spear? Thoradin shouted in anger. His figure flashed as he chased after Ye Feng. Ye Feng used phantom steps. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Ye Feng, I don't care what evil means you used, but I'm telling you, you must die today. Thoradin gritted his teeth as he stared at Ye Feng. He wanted to tear Ye Feng into pieces. Hee. I'm also lacking a bejeweled weapon. Thoradin, I'll send you on your way today. Wang! A blood-red black light appeared in Ye Feng's right hand, and it smashed toward Thoradin. Thi! This is... Thoradin's expression changed when he saw Ye Feng taking out a short blade that was emitting a dark light. This was the god-slaying blade. Die! Ye Feng had a cold smile on his face. He directly slashed down with his blade. Boom! 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 The god-slaying blade and the lightning spear collided with each other, and the explosion was deafening. Thoradin was so shocked that he vomited blood repeatedly, and his face was extremely pale. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the god-slaying blade contained a destructive power. Ye Feng, I admit that you are very strong, but today, you must die. Thoradin's eyes were filled with ferocity. He charged toward Ye Feng with the lightning spear in his hand. Ye Feng shook his wrist lightly. The sea stone trident was unsheathed. Whoosh! 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 The trident condensed thousands of tiny water elemental power. Lightning shield! Lightning shield! Thoradin muttered, and two blue halos appeared around his body. 2 layers of defensive halos emerged and firmly protected Thoradin's body. Boom! Ye Feng held his sword and slashed at the lightning halo, sending it flying. Boom! 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 The blade in Ye Feng's hand continued to dance. Every time he attacked, the lightning halo would tremble a little. Thoradin's face was incomparably ashen. Detestable! Detestable! Thoradin's eyes widened, and his face revealed an extremely angry expression. Thoradin, you can't escape. Ye Feng held his blade. His body turned into a ray of light as he charged toward Thoradin again. Ye Feng, let's die together today. Thoradin gritted his teeth. He held the lightning spear and swept it toward Ye Feng. This attack was like a heavenly punishment. Regardless of whether it was lightning or thunderclouds, they were drawn over by an inexplicable force and gathered in front of Thoradin. Ye Feng had a faint smile on his face, and he welcomed them fearlessly. Boom! 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 The two figures collided in mid-air, creating a thunderous sound. Pucci! Thoradin spat out blood and was sent flying. Thoradin's body fell to the ground in the distance. Crack! A large rock instantly crumbled and turned into ashes. At this moment, Thoradin's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. He was actually injured by Ye Feng in the exchange of blows earlier. Ye Feng's strength was much stronger than he had expected. No! It's impossible! A look of disbelief was written all over Thoradin's face. I haven't used my full strength yet. However, you want to kill me with trash like you? Ye Feng snorted coldly, his figure flashed as he charged toward Thoradin again. Ye Feng, you're courting death. Thoradin's face was incomparably gloomy as he suddenly swung the lightning spear in his hand. The lightning flashed and instantly split the void, leaving a black crack. Ye Feng's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning struck. Bang! It was as if Ye Feng had suffered a heavy blow. He retreated 7 to 8 meters before he finally stopped. You! A trace of blood flowed out of Ye Feng's mouth, and his expression was extremely ugly. Ye Feng, although you are powerful, you are too conceited. The price of arrogance is your death. With a face full of killing intent, Thoradin suddenly shook his arm. The power of lightning shot out from the lightning spear, turning into a huge lightning pillar that was as thick as a water bucket. It shot toward Ye Feng. This lightning beam was enough to destroy an entire city. Even a transcendent would have to suffer in the face of this lightning beam. D****. Ye Feng's expression changed. The power contained in this lightning pillar was too powerful. Even if Ye Feng had the super strong recovery ability of a slime, he might not be able to block it. Ho ho ho! A strong gust of wind blew, causing Ye Feng's clothes to flutter. 556 The Holy Spirit Jade Pendant, the Supreme Power. Die! Thoradin's eyes were filled with ferocity as he clenched his fists. Boom! 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 The lightning pillar shot toward Ye Feng crazily. It was extremely fast. Boom! 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 Ye Feng only felt as if his entire body was being pierced by lightning. He was in extreme pain, and his body was continuously sent flying from the impact. Ye Feng, is this your true strength? You're too weak. With a sneer on his face, Thoradin raised his palm once again. Hwalalalala. Another terrifying pillar of lightning was formed. No. Ye Feng's face turned pale. He had no room to resist at all. The power of this lightning pillar was too great. Pfft! A huge hole was formed on Ye Feng's back. Blood was flowing out. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng, you're dead. A sinister smile appeared on Thoradin's face as a dense killing intent appeared in his eyes. Ye Feng, hand over your life. Thoradin's eyes were bloodshot. The lightning spear in his hand turned into a shooting star, piercing toward Ye Feng's throat. Die! Ye Feng growled. He charged forward with the sea stone trident. Boom! Ye Feng's chest was pierced through by the lightning, and he was sent flying. Pfft! Pucci! Ye Feng continuously spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. Ye Feng, go to H*LL. Thoradin's eyes were filled with excitement. His figure flashed and he once again gave chase. This time, Ye Feng could not escape no matter what. Boom! Bang! A terrifying lightning beam streaked through the air and landed heavily on Ye Feng's body. Pfft! Ye Feng was directly sent flying. He crashed into a mountain peak far away. Thoradin's face was filled with a sinister smile. Ye Feng, you still lost in the end. Ye Feng's body fell heavily on the ground, and he was heavily injured. Ye Feng stood up with difficulty. He looked at his surroundings, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This time. Did I really lose? Thoradin's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Indeed, he did not expect that Thoradin would be so powerful. Boom! 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 Kika! Kika! Right at this moment, a violent thunderclap suddenly rang out between the heavens and the earth. The sound of thunder was getting louder and louder. The entire sky was filled with dark clouds. A full moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down bright silver light. Thoradin raised his head and looked at the sky with a frown. What's going on? Boom! 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 Kika! Kika! Lightning flickered in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning fell like rain. In the sky, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Pillars of lightning slowly descended from the horizon like a miracle. Thoradin's eyes widened as he looked at the pillars of lightning. How can there be so much lightning power? Don't tell me. No, it's not just the power of lightning. There's a special force that's attracting the power of lightning. Thoradin's pupils contracted, and his expression was uncertain. This suction force was extremely powerful. It was like a vortex that sucked in all the lightning power in the world. Buzz! 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 At this moment, the pillars of lightning began to tremble and emit a buzzing sound. Something's wrong. The power of lightning shouldn't belong to you. You. Who are you? Thoradin's gaze turned to the dying Ye Feng on the ground. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Ye Feng's body exuded an extremely mysterious aura, but it was completely different from their god race. It was as if he was a different kind of living being. Thoradin stared at Ye Feng, and his eyes narrowed. At this moment, the pillars of lightning in the sky began to slowly disappear, and they continued to break apart and disappear. From Ye Feng's body, a snow-white jade pendant slowly rose up. There was a faint glow on the snow-white jade pendant. This scene caused Thoradin to be extremely horrified. This. Could it be the legendary Holy Spirit jade pendant? Thoradin's heart was beating wildly, and a rush of hot blood rushed to his head. This was something that only existed in legends. It was rumored that a symbiotic demon with the Holy Spirit jade pendant could use elemental power to increase their combat power. It could be said that the Holy Spirit Jade Pendant was a treasure that all symbiotic demons dreamed of. It was a treasure that every saint and transcendent dreamed of. This was because as long as one could control the Holy Spirit Jade Pendant, they could borrow the power of the elements and become an even more powerful existence. And the Holy Spirit Jade Pendant was bestowed by an endless number of extraordinary people. This was a jade pendant bestowed by countless transcendents, and it contained a supreme power. Once one had control of the Holy Spirit Jade Pendant, it was equivalent to having control of some kind of elemental power. No. I must get it. I must. Thoradin's heart was filled with the flames of greed. Looking at Yefeng's calm expression, the greed in his eyes burned even brighter. Boom. 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 A series of rumbling sounds rang out from all directions. From the sky, countless balls of lightning kept falling down. Each of these balls of lightning was as big as a mountain. Boom. 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 Pillars of lightning continued to fall. Thoradin's expression was extremely solemn. He knew that these lightning pillars were not just for attacking, but had some kind of law. D**m in it. Could it be that my guess was correct? Thoradin's eyes widened. He knew that Yefeng had already reached a certain realm and had become a true beyond A grade. Furthermore, his physical body had already reached a terrifying level. It would be too difficult for him to kill him. Thoradin, didn't you want to kill me? Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll just stand there and let you kill me. But, you have to be quick. 557 The power that spread in all directions, devouring madly. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Yefeng lay on the ground, a mocking expression appeared on his face. Although these lightning pillars were powerful, they did not cause much damage to him. Yefeng could clearly feel that the lightning pillar could not do anything to him. Humph! Even if my lightning power is insufficient, my body's defense is comparable to a super weapon. What can you do to me? Thoradin snorted coldly. He tapped his feet lightly and shot toward Yefeng. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Yefeng. Thoradin's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly arrived in front of Yefeng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two daggers appeared in Thoradin's hands, gleaming with cold light. These two daggers had been specially refined by Thoradin. The material they were made of was incomparably hard and could withstand the bombardment of the power of the heavenly tribulation. The two daggers emitted a cold light. Yefeng's gaze flickered. He looked at the rapidly approaching Thoradin. Swish! Right at this moment, Thoradin's figure appeared on Yefeng's left side, and from his right sleeve, a long black snake shot out. This long black snake was pitch black in color, just like a venomous snake, and it was flicking its scarlet tongue. Hiss! Roar! Right at this moment, a creature covered in pitch black scales jumped out from within Thoradin's clothes. It opened its mouth and bit toward Yefeng's chest. It was a black demonic crocodile. Its body was a few hundred meters long, and its fangs were extremely sharp. Yefeng's eyes darkened. He looked at the demonic crocodile pouncing toward him. His heart was filled with shock. Demonic crocodiles were an ancient species. In the prehistoric times, demonic crocodiles were called fierce beasts. They were extremely powerful. They had appeared once in the prehistoric times and devoured dozens of super experts. They were very powerful. Humph! Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're a demonic crocodile? Yefeng shouted in a low voice. The elemental energy in his body rumbled. Swish! Wang! A huge wheel shadow appeared behind Yefeng. The wheel shadow was like a vortex, devouring the surrounding energy and turning it into vortexes. Boom! 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 Puchi! Ah! Yefeng's body suddenly started to spin, and a circular ripple spread out, instantly covering the entire world. The ripples were like water ripples, spreading in all directions. Everything in the path of these ripples was crushed into pieces. Hwalala! Crack! Boom! A loud bang! The countless lightning pillars in the sky exploded in an instant. These lightning pillars were like endless stars, emitting a bright metallic luster. Waves and waves of energy started to rain down on Yefeng's head. Ha ha ha! Do you think your lightning pillar can trap me? In your dreams. Yefeng's lips curled into a smile. A huge light barrier appeared around his body. Chi chi! Bang! 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 A series of violent explosions rang out as the pillars of lightning all struck the light barrier. Unfortunately, this light barrier was extremely strong, and even the heavenly tribulation could not do anything to it. What? This? Thoradin's pupils contracted slightly as a storm surged in his heart. He knew that Yefeng was very strong. But he had never thought that Yefeng would be this powerful. This guy was simply abnormal. Boom! 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 Kaka! At this moment, the entire sky collapsed. Hwalala! Holala! The countless lightning pillars that descended from the sky seemed to be attracted by something. They gathered toward Yefeng. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. The endless lightning pillars surged into Yefeng's head like a tide. Boom! 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 One after another, the lightning pillars struck Yefeng's light barrier, but it only caused some slight fluctuations. Yefeng was like a bottomless pit, devouring the pillar of lightning crazily. Every drop of these pillars of lightning possessed terrifying destructive power. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation did not dare to touch them easily. But now, they were all devoured and absorbed by Yefeng. Boom! Boom! A terrifying pressure spread out and swept in all directions. Yefeng was wearing a green armor. This was the combination of the slime shield and the sea stone armor. A lump of slime energy appeared behind him. It was like a huge sword that pierced through the void. Boom! Yefeng raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, Yefeng was like an unparalleled demon king, his entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. Watching this scene, all the onlookers widened their eyes. Heavens, who is he? How could it devour such a terrifying amount of energy? This is a bottomless pit. No. He's not a human, he's a demon. No. This is definitely not a human. Everyone had the same thought. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying and unparalleled fist aura rumbled out. This punch contained boundless destructive power. Wherever it went, space distorted, the ground collapsed, and everything was annihilated. Boom! Crack! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out as the pillars of lightning were shattered by the fist. Yefeng's fist aura carried an unparalleled might. It instantly destroyed the pillar of lightning in the sky. Gyulu! Yefeng swallowed his saliva. He felt his throat tighten and he almost couldn't breathe. The punch just now made him feel an unprecedented pressure. He was not fighting. He was devouring. This was the true devouring. This was Yefeng's improvement. Yefeng could clearly feel that he had devoured an endless amount of lightning power. Yefeng's physical body grew once again, and he had even reached the middle stage of beyond A grade. What's going on? Could it be that he has already reached the beyond grade A realm? No, it should be more than that. This power is too strong. I have no way to resist it. Run, run! At this moment, all of the living beings were dumbfounded. They had never thought that Yefeng would become so powerful. 558 How terrifying is the power of the heavenly tribulation? Yefeng, your physical body has already broken through. Your cultivation has also broken through. You're actually beyond A grade. Oh my god! What kind of freak is this? Thoradin's expression turned solemn. Although he was a late stage beyond A-grade existence, after seeing Yefeng's methods, he felt how small he was. This guy was even more powerful than a god. Yefeng looked at this super genius coldly. He said indifferently, "You must die today." Boom! 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 Pillars of lightning fell from the sky. Yefeng's aura was rising rapidly. At this moment, Yefeng finally understood what the power of the heavenly tribulation was. The more lightning pillars he devoured, the more terrifying his strength would be. Right now, a few hundred lightning pillars landed on Yefeng's body. His skin was torn apart and his flesh was sent flying. However, Yefeng's muscles were recovering at an astonishing speed. Boom! 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 Pfft! Yefeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. This kind of lightning power was extremely overbearing, and it did not give Yefeng any chance to resist. It destroyed Yefeng's bones, internal organs, and meridians completely. No. I need to find a safe place to hide, or else I'll be turned to ash by these lightning pillars sooner or later. Yefeng's figure suddenly turned and fled into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can leave? The moment Yefeng's figure disappeared, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Boom! An incomparably huge palm slapped toward the direction that Yefeng was escaping to. Crack! A crisp sound resounded. This palm grabbed Yefeng. This scene was too shocking. Yefeng's body was like a sandbag, and he was turned into meat paste by the palm. What? He was actually turned into meat paste by a single slap. Too terrifying. This Yefeng is too terrifying, but he actually turned him into meat paste with a single slap. Who is he? This scene stunned everyone. Boom! At this time, another incomparably huge footprint shattered the void and stomped down ruthlessly. Kaka! The ground cracked. Boom! 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 The earth cracked open. It was a huge footprint with a diameter of 3 meters. Bang! This huge footprint heavily stomped on the ground, causing the earth to cave in. What kind of terrifying footprint was this? What kind of terrifying power was this? Yefeng's body had already turned into ashes, but his consciousness had not been destroyed. Ha ha ha! Don't you know? Yefeng, this is the heavenly tribulation of devouring the heavenly tribulation. The power of heavenly tribulation can temper one's body. The power of thunder and lightning is derived from the laws of heaven and earth, and it contains endless energy. For humans, it is absolutely a paradise-like enjoyment. However, this Yefeng is too strange. He devoured so much lightning power and is still not dead. He is simply a freak. At this moment, voices came from all directions. Boom! Countless thunderbolts erupted in the sky once again. It was as if the heavens were punishing him. Bolts of lightning landed on Yefeng's body. Yefeng was pierced by the power of lightning. Every strike was destroying his body. At this moment, Yefeng was only left with his soul. The soul fire burned fiercely, but it was not completely burned. At this moment, the power of heaven's might poured into his soul crazily. Boom! 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 Yefeng's soul was about to explode. However, Yefeng's will became even more resolute. Absorb it. Devour it. Boom! 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 At this moment, Yefeng's soul was like a huge mountain roaring. Under the impact of the heaven's might, Yefeng's soul actually continued to grow stronger, as if there was an endless amount of energy flowing within it. Not good, he's absorbing the power of lightning. Hurry up and stop him. Once he grows up, we won't be able to defeat him. Yefeng's soul was like a black hole, absorbing the power of lightning crazily. Get lost. Yefeng's will moved suddenly, and instantly, a boundless power surged over, turning into a monstrous wave that absorbed all the heaven's might in the surroundings. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. At this moment, the endless dark clouds seemed to be torn apart, and endless light shone down. Ka 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 ka. At that moment, the entire world fell into complete darkness. This is... What the hell is this? Isn't this Earth? How did it become like this? What's going on? Earth has actually changed. Everyone was dumbfounded, because the world was slowly changing. Kaka. All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, splitting the entire world into two. Boom! 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 This bolt of lightning landed on the ground, and a vast power erupted, lifting up the entire land. Deep ravines were left on the ground. This terrifying lightning bolt seemed to be a giant snake that was devouring the soil on the ground. What's going on? Heavenly tribulation. It can actually trigger the heavenly tribulation. This is too terrifying. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. At this moment, they felt as small as ants. Crack! This terrifying heavenly lightning bolt seemed to be brewing something as it slowly descended toward a certain location. An extremely strong sense of oppression swept over. This pressure seemed to be able to crush their souls and make them suffocate. This heaven's might, what level is it? I feel like I'm going to die. At that moment, everyone sat on the ground, trembling. They didn't even have the courage to stand up. Boom! The power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth became denser and denser. This terrifying power of thunder and lightning seemed to have condensed into a physical substance. Crack! Finally, a crisp sound rang out between heaven and earth. Crack! 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 The voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. Thunder boomed between heaven and earth. The lightning in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and finally, it formed a huge vortex. At that moment, the vortex grew larger and larger, more and more terrifying. Swish! Suddenly, a piercing purple light burst out from the vortex and lit up the entire sky. This purple light beam was like a long sword that instantly shattered the heavens and earth. This scene caused the world to lose its color. 559 The extreme power of the heavenly tribulation, like the arrival of the end of the world. The extreme power of the heavenly tribulation, like the arrival of the end of the world. Crack! The power of heaven's might could no longer support the expansion of the vortex. Boom! The vortex instantly exploded. The entire void seemed to be torn apart as endless lightning bolts poured down in all directions, shrouding everyone. Pfft! Under the attack of these thunderbolts, countless pieces of flesh exploded. Under the attack of the lightning, everyone's soul was corroded, and even their souls began to collapse. Yefeng's soul was crazily devouring the power of lightning. Boom! Ka, ka, ka! The heavenly lightning bolts gathered again. At this time, endless black mist spread out from the vortex and covered the sky like black lotus flowers. At this moment, another bolt of heavenly lightning was born in the heavenly tribulation. This thunderbolt was even more powerful than the previous heavenly might and was several times more powerful than the previous heavenly lightning. This heavenly tribulation was more than 10 times stronger than the previous heavenly lightning. In Yefeng's soul, there seemed to be endless energy rumbling. This energy was the power of the star in Yefeng's body. At this moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation had almost reached its limit, and it seemed as if it would collapse at any time. It was as if this terrifying heavenly lightning bolt was going to destroy the world. No. Yefeng felt the might of the heavenly tribulation. It was like he was seeing the end of the world. His heart felt like it was about to jump out of his chest, and he was extremely terrified. Ka, ka, ka! The thunderbolts in the sky seemed to be waiting for the best opportunity. Suddenly, Yefeng felt an intense pain in his head. It was as if it was about to split open. Furthermore, Ye Feng seemed to be able to hear that his soul was being torn apart. Ah! Ye Feng could not help but scream out in pain. The pain was unbearable. Ah! 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 My soul! Ye Feng howled in pain. His face showed an endless struggle, as if he wanted to break free from the restraints of the heavenly lightning. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was completely useless. It was as if he was being restricted. Right at this time, Ye Feng's soul seemed to be dissipating. It was about to be completely destroyed. Ah! Right at this time, in the depths of Ye Feng's soul, a cry of surprise could be heard. It was as if a voice was calling out to him. Ye Feng, wake up, wake up. A young voice entered Ye Feng's ears. It was filled with anxiety and worry. What? Hearing this voice, Ye Feng was slightly stunned. This? Isn't that my voice? Ye Feng opened his eyes and discovered that it was a young girl in front of him. Her features were delicate and her angelic face could make any man lose himself in her. This? Is that my voice? I'm really not dead? Wasn't my soul already scattered? How can I have such a wonderful feeling? Ye Feng felt that everything was like a dream. This was a miracle. Who was this voice? Could it be? Could this be his past life? This young lady was his reincarnation? Thinking of this, Ye Feng's eyes widened, and he looked at the beautiful young lady. Ah! You're awake! Seeing that Ye Feng had woken up, this young girl revealed a bright smile, a smile that was as beautiful as a flower. Ye Feng, you've finally woken up. Ye Feng, where are we? Where are we going? Ye Feng, do you know what this place is? Ye Feng, are you hungry? Do you want to drink some water? Ye Feng, where is this place? Why am I here? Who do you think I am? You. Hearing these words, Ye Feng's mind felt like it was about to explode, as if countless memories were flooding into his sea of consciousness. This is my previous life. This. What is going on? This isn't right. I've already fallen in my previous life. How can I still be alive? Ye Feng could feel that in his soul, there seemed to be endless energy rumbling, as if this was the body of his previous life. This is the power of the heavenly tribulation. Ye Feng suddenly reacted. The power of the heavenly tribulation? The power of the heavenly tribulation had actually sent him back to his previous life? Where's my physical body? Don't tell me that if I die, this body will die as well. When he thought of this, Ye Feng's soul shuddered. If this physical body really dissipated, he would really be dead. Ye Feng, our physical bodies did not die, I have protected them. However, your soul has become very weak. I want to give you some energy to recover. Just as Ye Feng was about to ask what was going on, he heard a young and tender voice ringing in his ears. Your past life? You are my soul. Ye Feng asked in surprise. That's right, I'm your soul. Why are you in my soul, or is it because I haven't absorbed your power for too long, causing my body to weaken? That's why you're in this state now and need my help. Ye Feng was in a daze, he did not fully understand, but obviously, he did not know what was going on. Moreover, he could vaguely feel that his soul seemed to be a little different. Ye Feng, your soul is very weak now, you need me to help you cultivate, and I'm already helping you. I think what you need the most right now is a bit of strength, right? That's why I'm helping you improve your soul now, the young girl continued. I'm going to increase your strength. Ye Feng was slightly stunned. You are helping me to increase my spiritual strength. That's right, I'm your soul. Ye Feng nodded. His soul was extremely weak now. If he didn't recover quickly, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, what he desired the most right now was to recover his strength. Because he was not the opponent of this body at all. He could only rely on his own strength to compete with this body. Thinking of this, Ye Feng nodded his head. Thank you. Next, Ye Feng closed his eyes and started to activate his spiritual energy. 560 The world in the depths of his soul, the mysterious girl. The world in the depths of his soul, the mysterious girl. Weng, weng, weng. His soul power instantly circulated, as if it wanted to break through the shackles of his body. Ah! It hurts. Ah! Next, Ye Feng let out an extremely shrill cry. Ye Feng, don't be afraid. My power is your power. I won't hurt you. The voice rang out again. Hearing this, Ye Feng's heart inexplicably calmed down. Although Ye Feng's physical body was destroyed, his soul was still preserved. As long as he had this body, Ye Feng would not be afraid of any enemy. As long as he was still breathing, he would be able to kill this enemy even if he used all his strength. Furthermore, as long as his soul was not destroyed, he could still create a new body. Ye Feng felt the surging energy in his soul, and he was overjoyed. The energy seemed to be endless. Ye Feng's soul power was absorbing these energies madly, it started to strengthen his soul. Boom! As his soul grew stronger, Ye Feng could feel that his body was getting stronger. His strength was also becoming denser. Ye Feng felt that his body had become much lighter. Ye Feng could feel that his physical body had already reached a terrifying level. And this was just the beginning. Wang! Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a golden light shining in his mind. The golden light was like a ball of fire, burning everything around it. And this ray of light was actually formed from soul power. This. What was going on? Could it be that my body and soul are constantly transforming? Ye Feng was shocked. My body and soul are both getting stronger? Then whose body does my body belong to? Why is the power in the soul so strong? Thinking of this, Ye Feng could not help but frown. The transformation speed of his soul power was extremely fast. In just a quarter of an hour, his soul power had become 100 times stronger, or even a few hundred times stronger. No, I have to seize the time to recover my spiritual power. Ye Feng immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and started to circulate his cultivation technique. Buzz! Buzz! Ye Feng's soul power started to spin, forming a huge whirlpool, devouring all the energy in the surroundings. And all of these energies, after devouring, would be completely integrated into Ye Feng's soul. As his soul power continued to grow, Ye Feng finally felt that his body had completely recovered. Whew! Ye Feng opened his eyes. Wisps of golden flames slowly shot out of his eyes, like clusters of golden stars, shining with a bright light. Haha, I'm finally back! Ye Feng laughed loudly. His entire person turned into a golden ray of light and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, Ye Feng was already beside the spirit spring. Looking at the spirit liquid in the spirit spring, Ye Feng swallowed it without any hesitation. Gilu! The spirit liquid instantly entered Ye Feng's stomach. Like boiling lava, it rapidly spread to Ye Feng's internal organs. Crack, crack, crack! Ye Feng only felt his body expanding rapidly. His skin was filled with blood vessels, and his bones and tendons were also becoming extremely tough. My soul has actually reached the peak of beyond A grade. This breakthrough is really a blessing in disguise. Ye Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. And at this time, the spirit liquid in the spirit spring was still seeping into Ye Feng's internal organs, it had even seeped into the depths of his soul. Boom! As Ye Feng's soul continued to strengthen, Ye Feng's physical body was also getting stronger. Ye Feng could feel the power in his body. He could not help but draw in a breath of cold air. At this moment, he finally felt the terror of the beyond A grade. This was a leap in the soul. It could communicate with the soul and spread the power of the soul out of the body, turning it into an attack with a huge range. The higher the soul's level, the greater the power. Furthermore, the importance of soul power is self-evident. If the other party's soul realm is below mine, I can basically become an existence that can instantly kill the other party. It's a pity that my current soul can only barely control soul attacks. I can't manipulate other powers. Otherwise, my combat power would at least double. But now, I can even fight against an early transcendent realm master. I can even kill them. Now, I can only use my soul power to attack the opponent's soul. Furthermore, I still need to cultivate to a certain level before I can use this soul attack. If I use it too early, I'm afraid it will cause a backlash. Ye Feng carefully recalled his advancement this time. His soul power had reached the peak of the Beyond A grade. His physical body had also reached the Beyond A grade realm. And this was far from over. With a thought, Ye Feng's soul power gathered in his palm and slowly formed an extremely sharp longsword. The longsword was completely black and it emitted a cold light. Slash! Ye Feng suddenly waved his hand, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the sky, tearing apart the void. This power is indeed powerful. Sensing this pitch-black sword, Ye Feng revealed an excited smile. This pitch-black longsword was a mutated form of soul power. At the same time, it was also an advanced version of the slime blade. This pitch-black longsword possessed an extremely sharp power that could easily tear apart a mountain range. Moreover, its power was so great that even divine weapons would not dare to clash with its sharpness. My soul power has already reached the Beyond A grade. Let's call this slime. Slime slash! Ye Feng shouted loudly. His wrist flicked and the pitch-black longsword instantly flew out, bringing with it a sharp and unparalleled power, piercing toward the void. Whoosh! The black slash instantly pierced through the void and arrived in front of a space. Crack! With a crisp sound, the space shattered. All right. Very good. Slime slash! Ye Feng's eyes focused. He shouted again. The pitch-black longsword waved once more, slashing toward the front. Kaka! With another crisp sound, the void in front of him shattered. 561 The power of the slime slash, breaking all obstacles in the world. Not bad. The slime slash can easily tear the void and kill the enemy. However, if I want to unleash the full power of the slime slash, I have to evolve to a more powerful existence. Therefore, I need more soul power to make the power of this move several times more explosive. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. His heart was filled with excitement. It was as if he had already seen an invincible picture scroll. There's still 2/3 of the spirit spring water left in the spirit spring. It's enough for me to continue cultivating to an even stronger realm. My combat strength will be even more tyrannical. A smile appeared on Ye Feng's lips. Now, it's time for me to find trouble with Thoradin. Demons are my cultivation resources. This time, I won't let a single one go. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with bloodlust. His body flickered and he left this soul consciousness space. Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure instantly disappeared from this barren mountain and appeared in another space. Ha ha ha, brother Ye Feng, you really didn't let us down. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you'd actually advance continuously from A grade to Beyond A grade. You're the person with the fastest cultivation speed I've ever seen. The moment Ye Feng appeared, a familiar figure appeared. Baddies? Why are you here? Ye Feng did not understand. Ever since he entered the heavenly tribulation, he did not know what was happening. Ha ha ha, our sky army just arrived and saw you entering the heavenly tribulation realm. We knew that you were about to advance, so I fell unconscious after the heavenly tribulation ended and protected you. Baddies continued, pointing at the sky army behind him. Ye Feng looked over. There were 1,000 people forming an army. At this moment, they were making arrangements before the battle in an orderly manner. It seemed that they wanted to take this opportunity to completely uproot this large fortress of the Abyss Alliance. I see. Ye Feng smiled awkwardly. Don't panic, brother. Leave the rest to us. But I still have bad news for you. The enemy's main force is also on the way back. We're expected to launch a general attack tonight. Batty said in a serious tone. However, there is good news. The Abyss Alliance only has 2 fortresses left. In other words, if this fortress is destroyed, they will be greatly weakened, and all their plans will be put on hold. That will be a great victory for us. Batties continued. Ye Feng nodded. I've almost recovered. Where's Thoradin? I want to kill him with my own hands. Ye Feng said. Thoradin? One of the twin demon kings? They're still being held back by our army at the front line, and their main force will be here soon, so the other demon king may also appear. Alpha's realm is S-grade, close to the power of gods, and we're not his match. Battis was a little worried. Yes. Ye Feng nodded and replied, it's all right, I know what to do. After he finished speaking, Ye Feng left. Let's meet at the front line, he said before he left. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared instantly. In the distance, on the front line, a giant figure was commanding the Abyssal Legion on the hill. It was killing the Sky Army's frontline teams. When will Big Brother arrive? The enemy's main force has already assembled. Thoradin shouted angrily to his subordinates beside him. King Alphas won't be able to come in a short time. He's doing something very important, the subordinate replied. What is it? Is there anything more important than losing the fortress? He is summoning and releasing the ancient demon Paishu. Upon hearing his subordinate's answer, Thoradin immediately understood everything. This brother of his actually wanted to use a more radical method to make up for it. Just as Thoradin was deep in thought, an extremely powerful aura arrived with a bang. Thoradin, die! A voice came from afar, followed by a super powerful figure. Ye Feng! You again! You're looking for death! When Thoradin saw this, he was so angry that he released all the aura on his body. The battle between the 2 beyond A-grade supers had begun once again. Ye Feng! It's him! That Ye Feng is Ye Feng! Isn't it just a rumor that Ye Feng is dead? Why did it suddenly appear? No matter who he is, he must die for making an enemy of our Lord Thoradin. Far away, Ye Feng and Thoradin, the 2 beyond A-grade experts, were engaged in an intense battle. Within Ye Feng's body, the spiritual spring water was spinning rapidly. Every time it completed a cycle, it would absorb a trace of the spiritual energy from the heaven and earth. His cultivation continued to improve, all the way to the early stage of S-grade. Although Thoradin was at the peak of beyond A-grade, his true cultivation base was at the early stage of S-grade. You've improved quite quickly. You actually crossed 4 stages to challenge me. Thoradin looked at Ye Feng coldly. Ye Feng smiled. Yes, that's right. It won't be easy if you want to kill me. Thoradin's pupils contracted slightly, feeling somewhat incredulous. Your cultivation. How did you advance by leaps and bounds? Hehe, you have no problem, but your opponent has a problem. Saying so, Ye Feng's figure flickered and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind Thoradin and shook his right arm. A black ray of light tore through the sky like a sharp sword and shot toward Thoradin's back. Thoradin's expression changed drastically as he felt the strong wind behind him. He immediately dodged to the side. But it was too late. Pucci! The sharp blade light pierced into his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. A burst of heart-piercing pain caused Thoradin to scream out in pain. The blade had not only pierced through his body, but also his soul. This was a soul attack, and it caused his soul to be in a trance for a short while. No matter how powerful you were, as long as your soul was attacked, you would lose the ability to resist. Thoradin's mouth was wide open, but he could not make a sound. He only felt as if he had fallen into chaos. He could only see the power in his body and his consciousness gradually became blurry. Thoradin! Thoradin! Thoradin. Little brother, beside Thoradin, Alpha's voice sounded. What? Thoradin forced his eyes open and discovered that there was an additional person beside him. I. My soul. My soul. Thoradin felt the changes in his body. He was horrified to find that his soul was being extracted by the other party. 562 The Fall of the Abyss Demon King, Thoradin, and the Invincible Power of the Law. Do you think I'll let your soul escape? Yefeng's soul power instantly enveloped Thoradin's soul, preventing him from escaping. When the soul was trapped, the soul would lose its function and would be at Yefeng's mercy. Thoradin, you're also considered the Demon King of the Abyss, but you're not taking the right path. Why did you do such a thing? Why did you invade Sky City? Yefeng's voice was extremely cold. I'm just unwilling, Thoradin managed to utter a few words with difficulty. He knew very well that he could not make it. This was a battle without any suspense, his soul was already under Yefeng's control. Thoradin knew that this was a special technique of Yefeng. He could control the will of others. However, he did not give up struggling. Instead, he tried to fight back. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the ability to fight back now. He could only be manipulated by the other party. Thoradin, I've given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. I'll send you on your way now. As he spoke, Yefeng flipped his palm, a pitch-black bead appeared in his palm. Yefeng squinted his eyes. His lips moved slightly as he placed this bead beside Thoradin. In the next moment, black patterns appeared on the surface of the bead. Then, countless black lines crawled from the surface of the bead all over Thoradin's body. Arg! Ah! A series of sharp roars sounded. These were the sounds of souls being torn apart, bones breaking, muscles crumbling, and all sorts of painful cries. Yefeng's soul power continued to invade Thoradin's body, draining all the life force in his body. Thoradin's eyes began to fill with blood, and his entire head began to swell. A violent energy fluctuation was constantly emitted from Thoradin's body. Yefeng knew that this was Thoradin's final attack before he died. This attack was enough to push Thoradin's strength to the peak of S grade. But Yefeng was not afraid. His soul force was constantly pouring into Thoradin's body, frantically absorbing his vitality. No. Don't. I don't want to die. Thoradin's eyes were completely bloodshot as his aura continued to rise. He tried his best to resist the terrifying threat of the soul devouring. Unfortunately, he could not do it at all. Pft! 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 Thoradin's body was constantly festering. Blood gushed out, and white bone fragments fell to the ground. His eye sockets had already burst, revealing his white teeth and his eyeballs. No, Thoradin cried for help in despair. I've already given you too many chances. Yefeng snorted, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yefeng waved his hand. Instantly, a tyrannical soul power burst out from Thoradin's body. Thoradin's soul power was like a blazing sun, blooming with a brilliant radiance. Ah! Ah! Thoradin's soul kept wailing and letting out shrill roars. Go to H*LL. Thoradin's soul, under Yefeng's control, smashed into the furnace of H*LL. Rumble. Amidst the violent explosion, the entire furnace of H*LL shook violently. Thoradin's soul power broke through the defense of the furnace of hell and rushed into the depths of the furnace, wanting to destroy Yefeng's soul. But Yefeng was already prepared, his body turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared into the void. This? How could this be? Thoradin's soul was trembling because he felt fear and the threat of death. Yefeng's soul was actually inside the furnace of H*LL. Didn't that mean that Yefeng was also in the furnace of H*LL? This time, Thoradin truly felt panic. Not good. Quickly run. Without even thinking, Thoradin immediately turned around and fled. Even if his soul were to be devoured by the furnace of H*LL, it would still be more dangerous than being devoured by it. You want to run? How can it be that easy? Ye Feng sneered. He had already mastered Thoradin's soul. Under such circumstances, how could Thoradin escape from his control? No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Thoradin's soul was trembling. He wanted to struggle and escape, but he found that he could not move at all. Everything had happened too quickly. Boom! 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 A deafening boom rang out, and the furnace of H*LL exploded completely. This explosion was like the explosion of an atomic nucleus, causing the entire continent to shake violently. Thoradin's soul also exploded. Thoradin, dead. Ye Feng watched as Thoradin's soul vanished into thin air, his lips curled up into a smile. He had already perfectly dealt with Thoradin. This threat had been completely eliminated. Phew, Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spiritual energy. Thoradin was dead. He was completely dead. Ye Feng's face did not show any excitement. He didn't think that this was something worth being happy about. On the contrary, Ye Feng felt that his life had fallen into another dangerous situation. His enemies were not only Thoradin, but also many super experts from the Abyss Alliance. There was even the other Demon Kings, and the even more powerful half of the twin Demon Kings, Alphys, who was hiding in the dark. Sigh, I hope we can find the other Demon King smoothly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. Forget it, let's leave this place first. Ye Feng sighed. He took all the treasures and storage rings on Thoradin's body before leaving this D***ned place. Not long after he left, 3 or 4 transcendents rushed over. At the same time, on the top floor of a huge tower that reached the clouds and the sky, Ye Feng's consciousness had been drawn into a very mysterious and strange domain. Ye Feng stood there, looking down at the entire Abyss City. In front of him was a huge altar. The altar was hundreds of meters tall. It was pitch black and gave off an evil aura. This was the core gathering place of the Abyss Alliance. Ye Feng, I finally get to see you. A loud and clear voice resounded through the sky, as if it was spreading to all parts of the world. Ye Feng raised his head. 563 Invasion of Alphys's consciousness, extremely powerful mind power. He saw a man with 2 pairs of feelers on his head and flames burning all over his body slowly walking toward him. The man's appearance was extremely ugly and hideous. His face was covered in dense scars, which was a ghastly sight. But in Ye Feng's soul, he felt a sense of familiarity. This guy seems to be one of the twin demon kings, elder brother of Thoradin, that's great existence, Alphys. Ye Feng remembered it clearly. In his mind, information about Thoradin and Alphys appeared. They had fought in the Abyss world and were defeated by him. At that time, although his cultivation had reached the transcendent level, he had no chance of winning against Thoradin and Alphys, so he could only escape. Now, he had returned to the territory of the Abyss Alliance and met the S-grade existence. This made Ye Feng nervous. Ha ha ha, Ye Feng, you've finally appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today, you must die. Alphys roared to the sky. I said it before, I will send you to H*LL. Ye Feng smiled. Hee hee. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Alphys' eyes. It's been so many years, but I've never tasted the feeling of devouring the soul of a beyond A-grade symbiotic. Ye Feng, just wait to be devoured by me. Don't be too arrogant. Ye Feng snorted coldly, you want to devour my soul? You will have to pay the price. Ha ha ha, Alphys laughed hysterically. I've been waiting for you for a long time, he said. Die. Ye Feng squinted his eyes, and his soul moved. He was prepared to use the forbidden skill to kill Alphys. Unfortunately, he discovered a problem at this moment. His soul power had already been completely exploited. In such a situation, he could not use any skills at all. This made Ye Feng extremely shocked. Could it be that his soul had been extracted? It would take at least a dozen years to recover. This might just be an illusion. I remember that I didn't leave the place where I killed Thoradin. Ye Feng fell into deep thought. Alphys might have some kind of powerful mental energy or soul energy. Now, Ye Feng's soul was being pulled into the domain that belonged to Alphys. That was to say, no matter how far away Alphys' main body was, as long as his spiritual power or mental power was strong enough, he could also pull Ye Feng into his domain. Such an ability was too terrifying. The moment Ye Feng's soul was extracted, he knew that things were not going well. He quickly flew away. Ye Feng, do you want to escape? Alphys shouted loudly, and he chased after Ye Feng. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed tens of thousands of kilometers. Under such speed, Ye Feng's speed could not keep up. Very quickly, his back was attacked by a ball of black flames. Puchi! The moment the black flames touched Ye Feng's body, they turned into ashes. Ye Feng's soul power was completely extracted. Even his body was burning. Ah! Ye Feng wailed in pain. The pain of the soul was definitely not something that ordinary people could endure. Furthermore, Ye Feng could feel that his strength was slowly flowing away. This was the loss of the soul, and the body could not make up for it. Ye Feng, today, I will devour your body and turn you into a walking corpse, unable to move forever. Alphys laughed hideously. Don't you dare! Ye Feng roared in anger. He did not care about the black flames burning behind him. He used all his strength to cast spatial shift and avoid Alphys' pursuit. Humph! Ye Feng, don't even think about running away this time. Alphys snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. This palm had the power to destroy the world. Ye Feng's figure was sent flying by this palm. Crack, crack, crack. The bone armor on Ye Feng's body broke one after another, and his aura was rapidly weakening. Ye Feng's physical body was damaged. His soul was also severely damaged. He was like an old man on the verge of death. At this moment, Ye Feng truly understood the difference in strength. Ever since he broke through to the transcendent realm, Ye Feng had been searching for opportunities. If it was any other Demon King level existence, he would have killed them long ago. However, this S-grade Alphys was the second S-grade Demon King he had met so far. Their souls seemed to have some special ability that could counter Ye Feng's soul. Even if Ye Feng's soul was drawn out, it did not completely disappear, it was only slowly leaking out. In this case, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Break! As danger approached, Ye Feng directly released the power of the Eye of the Netherworld. This was the power of the originator of mental energy. Although Ye Feng only had 50% of his power, it was enough to break through Alphys' mental energy. Boom! The impact of the mind power directly destroyed Alphys' mind power barrier. Alphys felt that his spiritual energy was being destroyed and he was furious. Ye Feng, you can actually break my spiritual energy. It seems that I have underestimated you. Ha ha ha, you're underestimating me. You're simply looking for a beating. Ye Feng's figure disappeared on the spot. He had already entered the area covered by Alphys' mind power and instantly disappeared from where he was. D*****. Alphys shouted in anger. He could feel that his mental energy had been completely wiped away. Ye Feng had already left. Unforgivable fellow. This time you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Alphys' body turned into an afterimage as he chased after Ye Feng crazily. Ye Feng had already entered another region. This was a place where Alphys could not reach. This area was deeply sealed. Ye Feng could only rely on the ability of the Eye of the Netherworld to barely pass through these spaces. However, Alphys had caught up. Ye Feng knew that he would not be able to escape from this guy's pursuit, because Alphys' mental energy was extremely strong. What do I do? Ye Feng rapidly flew away. My domain is formed by my soul power. Within my domain, no matter how you fly or burrow, it's all in vain. Alphys laughed hideously. Ye Feng, you must die here today. Ye Feng's expression turned dark. He knew that it was basically impossible for him to escape from Alphys' pursuit. I don't believe that my spiritual power can't compete with your soul. 564 Strange energy fluctuations, precious materials. Ye Feng mumbled softly. As this thought appeared, in Ye Feng's sea of consciousness, a strange energy fluctuation appeared. This energy fluctuation was actually somewhat similar to Alphys' soul power. Alphys' brows furrowed. His mental energy could ignore soul attacks, but Ye Feng's soul energy could actually hurt his soul. Humph, let's see who's stronger then. Alphys roared in anger. A huge wave of energy broke through this space and enveloped Ye Feng. Boom! The space crumbled, and a pitch-black whirlpool appeared above Ye Feng's head. Not good. Spatial turbulence. Alphys's expression changed. Ye Feng, you little B*****. Stop! Alphys roared. The spatial turbulence was very powerful. As long as one was sucked into it, even Alphys would be seriously injured. Explode! Ye Feng kicked out. The space shattered and a ray of light flashed out, heading straight for Alphys. Damn it! F***ck. Alphys cursed. This was Ye Feng's strongest attack. Once this attack hit, Alphys' soul would suffer serious damage. This time, Alphys no longer held back. He used his most terrifying power and grabbed at the light. Pfft! Ye Feng's figure was suddenly revealed from the spatial turbulence. He had already escaped. D*****, how is this possible? What? Alphys shouted in shock. Ye Feng's soul could actually break through space? This was simply unheard of. Die! Ye Feng punched at Alphys. The two forces collided with each other, creating a violent collision. The void was distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. Pfft! Alphys spat out a mouthful of blood. He was forced back a few hundred meters by Ye Feng. For this attack, Ye Feng had only used 1/5 of his strength. But to Alphys, it was a fatal injury. D****, who are you? Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression was cold. We have a long way to go. With that, his body disappeared. Alphys watched as Ye Feng left. His eyes were wide open. This guy could actually travel through space and escape? This guy's identity is definitely not simple. The treasure he has is definitely not ordinary. Alphys thought to himself. On the other side, Ye Feng had already left this place. The vicinity of this fortress had been completely confined by Alphys. He had no chance to escape at all. Ye Feng's current situation was extremely bad. His body was now covered in bloody wounds. If he didn't heal as soon as possible, he would die. D****, I was too careless. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. If he had used the power of the spiritual shield earlier, he might have been able to block Alphys' attack. Right now, Ye Feng had no chance to use the spiritual shield. Not only because Alphys was too strong, it was also because he did not bring his mental power. Otherwise, Ye Feng would not be afraid of Alphys at all. Ye Feng was also very comfortable in this fortress. As long as his spiritual power was not exhausted, he should not be in any danger if he wanted to escape. The biggest problem now was Alphys. No matter what, he had to recover his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could only wait for death. Ye Feng walked around the fortress. Although the fortress was small, it occupied most of the land and there should be many treasures inside. However, Alphys had taken all these treasures and set up a formation so that the warriors from the outside world could not disturb them. No matter what, Ye Feng needed to find some treasures to replenish his losses. Ye Feng's target was a tall mountain. This mountain was at least 100 zhang tall, and it was filled with a forest of thorns. Who knew how many demonic creatures were living on it? Yefeng's figure rapidly shot up to 1,000 feet. He hid his body in the thorns and slowly climbed up. Yefeng had a spiritual armor on his body. He was not worried that he would be bitten by the demonic creatures, but his spiritual energy was not enough. If he was slightly attacked by the demonic creatures, he would be severely injured. Swish, swish. 2 demons suddenly jumped out. Yefeng immediately cast out his spiritual shield, enveloping himself within it. Yefeng flipped his palm and a battle saber appeared in his hand. Bang, bang. Yefeng slashed 2 times, splitting these 2 demonic creatures into 2. Then, from their corpses, he took out the spirit cores and other materials that they had stored. These materials seemed to be some precious materials. Yefeng's eyes shined, and he quickly absorbed it. Shua, shua. Yefeng threw all these materials into the flame and started to burn them. Yefeng would burn all these materials into liquid state. This way, he would be able to purify them into materials. Yefeng's mental energy was extremely strong. Not only could he control some of the micro-operations in the refinement process, he also had the ability to refine other medicinal pills and drugs. Yefeng even had a secret skill that specialized in elemental power. These materials were all refined by Yefeng. His body emitted a golden light as golden beads appeared on his skin. Lines of patterns appeared on his skin. Buzz. The golden liquid began to merge. The precious medicinal herbs began to dissolve under the fusion of the metal attribute liquid. Finally, they turned into balls of essence and were absorbed. Yefeng could feel that his body was rapidly strengthening. Crack. Fine cracks appeared on his muscles and bones, as if they would shatter at any moment. On Yefeng's forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat had already appeared. Boom, boom, boom. Yefeng felt an intense pain in the depths of his soul, as if it was about to explode. However, he still persevered. Under Yefeng's persistence, the depths of his soul finally shattered, turning into a piece of crystal clear like glass, with countless mysterious runes carved on it. I've succeeded. Yefeng revealed a smile. This time, he had finally completed a small improvement. Hwalala. At this moment, countless heaven and earth energy gathered around him, turning into endless lightning that struck toward Yefeng's body. Peepa. Bolts of purple lightning appeared on Yefeng's skin. It was like a purple armor covering Yefeng's body. Yefeng's entire body was burning, as if he was being roasted. 565 Rich power of heaven and earth, continuous tempering of the lightning element. What a powerful lightning power! Yefeng sighed, such dense heaven and earth energy, it is probably even more precious than an ancient treasure. No wonder it could attract Alpha's attention. Puchi! Puchi! Yefeng did not dare to delay. He started to devour these lightning powers. All of this lightning energy was absorbed by Yefeng. Yefeng's muscles became thicker and stronger, lightning patterns appeared on his skin, and he looked very majestic. Roar! Yefeng roared toward the sky. A huge wave of air spread out in all directions. Yefeng's figure soared into the sky. After a breath, Yefeng's aura had reached an unprecedented height. Boom! 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 A thunderbolt descended from the 9 heavens, enveloping Yefeng within. Yefeng's body burst out with a resplendent blue-white light. These lights seemed to have a life of their own as they continued to spin. Kaka! This thunderbolt was forcefully endured by Yefeng. Ha ha ha! Yefeng laughed maniacally, a lightning tribulation of this level cannot do anything to me. Boom! 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 Another bolt of lightning struck. Yefeng was not afraid. He allowed the lightning to strike his body. Yefeng's skin was burning from the heat of the lightning. Yefeng's skin turned red. However, he didn't care. After Yefeng absorbed the lightning energy, his entire body became much lighter. Yefeng felt that his skin had become a little sticky. These were all the impurities on the surface of his skin. He continued to absorb the power of lightning between heaven and earth. Yefeng's body continued to grow stronger. His bones were getting stronger, and his muscles were getting thicker. His skin no longer had the purple lightning patterns like before. Instead, it was pure, as if it was the purest gold. In the sky outside of Yefeng, a thick layer of dark clouds appeared, and lightning was flashing continuously. The lightning wreaked havoc in the sky as if it was endless, dyeing the entire sky into night. In the sky, vortexes appeared one after another, and lightning snakes swam. The thunderclouds in the sky also contained a strong oppressive force. Yefeng's qi and blood were boiling. It was as if there were countless primordial beasts roaring. Boom! 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 At this moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, bringing with it a destructive force as it struck toward Yefeng. The power of this thunderbolt was too terrifying. Even a beyond A-grade symbiotic demon would fall under the lightning tribulation. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Yefeng was struck by a bolt of lightning. But this lightning did not hurt Yefeng at all. Pfft! This bolt of lightning actually directly split apart Yefeng's skin and pierced right through him, causing him to be drenched in blood. However, the blood did not flow out. Instead, it was evaporated by the lightning. Yefeng's muscles started to recover. This! Yefeng was stunned. He could not believe his eyes. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck. Cracks appeared on Yefeng's body, and blood spurted out. But very quickly, it would solidify. The power of lightning is indeed powerful. It can even split my skin and flesh. Yefeng was full of praise. He knew that the defensive capabilities of his dragon race combat form had already reached a terrifying level. His bones and bones became tougher and his skin tougher. Boom! 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 Between heaven and earth, lightning interweaved. The boundless power of lightning struck Yefeng's body. Not long after, the power of lightning disappeared. And Yefeng also stopped absorbing the power of heaven and earth. He had already reached his limit. No wonder it's tribulation lightning. It actually made my body reach such a powerful level. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would have died long ago. However, this is still far from my peak. It's not enough. I still need to cultivate. My physical body must become even stronger. The power of lightning is indeed overbearing. I need more lightning. Boom! At this moment, another clap of thunder sounded in the sky. This bolt of lightning was the size of a fist. It had the power to destroy the heavens and earth as it shot toward Yefeng. Yefeng did not dodge, because he knew that the power of lightning could not harm his dragon race combat form at all. On Yefeng's body, a burst of light green lightning appeared, forming a light green barrier that enveloped Yefeng. Pfft! The light green barrier was instantly annihilated, but the power of the shocking lightning was also exhausted. Crack! Yefeng's body was sent flying again. This lightning bolt had almost exhausted all of Yefeng's energy. This won't do. I need more lightning power. Yefeng shook his head. He started to absorb again. Swish! This time, Yefeng absorbed the power of 3 thunderbolts. However, his physical body was still in a powerful state. This made Yefeng very satisfied. If these 3 thunderbolts were all used to temper his body, Yefeng's physical body would at least double in strength. 7 more bolts of lightning. Yefeng continued to absorb. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. Yefeng's physical body was already strong to an unimaginable degree. On Yefeng's body, a layer of light green lightning radiance was emitted. Yefeng's body was also growing taller. He became more burly. He was filled with wildness and masculinity. Furthermore, Yefeng's aura was also a few hundred times stronger than before. A smile appeared on Yefeng's face. It seems that I have broken through perfectly. Yefeng slowly opened his eyes. A golden ray of light shot out. It was as bright as the sun. The space around Ye Feng started to crack. Hu! Ye Feng let out a breath of air. Although I only have 7 thunderbolts left, my physical body has already reached the level of a middle stage beyond A grade. Ye Feng knew that he was already very close to becoming a true transcendent. His physical body had also reached a certain level. Ye Feng's consciousness moved, he called out his status panel. Ye Feng. Symbiotic body, warrior slime. Body size, 95%. Subsidiary bodies, 1000. Attributes, Strength 109,634, Agility 93,346, Vitality 145,610, Spirit 142,160, Resistance 184,900. Special attributes, Poison immunity, Venom, Swift walk, Stickiness, Sharpness, Water element, Dragon King. Sequence, Perception, Split, Devour, Regeneration, Mimicry, Evolution, Analysis, Seal, Eternal Devour. Divine Sequence, Dragon God 10%. Skills, Nether Curse, 50%, God's Perception, Gluttony King State, Supernerve Network, Slime Cells, Dialogue, Devouring Curse Rune, Slime Slash. Water Elemental Abilities, Ice Arrow, God's Restraint, Sea God King's Power. Evolution Progress, 99%. Dragon Seed, 91%. Current level, Early Stage beyond A grade. 566. The legendary Lightning Divine Palace, where the statue of the Lightning God is. There are still 3 more bolts of lightning. Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile of anticipation. Ye Feng's gaze scanned the surroundings. There was a stone stele standing around him. Ye Feng saw that on the stone tablet, there were 3 large golden words. Lightning Divine Palace. Is this the legendary temple? Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Boom! Just as Ye Feng was about to enter the Lightning Divine Palace, suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking Ye Feng's body. This time, these 2 bolts of lightning were much more powerful than the previous ones. Bang! Ye Feng was directly struck into the ground by the 2 lightning bolts. However, Ye Feng was not affected. Ye Feng's physical body was even tougher and more powerful than some divine weapons. Kaka! This time, Ye Feng stood up again. Ha ha ha, these 2 bolts of lightning can't shake me at all. Ye Feng laughed loudly. These 2 bolts of lightning can only be used against ordinary people. You're still lacking a bit to deal with me. If it were someone else, they might not be able to withstand such a terrifying lightning strike. However, I can. My physical body can withstand it. As expected of the Divine Lord's remains. It's really a good thing. I, Ye Feng, am fortunate enough to be here today. I will definitely not miss this opportunity. Ye Feng's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He wanted to prove that he was the strongest existence. Ye Feng's feet stomped on the ground, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ye Feng's speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his original spot. At the next moment, Ye Feng arrived at the entrance of Lightning Divine Palace. The gate of the Lightning Divine Palace was made of lightning and was extremely sturdy. Even a beyond A grade would find it hard to break through. As for Ye Feng, he was only at the early stage of beyond A grade and could not even shake the door. But Ye Feng was not dejected. Instead, he released his mental energy. Ye Feng could sense that there was an intense aura within the Lightning Divine Palace. Ye Feng took in a deep breath, he then pushed the door open and entered. Boom! An extremely powerful force of lightning swept toward Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng's body seemed to have a special power that blocked all of this. The lightning struck Ye Feng's body, but it did not cause any damage to him. Ye Feng's physical body was so strong that even divine lords could not harm him. Ye Feng's eyes widened. Shua, shua, shua. On the surface of Ye Feng's body, lightning runes appeared and absorbed this violent energy. As expected of the Lightning Divine Palace, the energy here is at least 10 times denser than the outside. Ye Feng could not help but praise. However, Ye Feng's eyes were fixed on one spot. Within the Lightning Divine Palace, there are 3 places that are restricted areas. First, it is a restricted area that no one is allowed to enter. The restrictions in the restricted area all contain terrifying energy, and they can even tear a peak beyond A grade to pieces. Secondly, some of the treasure locations are off limits to anyone. Unless you possess sufficient strength, no one will dare to barge in. The third and most important place is where the statue of the Lightning God is. The statue of the Lightning God represents the supreme authority of the entire heavenly court. This statue can summon the Lightning God and also guide the Lightning God into the pool of lightning. And this pool of lightning contains a terrifying power of lightning. Ye Feng slowly walked to the front of the statue. The statue was about 33 meters tall and was completely black. There were patterns of the power of lightning carved on it, giving people a strong visual impact. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Ye Feng got close to this lightning god, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Huge lightning snakes pounced toward Ye Feng crazily. The lightning snake bared its fangs and brandished its claws, emitting a monstrous destructive energy. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly, and he punched out. Chi-la! When the punch landed on the lightning snake was crushed into powder. What? Ye Feng frowned slightly. These lightning snakes could actually break through lightning attacks. This lightning snake should be a special life form with a special divine power. On Ye Feng's fist, a lightning arc appeared. Crack! The lightning arc flashed and instantly pierced through a lightning snake, blasting its head apart. Ka ka ka! Then, the power of lightning continued to spread out. Boom! A lightning snake was directly blown into powder. Ye Feng's face showed a trace of seriousness. As expected of the legendary tomb of the Lightning God, which has heaven-defying means. It's just a statue, but it has such terrifying means. Ye Feng thought to himself. Boom! Ye Feng punched again, crushing the other lightning snake into dust. Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Another series of hissing sounds. Swish! At this time, a lightning snake suddenly appeared behind Ye Feng. Bang! Ye Feng directly punched out, blasting apart the lightning snake's head. Boom! Swish! Ye Feng's body shook violently, and he almost fell to the ground. Ye Feng could feel that all the bones in his body were about to break. How terrifying! It's just a statue, but it can unleash such a terrifying attack. If it's a real person, how terrifying would he be? Ye Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Although his physical body was strong, he still couldn't withstand the attack of the lightning god statue. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. He tried his best to stabilize his body and headed toward the fourth lightning god statue. Ka ka ka! Boom, boom, boom! Ye Feng had just taken a few steps when he was attacked by dozens of lightning snakes. Thankfully, Ye Feng's reaction was fast enough, and he killed these lightning snakes easily. As Ye Feng walked forward, he observed his surroundings. He knew that this place was the core area of the Lightning Divine Palace. Ye Feng had to find the lightning god's secret and excavate it. Boom, boom, boom! Just as Ye Feng was observing the core region of this Lightning Divine Palace, he suddenly heard a deafening sound. What? Ye Feng's eyes shined with a bright light. The source of the sound was in front of them. There was a golden door. Furthermore, there seemed to be something hidden behind this golden door. Ye Feng walked up. He stretched out his hand and wanted to push the door open. Unfortunately, although he was strong, he still couldn't shake the door. Ye Feng furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, and his eyes started to spin. He suddenly raised his right foot, aimed at the door, and stomped down hard. Boom, boom, boom. The door trembled violently, as if it would explode at any moment. 567 Mysterious Statue, Superpower. Hee. It's finally going to explode. Looking at the door that was on the verge of collapse, Ye Feng grinned. A sinister smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Explode. Bang. At this moment, the door suddenly collapsed. Roar. A furious roar came from the inside of the door. Next, Ye Feng saw a huge figure appear in the main hall. This was a ferocious beast with a body length of over 100 meters. Its entire body was covered in scales, and it exuded a ghastly cold light. Roar. The moment it saw the door collapse, the beast let out a low roar. Kaka. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly striking the beast. The ferocious beast's entire body was charred black, revealing a pair of eyes that were filled with hatred and anger. Its body was emitting a monstrous resentment. Roar. A roar sounded. At the next second, this beast pounced toward Ye Feng. Slime slash. Ye Feng clenched his fists. 2 fist-sized balls of power appeared on his palms. The 2 slimes glowed with a dazzling white light, as if they were going to burn the air. The power of these 2 slimes contained extremely strong energy. Boom! Ye Feng waved his arms and directly smashed toward the head of this beast. This beast did not even try to dodge. It allowed Ye Feng to smash it. Its head exploded in an instant. The beast's injuries were extremely serious. However, in the blink of an eye, the beast's corpse had completely disappeared into the void. Gilyalu. Ye Feng swallowed his saliva. What a strong defense! Even with my full strength, I could only break its skin and blow its head off. It's that terrifying. Ye Feng could not help but take in a deep breath. However, he didn't give up. He walked toward the 5th lightning god statue. It was obvious that there were many traps in this place. Every 10 minutes or so, there would be a bolt of lightning. And every time he died, that beast would appear. Furthermore, it was able to use lightning attribute skills. Kaka. This beast charged toward Ye Feng again. Ye Feng punched out again. Boom! Boom! A series of collisions exploded in the air. Ye Feng's expression also turned uglier. He found that even if he activated slime power to the extreme, he could not break the lightning. This beast was simply too powerful. Moreover, it was surrounded by lightning. These lightning bolts could withstand all attacks. Ye Feng had already tested it out. His lightning sword could only shatter the lightning on this beast, it could not kill it. Crack! This beast's head was once again smashed apart by Ye Feng. Boom! This scene caused Ye Feng's heart to tremble. Although this beast had lost its consciousness, its strength still far surpassed Ye Feng's. In that case, I can only rely on myself. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He had already decided that he was going to barge into the Lightning Divine Palace. Since the test of the Lightning Divine Palace was so cruel, then Ye Feng would use all his strength to explore this place. Roar! An angry roar sounded from behind Ye Feng again. Immediately after, the beast pounced forward again. Ye Feng exerted strength in his legs and with the help of the powerful impact, he leaped into the air. Then, he waved his fists and smashed the beast into pieces. Ye Feng looked at the beast that was smashed to pieces, and a smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, you're still too weak. No, I'll continue. Bang! This beast was smashed into dust by Ye Feng, turning into ashes. At this time, a huge amount of information appeared in Ye Feng's mind. So that's how it is. This is one of the examination grounds within the Lightning Divine Palace. The slime power in the Lightning Divine Palace is not just pure lightning, but it's a mix of energy with various attributes. Therefore, as long as you pass this test, you can enter the 3rd level. Also, there will be all kinds of treasures waiting for you to challenge. And this ferocious beast is merely the weakest existence within the Lightning Divine Palace. Alright, then I'll try it out first. Ye Feng nodded his head. He knew that as long as he passed this test, he would be considered to have truly stepped through the door. Boom! Ye Feng pushed off with his feet, and his body instantly shot out. He was gliding rapidly in the void. Everything here was transparent, and there were no obstacles. Soon, Ye Feng arrived at the entrance. Swish! His body trembled slightly. Then, he took a deep breath, held the lightning god's hammer with both hands, and suddenly struck the lightning god's statue. An extremely powerful force burst out from the lightning god's hammer. Boom! Boom! One hammer after another, they ruthlessly smashed onto the lightning god statue. With every strike of the hammer, a huge pit would appear on the statue of the lightning god. The lightning god statue's pressure was also greatly reduced. Bang! Just as Ye Feng's fist was about to land, he felt a sharp pain in his right leg. It was as if he had been stabbed by an extremely sharp dagger. What the H*LL is this? Ye Feng frowned, and he quickly left. Then, he saw a slender tentacle wriggling slowly at the spot where he had just been standing. Hiss! At that moment, blood and flesh started to spread out along the tentacle. Next, this tentacle turned into a giant python, opening its mouth and biting toward Ye Feng. Get lost! Ye Feng's eyes widened, and he punched out with his right fist. Pfft! Roar! The snake exploded with a single punch, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky. Ye Feng raised his head again. Sure enough, a huge hole appeared on the statue of the lightning god, and the blood-red pillar of light gradually shrank until it disappeared. I'm finally free! Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, that lightning god statue actually had a trace of evil energy. This made Ye Feng's heart tremble in fear. If Ye Feng did not retreat in time, he would be attacked by this energy and turn into this beast-like monster. Who? Ye Feng patted his chest. Thank God I reacted in time. Otherwise, I would be dead. Pucci, Pucci. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Ye Feng quickly flew out. Ye Feng had just flown out of the lightning god statue when he saw that the surroundings of the lightning divine palace were filled with black shadows. The number of these black shadows exceeded hundreds. 568 terrifying aura, lightning suppression. Ye Feng glanced at these black shadows, and he was shocked. I wonder what special abilities they have? If I can't increase my strength, it's useless even if I kill them all. Ye Feng's gaze moved slowly, and it landed on the front. Roar! Suddenly, right in front of Ye Feng, a deep roar could be heard. A giant beast that was a few meters tall walked over from the distance. This fierce beast was covered with scales while its eyes were filled with an extremely cold killing intent as if it had come from the netherworld. Ye Feng could feel that his skin was covered in goosebumps. What a powerful aura! Could it be the guardian of the lightning divine palace? After seeing this beast, Ye Feng's pupils enlarged. The aura that this berserk beast exuded had actually reached the peak of A grade. Hiss! Suddenly, this beast pounced at Ye Feng. Its huge claws slashed toward Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng's expression turned serious. Even if his physical body was strong, he did not dare to face it head-on. That was because the energy contained in the claws was too terrifying. Sea God King's power. The power of the water element was released with a loud bang. Swish! Ye Feng's figure was as fast as lightning, and he dodged this attack. However, at that moment, his left shoulder was burned by a ball of fire, and a cloud of white smoke rose. What's going on? Could it be that these flames can still hurt me? That's not right. My skin is extremely tough. How can these flames not burn through it? Ye Feng had a series of questions. However, Ye Feng did not hesitate. He immediately used the Sea God King's power skill again. Boom! 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 The wind raged, and the power of the water element kept striking down. The surface of Yefeng's body was constantly emitting crackling sounds. It was like a crystal, extremely bright. However, at this moment, the water elemental energy had no effect at all. It was just like scratching an itch. F***ck. The lightning didn't attack me, but directly attacked the creature. Seeing that the lightning on his body did not attack him at all, Yefeng cursed in his heart. Roar! This huge beast pounced on Yefeng again. This time, Yefeng did not dodge at all. Because he believed that the strength of this creature was at most similar to an A grade symbiotic demon. Such a powerful beast must not have cultivated to a higher realm. Boom! Yefeng directly unleashed the might of the Sea God King's power, turning it into a huge ball of water element energy that welcomed the tiger's pounce. Kaka! Kaka! This creature made of lightning was directly blown into pieces, turning into a pool of blood. What's going on? Seeing this, Yefeng raised his eyebrows. Although this creature was weak, it had a strong defense. Even a symbiotic demon of the same level wouldn't be able to shake this kind of defense. However, Yefeng's Sea God King's power had easily destroyed it. Could it be that only beyond A grade transcendence can harm it? Yefeng thought. Right at this time, a strange fluctuation descended on Yefeng's body. What is this? Yefeng's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, he felt that the source of this fluctuation was from the lightning god statue. Boom! 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 In the next moment, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out. A huge lightning peak rose up from the ground. A tall figure was floating above the lightning peak. This body was covered in thick scales and held a trident. It was that A-grade berserk beast. The A-grade berserk beast's body was exuding a terrifying aura. You can actually hurt me. What a surprise! The beast's voice boomed like thunder. It took a step forward, and the entire lightning god statue trembled violently, as if it couldn't bear the pressure. Not only that, in front of Yefeng, an extremely huge pressure enveloped him. This kind of pressure seemed to be able to suppress heaven and earth. This lightning god can't be real. The lightning god should be an illusionary existence. He can't withstand it for too long. Yefeng thought to himself. He wasn't a fool, and he quickly guessed the reason. The statue of the lightning god was just a statue. Inside the statue, there was an expert sealed, and this expert's body had long turned into nothingness. That was why the statue of the lightning god was unable to withstand the pressure for too long. Boom, boom, boom. Bang! The next moment, a deafening roar came from the inside of the lightning god statue again. Next, a huge wave swept toward Yefeng. F***ck. What the H***ll is this guy? Feeling the overwhelming pressure, a huge wave rose in Yefeng's heart. This pressure was even more terrifying than a full-force attack from a powerhouse at the peak of the beyond A-grade realm. Yefeng knew that this was the pressure of lightning. I won't die here, will I? Feeling the terrifying level of these auras, Yefeng's forehead was filled with sweat. That's not right. This statue of the lightning god is just an ordinary statue. How could it have so much power? What is this place? Why are there so many treasures? Yefeng could not understand. Boom! A terrifying force attacked. Bang! This terrifying force directly sent Yefeng flying hundreds of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Pucci! Yefeng's mouth turned red. Cough, cough, cough. This power is so strong. It's almost beyond the peak beyond A grade. Yefeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the lightning god statue with a serious expression. Who are you? You dare to block my way? You're looking for death. This lightning god statue's eyes shone with a cold light, and it punched toward Ye Feng. Bang! Hwalala! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 One punch after another, each one containing a terrifying power. Ye Feng was continuously pushed back. Pft! 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 A series of ear-piercing shattering sounds entered Ye Feng's ears. His body was covered in wounds. However, every time the lightning god statue was about to hit Ye Feng's arms would turn into lightning and block in front of him. Bang! 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 One punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. A series of collision sounds rang out. 569 The black patterns and the unbreakable illusion. Ye Feng's body was like a shooting star, flying across the sky and landing in a mountain range hundreds of miles away. Ye Feng's chest caved in from this punch. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. However, he still did not fall. F***ck. Is he still human? How can there be such a freak? Something's wrong. This power isn't just from a beast. The original body of the lightning god statue shouldn't be a beast, but someone else. This power is coming from the inside of the statue. Perhaps this statue isn't just a statue, but the soul of a powerful being. After rolling on the ground for a few rounds, Ye Feng finally stopped and stood up with much difficulty. Kika! Kika! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. At this moment, Ye Feng's right leg bone was broken. Ka! 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 On Ye Feng's right foot, black patterns appeared. They were like snakes, but also like pythons. Hiss! 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 Woo! 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 The moment the black patterns appeared, a series of deep howls rang out. Next, on Ye Feng's feet, clouds of pitch-black fog gushed out. This black fog continued to spin, like a living thing. It wrapped around Ye Feng's feet. Kika! A crisp sound was heard. Ye Feng's right leg bone was slowly healing by the black patterns. Ye Feng could feel that his right leg had regained its feeling. These black patterns actually had a powerful healing effect. As expected of a mark left behind by a peak beyond A grade. Is this the mark left behind by a peak beyond A grade? Ye Feng sighed, his eyes shining with a fiery light. This pattern is definitely a top-notch skill. Furthermore, the energy contained in this pattern is comparable to a supreme grade spirit fruit. The value of a supreme grade spirit fruit was self-evident. This was a spiritual medicine that all symbiotic demons dreamed of. Ye Feng's gaze scanned the surroundings and discovered that other than himself, there were also dozens of lightning god statues here. And 2 of them were the peak beyond A grade lightning god. He needed to leave this area as soon as possible to avoid attracting attention. Where is this place? Ye Feng looked at the stone door in front of him, and he was slightly stunned. This stone door was directly facing Ye Feng's chest. The stone door was tightly shut, as if it was a stone coffin. Could this be the stone gate of that statue? Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, but he still walked forward and pushed the stone door open. The moment the stone door was pushed open, a wave of immense pressure gushed toward Ye Feng like a tide. Buzz! The stone door opened. An ancient altar appeared in Ye Feng's sight. On the top of the altar, there were 3 words engraved with mysterious runes: Lightning God's Altar. The Lightning God's Altar. My heavens! What the h***ll is this place? No wonder all these peak beyond A grade statues are gathered here. It's because of the altar of the lightning god, and there's a peak beyond A grade expert here. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. F***ck. These lightning god statues were actually cultivating. What was going on? Could this lightning god be a symbiotic demon? And their cultivation absorbed the lightning energy here. What is this place? Ye Feng was at a loss. He could not understand why there would be such a huge energy fluctuation in this place. Ye Feng could not help but recall the scene when he first entered the Lightning Divine Palace. A light suddenly flashed in Ye Feng's heart. Could it be that the root of all this was the statue of the lightning god? Whoosh! Whoosh! Right at this time, a gust of wind blew over. Ye Feng felt his entire body shuddering. It was as if he had fallen into a cliff. Not good. Ye Feng's expression suddenly changed, and his body suddenly burst out. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderclaps rang out as terrifying lightning bolts flashed. The entire sky was covered by the lightning bolts as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! 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 At this moment, extremely thick purple lightning bolts struck down like sharp swords. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky as purple lightning bolts struck down like giant dragons. Ye Feng's body stopped for a moment. His body was covered in purple lightning. Ye Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in the purple lightning. No! I must leave this place immediately. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was 10,000 meters in the sky. Roar! The statue of the lightning god let out a furious roar, and its huge wings suddenly flapped. Rumble! The wings of the statue of the lightning god smashed down like meteorites. Ye Feng's expression turned even more unsightly. Swish! Ye Feng's body was as fast as the wind. This time, Ye Feng's speed was even faster. Boom! 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 Boom boom boom! Ye Feng was like a cannonball. He sped all the way. Wherever he passed by, lightning would explode, the void would twist, and it was as if it was about to shatter. This was a wasteland without any vegetation, only streaks of purple lightning crisscrossing. As Ye Feng fled, he searched for possible hiding spots. Ye Feng was very clear in his heart. If he continued to escape like this, he would definitely be caught. D****, what's going on? The anxiety and panic on Ye Feng's face became more and more intense. He knew very well that if he was caught up again, he would definitely be struck by the lightning god and turned into ashes. Wang! Right at this time, Ye Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was. What? Ye Feng's face was filled with shock. He discovered that he had actually appeared above a desert. This is a desert. Could it be that I've already traveled through time and space and entered another domain? Ye Feng furrowed his brows. He found that his body was out of his control and he was floating in the air. And around Ye Feng, there was endless yellow sand. The center of this desert should be where the lightning god statue is, right? Ye Feng's eyes squinted, and he thought to himself. Right at this time, a purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking toward Ye Feng's head. D****. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding this terrifying lightning bolt. Chi-la! Ye Feng's arm felt a sharp pain, his flesh and blood started to roll, and fresh blood started to flow. Hiss! Ye Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of this lightning was so terrifying. Ye Feng quickly retreated. However, Ye Feng had just retreated a few hundred meters when a purple lightning bolt suddenly appeared beside him. D****. 570 Extremely terrifying power, Earth element rare treasure. Ye Feng shouted in his heart and quickly dodged. However, just as Ye Feng's figure disappeared, a purple lightning bolt tore through space and chased after him. Ye Feng had just dodged to the back of a huge rock when a purple lightning bolt brushed past his shoulder and shot toward the rock. Crack! The incomparably hard rock was turned into powder in an instant. Ye Feng's expression changed. He quickly tore off the sleeve of his right arm and bandaged the wound before dodging again. Boom! 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 This purple lightning bolt was like a falling meteor. With a terrifying destructive power, it landed in the distance. The purple thunderbolt was extremely powerful. Even though it was several kilometers away, it still brought a destructive impact to Ye Feng. The purple lightning was terrifying. Boom! 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 However, right after Ye Feng dodged, a purple lightning bolt descended once again. Whoosh! Ye Feng's expression darkened, and he dodged again. This time, Ye Feng's figure was already more than 10 kilometers away. But, this purple lightning bolt left a dark mark on the spot where Ye Feng was standing. Ye Feng sighed, "It's really sinister." Although this purple lightning had terrifying power, its speed was too slow. To Ye Feng, it was completely useless. Ye Feng had only taken a few steps when this purple lightning bolt chased after him and appeared in front of him again. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. He activated his movement technique to the extreme and escaped into the distance. Boom! 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 The purple lightning struck down again. Ye Feng dodged again. Whoosh! 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 Just like that, bolts of purple lightning struck down like sharp blades. Each bolt of purple lightning contained a destructive energy. If it was any other ordinary symbiotic demon, they would have died instantly. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 Ye Feng continued to escape. Unknowingly, Ye Feng was deep in the desert. Right at this time, Ye Feng finally felt the arrival of danger. Because around him, there was a purple gold statue that was 100 meters tall. The purple gold statue exuded a terrifying aura, like a peerless demonic god. Could this statue be the true form of the lightning god? Ye Feng stared at the statue, his eyes squinted. His expression was extremely solemn. Just how strong is this purple gold statue? I'm not its match at all. Ye Feng thought in his heart. Boom! However, at that moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation struck down. Boom! 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 The purple lightning on the purple gold statue exploded, and the entire desert cracked. What a terrifying energy fluctuation! Ye Feng exclaimed in his heart. However, before Ye Feng could react, purple lightning rays rained down on him like raindrops. Pfft! Puchy! Puchy! In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng's chest was pierced with 5 to 6 bloody holes. Ye Feng could not help but spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood. A bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems like I am really going to die here today. Shua! 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 Whoosh! Ye Feng's body flickered, and he disappeared from his spot. At the next moment, Ye Feng appeared on a sand dune 100 miles away. He looked at the purple gold statue with a pale face, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. How could it be like this? Ye Feng knew in his heart that this was not good. Just now, the purple gold statue had made such a terrifying attack with just a casual move. It seems like I can only run. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, and he was about to leave. However, right at this time, from the purple gold statue, 2 huge tentacles extended out. They were like 2 long spears, stabbing toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Boom! Just as Ye Feng's figure retreated to a safe distance, another terrifying purple gold lightning bolt struck down. Boom! 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 At the location where Ye Feng was, another several kilometers deep valley was created by the explosion. Ye Feng cursed in a low voice. Whoosh! 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 However, just as Ye Feng was about to retreat, he heard a series of air-piercing sounds. Those purple lightning bolts were like a tide, attacking Ye Feng again. Ye Feng quickly dodged. However, there were still 2 purple lightning bolts that landed beside Ye Feng. Pfft! Ye Feng could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned even paler. Just as Ye Feng was about to give up, he suddenly thought of something. I have a divine artifact with me, so my divine soul can't be destroyed. No matter how serious the injury is, I can recover. Moreover, my physical body can also withstand a certain degree of attack, so I won't die easily. If that's the case, why don't I try? Yefeng's eyes flickered with a bright light. Whoosh! 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 Right at this time, behind Yefeng, there was a sudden sound of wind. Yefeng's figure suddenly stopped. Next, Yefeng's eyes opened wide. That was because he saw that the 3 purple gold lightning bolts had already landed on his back. D***mn it. Yefeng roared in anger. The aura on his body suddenly rose. Boom! 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 However, at that moment, the 3 purple lightning bolts shot out purple gold lightning bolts. Bang! Yefeng's body was sent flying, and he crashed into a few small mountains. Yefeng lay on the ground and laughed bitterly, I'm so unlucky. I've just broken through to the early stage of the beyond A-grade realm, and I've already encountered such a fierce existence. Yefeng's face was filled with bitterness. Right at this time, an image appeared in Yefeng's mind. Yefeng had once seen a passage. The sky has 9 heavens, and the earth has 9 earths. The earth attribute is the hardest earth element in the world. Thus, once an earth attribute cultivator approaches, one will be absorbed into his body. Could it be that the purple gold statue is a monster that absorbs the earth element? Yefeng thought to himself. But very soon, Yefeng shook his head and denied this guess. That purple gold statue was not a true symbiotic demon. Wang! Right at this time, a voice suddenly resounded in Yefeng's mind. Congratulations, host, for discovering an earth element rare treasure. Would you like to collect it? 571 Fusion with the Gluttony King, activation of the Devouring Curse rune sequence. Yefeng was stunned. What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? There's actually a rare treasure. Buzz. At this time, an earth yellow energy entered Yefeng's body from his head. This is... Yefeng was stunned. Because Yefeng could feel a majestic earth element energy moving around in his body. This is an earth attribute supreme treasure. Yefeng's eyes were filled with intense joy as he shouted excitedly. Yefeng did not expect that he would have such an unexpected gain right after he broke through to the beyond A grade. This was extremely shocking to him. Boom! However, at that moment, another terrifying purple gold lightning struck down from the distance. F***ck, again. Yefeng revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that I, Yefeng, am destined to fall here? At this moment, 3 more purple gold lightning bolts struck down. This time, Yefeng's dodging speed was much slower than before, and he was hit in an instant. Bang! Yefeng's defensive armor was pierced through, fresh blood gushed out, his face was pale. Kaka! Right at this time, the 3 purple gold lightning bolts slammed into Yefeng's body. Bang! Yefeng's body suddenly exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a perfect fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the Devouring Curse rune sequence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing with the Gluttony King state. As the energy on Yefeng's body disappeared, Yefeng's body also returned to its original state. What's going on? How did I suddenly become like this? Looking at his body's condition, Yefeng was very confused. However, he soon found out what was going on. Because Yefeng realized that in his body, there were 2 completely different types of energy. One was the earth element. The other type was the water element. Ha ha ha. I finally understand, I finally understand, I finally understand, ha ha ha. Yefeng raised his head and laughed wildly, I finally understand, so slimes can also be regarded as a powerful life. An immortal, an eternal existence in the world, it is called the Gluttony King. The final path of evolution for slimes might be the Gluttony King. The strength of the Gluttony King is the strongest I've ever seen. If it doesn't want to submit, no one can tame it. Even the supreme rules of the great cosmos can't suppress it. It will only destroy the entire great cosmos. The slime was Yefeng's trump card and also his protection. The reason why Yefeng was able to deal with the dragons so easily was because he had the protection of the Gluttony King. But Yefeng did not expect that the Gluttony King was not born from his body, but from a dream. Yefeng. Symbiotic body, warrior slime. Body size, 95%. Subsidiary bodies, 1000. Attributes, strength 200,000, agility 390,000, vitality 240,000, spirit 340,000, resistance 280,000. Special attributes, poison immunity, venom, swift walk, stickiness, sharpness, water element, dragon king. Sequence, perception, split, devour, regeneration, mimicry, evolution, analysis, seal, eternal devour, curse, gluttony king. Divine sequence, dragon god 10%. Skills, nether curse, 50%, god's perception, king gluttony state, super nerve network, slime cells, dialogue, devouring curse rune, slime slash. Water elemental abilities, ice arrow, god's restraint, sea god king's power. Evolution progress, 99%. Dragon seed, 91%. Current level, early stage beyond A grade. What's going on? Why did I suddenly become so powerful? Toward this, Yefeng was extremely confused. But soon, Yefeng let it go. Who cares? Let's eat these things first. Yefeng picked up a stone and stuffed it into his mouth. Kaka. As soon as he crushed the stone, a surge of energy spread in his stomach. Gulp. Yefeng directly swallowed a large amount of energy. This energy was too majestic. Millions of kilograms of energy burst out in Yefeng's stomach. Si law. At this moment, Yefeng felt as if his entire body was about to split apart. A huge force was rampaging in his body. It wanted to tear apart Yefeng's organs. However, although this power was terrifying, Yefeng's body was able to withstand it. Boom! 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 Yefeng's skin, veins, bones, and bones started to emit explosive sounds. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. Then, terrifying dark energy gushed out from the ground, and a suffocating power filled the entire space. A terrifying force burst out from the ground. This power was so strong that even the supreme rules of the great cosmos could not stop it. Boom! In an instant, Yefeng's body completely collapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing with the devouring cursed rune sequence. All attributes have been greatly increased. A cold voice rang out in Yefeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully merging with the devouring cursed rune sequence. At this moment, in Yefeng's mind, messages were flooding in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusing to the devouring cursed rune sequence. You have been rewarded with 100,000 strength points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusing with the devouring cursed rune sequence. You are rewarded with 60,000 points of spiritual energy. One after another, the system notifications rang in Yefeng's ears, causing his strength to soar. At this moment, Yefeng felt that his strength had reached a bottleneck. However, this bottleneck was not easy to break through. It was like a water tank filled with water. Hoo! Yefeng let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Yefeng could clearly feel that his strength had undergone another transformation. Not only was his physical body incomparably powerful, but even the energy within his body had become more condensed. This is the terrifying part of the devouring cursed runes sequence. Although I haven't broken through to a new realm yet, I can control all powers and absorb the power of others. 572 Devouring and Destruction, the supreme rule of the great cosmos. Ye Feng was shocked in his heart. In Ye Feng's memories, only devouring and destruction could allow a person to truly grow. But Ye Feng, he defied the heavens and changed his own fate. From then on, he walked on the path of an invincible overlord. Ye Feng stood up, feeling the surging energy in his body. This power was enough to allow Ye Feng to sweep away any ruler. He could even suppress the supreme rule of a great cosmos. Ye Feng was sure that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to break through to the peak of beyond A grade. System, what should I do? Ye Feng asked the system. He could sense the system's intentions, but he didn't know how to choose. Ding, host, your current strength is not enough to control this continent. Therefore, you have no choice for the time being. When you have the right to control this continent, you can control everything. Hearing the system's reply, Ye Feng frowned slightly. Then how do I leave this place? Ye Feng asked again. Host is currently in the Lightning Divine Palace's illusionary realm. Breaking through it will require your powerful mental strength. Oh! Hearing this, Ye Feng nodded his head. After all, there were countless dangers in this strange place. He still had countless secrets that needed to be explored. System, how fast is my cultivation speed? Ye Feng continued to ask. Ding! The host's cultivation speed is 100 times faster than that of an ordinary person. I believe that it won't be long before the host can become an overlord of a region. Ding! The faster the host's cultivation speed, the greater the benefits he will obtain. Therefore, the system will make an investment in you. Hearing the system's reply, Ye Feng was stunned. This? How can this be considered an investment? The system replied, the host now possesses 1/3 of the devouring curse sequence. As long as the host can completely master their power, the host will be able to control all curses. This includes the cursed lands and this world. Hearing the system's words, Ye Feng smiled. He had already guessed these things. He was able to grow so quickly because of the system's assistance. Ye Feng nodded his head. However, system, I have a very important question to ask you. What is it? Please ask away, host. I'm not a transcendent. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and said, if I grow to a certain extreme, will I be able to break through to the beyond A grade realm and become an even stronger existence? Of course you can. However, before that, host must complete all sorts of training before you have the chance to step into the overlord realm. Ye Feng heard the system's words and his eyes brightened. He seemed to have understood something. The supreme rule of this great cosmos seemed to be a type of energy. However, this energy was called the source of the universe. And this source of the universe was the reward that the system gave to Ye Feng. Of course, this energy did not exist forever. As long as the host grows up, this source of the universe will slowly dissipate. Good. Since that's the case, I'll start working hard on my cultivation. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. His eyes shone with a determined light. Next, Ye Feng sat on his bed, closed his eyes, and started to cultivate. And around Ye Feng's body, wisps of black fog started to gather toward him. The clouds of black mist continued to flow around Ye Feng's body. What? Right at this time, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He saw that a black hole had appeared on his back. The black hole was constantly devouring the black mist around it. Seeing this, Ye Feng's heart jolted. This black mist was actually formed from resentment. These resentful thoughts were constantly surging in Ye Feng's body. They wanted to rush out of his body and escape. Unfortunately, they were unable to escape the shackles of the devouring curse sequence. This resentment isn't enough to fill the devouring curse sequence in my body. Absorb it! Ye Feng shouted in a low voice. Next, a huge suction force burst out from Ye Feng's body. Those resentful thoughts all surged toward Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng could feel that the resentment was entering his body. The devouring curse sequence was madly devouring the resentment. Ye Feng could also clearly sense that the power of the devouring curse sequence was gradually increasing. But soon, Ye Feng frowned. This was because the power of the resentment had not been completely devoured by the devouring curse sequence. A portion of the resentment had actually burrowed into his body. Ye Feng immediately activated the energy in his body and tried to get rid of the resentment. But the resentment seemed to have a mind of its own. It scurried around Ye Feng's body like loaches, and it was hard to grasp. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. As he waved his hand, that black fog was directly summoned by Ye Feng, and it turned into a rope. This rope directly tied the resentment firmly to his body, making it unable to struggle in the slightest. And Ye Feng's devouring curse sequence also started to increase slowly at this moment. When this scene appeared in Ye Feng's mind, he was extremely excited. Although his devouring curse sequence was only at 5th rank, its power had definitely surpassed 6th rank. Furthermore, Ye Feng finally understood why the devouring curse sequence was called a curse. This was because every curse was accompanied by an extremely strong curse power. For example, the curse system was able to create one master god after another by relying on curses. Ha 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 ha, Ye Feng could not help but laugh out loud, and he laughed very happily. This was because this was the devouring curse sequence. It needed to devour the power of resentment and the resentment of death in order to reach the second stage. Moreover, the devouring curse sequence was not just one level, it was even higher. The devouring curse sequence could devour more curse power and become stronger. Not only that, the power of curses could be used in other areas. For example, curse martial techniques, curses, and formation patterns could all make use of the power of curses. Not only that, the power of curses could also create curse runes and create terrifying curses. The power of curses was the most terrifying energy in the entire universe. In this universe, there were countless curses. Therefore, the power of curses was also the highest ranked power in the universe. Of course, Ye Feng also knew that the curses of this universe were not invincible, there were still some things that could counter the power of curses. For example, the source of the curse. Thus, the source of the curse was what Ye Feng wanted the most. And Ye Feng's target was the source of the curse. 573 Light Blue Light Lightning Divine Palace's Guardian Beast. On Ye Feng's body, a layer of light blue light suddenly flickered, completely enveloping his body. This was the power of the curse. Boom! 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 Around Ye Feng's body, many tiny runes started to form. These runes were like stars, shining with a dark blue light. Ye Feng's lips curled into an evil smile. He said, "Since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you." Ye Feng's consciousness returned to the Lightning Divine Palace. He opened his eyes and looked at everything. He didn't expect that he wouldn't get the lightning god's power here, but instead strengthen the power of his curse. This was an unexpected gain. Right now, there were still some unknown creatures in the Lightning Divine Palace. He wanted to exterminate them all before he knew what exactly existed here. This time, Ye Feng did not have to worry about hiding his aura. He directly released all his killing intent. The moment the aura was released, a roar followed. Roar! Human, you dare to provoke me! Accept your death! As soon as it finished speaking, a giant beast with thunderbolts all over its body suddenly appeared. It's here, the guardian beast of the Lightning Divine Palace. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Ever since they had entered the Lightning Divine Palace, all of the illusions had been created by this fellow. In other words, this fellow was currently protecting the Lightning Divine Palace. If he could kill it, he would definitely be able to obtain even more good items. So what if it was a fierce beast? It should not have existed on Earth. Ye Feng roared in his heart, and the dragon power was released. At the same time, the slime power was also released. These two forces, under Yefeng's control, gathered on his fist. This punch, Yefeng did not hold back at all, he used it all. Bang! Kaka! The fist force shattered the void. The power of lightning instantly formed, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Roar! A loud sound reverberated throughout the entire lightning divine palace, and an extremely thick and huge golden python slithered through the void. Meanwhile, the lightning snake was slithering through the golden python's body. Boom! 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 The earth trembled and the sky trembled. Large clouds were scattered. The golden python bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced at the lightning snake. This giant golden python was the guardian beast of the lightning divine palace. It was also the first super giant beast that Yefeng had seen. Boom! 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 The gigantic snake collided in mid-air, creating a deafening sound. Kaka! With a crisp sound, the python's neck was bitten by the lightning serpent and was directly swallowed by it. And this was not the end. In the sky above the lightning divine palace, an enormous purple gold lightning whip whistled through the air, enveloping the entire lightning divine palace. Yefeng laughed coldly. The power of this whip was far inferior to that of the lightning snakes. Puchi! Kaka! The whip struck Yefeng's right arm, and a huge shock wave sent him flying, breaking countless trees and destroying a building. Yefeng landed on the ground. His eyes shot out two rays of blood-red light as he stared at the purple gold lightning whip. What a powerful guardian beast of the lightning divine palace! With this whip, even a peak beyond A-grade fierce beast would probably die under this whip. Yefeng was secretly shocked. The power contained in the lightning whip was too great. Whoosh! 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 The purple gold lightning whip shot out, aiming for Yefeng. Yefeng snorted coldly, and his figure started to move rapidly. However, he was still too slow. The lightning whip's power was too great. Yefeng only moved a few meters before he was tied up tightly. Pa! The purple gold lightning whip ruthlessly struck Yefeng's body. Yefeng's skin was torn apart, revealing a bloody wound. Yefeng's body was instantly sent flying. Ah! Yefeng screamed in pain. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell to the ground. Bang! After Yefeng landed, he jumped up again. As he endured the lightning whip's attacks, he was looking for an opportunity to escape. Boom! Just as Yefeng's figure left his original spot, an extremely huge fireball crashed onto the spot where he was standing at. A loud explosion could be heard and the entire ground caved in. Yefeng looked at the collapsed soil and rocks around him. His expression was ashen, and his heart was filled with anger. After an unknown amount of time, Yefeng felt his entire body in extreme pain. Yefeng lowered his head and looked in front of him, and he realized that his body was already covered in injuries. Although the injuries on his body were slowly healing, it had a huge impact on him. He could barely move his body now. What's going on? Why can't I use my lightning god's power? Yefeng's brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression was extremely ugly. His current state could be said to be terrible. Roar! Just as Yefeng was about to continue running, he suddenly heard an angry roar. What? Yefeng turned around and saw an extremely huge lightning god beast chasing after him. Yefeng's expression instantly turned dark. This lightning god beast's strength was extremely terrifying, and it was already at the peak of beyond A grade. Moreover, this lightning god beast also possessed a powerful lightning attribute power. In front of it, he simply had no ability to resist. This was the terrifying thing about the lightning god beast. They could restrain all lightning attribute existences. This lightning god beast's body was even a third taller than Yefeng. Its body flickered with endless power of lightning. You lowly ant, how dare you break into my palace? You're simply courting death, the lightning god beast roared, it flapped its wings and flew toward Yefeng. The giant lightning hand grabbed toward Yefeng with a storm-like pressure. Humph! Yefeng snorted lightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he took a step forward and directly arrived above the lightning hand. Boom! 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 The hand of lightning grabbed onto Yefeng, emitting a loud sound. Get lost! Yefeng roared and stomped down with his right foot. Boom! The giant hand of lightning collapsed instantly, turning into countless lightning bolts and disappearing in the air. Roar! The lightning god beast let out a miserable cry. It did not expect Yefeng to be so powerful, able to resist its lightning power. Yefeng snorted coldly. He waved his fist again and punched toward the head of the lightning god beast. This time, Yefeng did not use any skills or power. 574 The corrosion of lightning, the pearl of the lightning god beast. Boom! Yefeng's fist collided with the head of the lightning god beast. After a loud sound, Yefeng's fist actually sank deep into the ground. However, the lightning god beast did not suffer any damage, only leaving a small pit. This made Yefeng extremely shocked. Although he knew that the power of lightning was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong. No, I have to find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, I'll die in its hands sooner or later. With the thought, Yefeng summoned the slime. Yefeng sealed the power of lightning in the depths of his soul, allowing the slime to absorb this power. Woo-woo! After the slime absorbed this power, it let out an excited howl. Its body continued to expand, and its body gradually expanded to 10 meters in size. Swish! The slime opened its mouth and spat out a huge fireball, which flew toward the lightning god beast. Roar! The lightning god beast let out a shrill cry as it was devoured by the fireball. Roar! After the lightning god beast was swallowed by the fireball, it let out a miserable cry and charged toward Yefeng again. Bang! Yefeng's legs stomped on the ground, his body rapidly retreated, and he avoided this attack. Bang! Behind Yefeng, a huge pit was formed from the impact. The lightning god beast let out a shrill cry and pounced toward Yefeng. Bang! Yefeng stomped on the ground again, and his body was forced back again. The lightning god beast let out a roar and chased after Yefeng again. It was already enraged. It had to tear Yefeng into pieces to vent its anger. Yefeng dodged the lightning god beast's attack. At the same time, he was also thinking of how to deal with this lightning god beast. This won't do. I can't resist the corrosion of the power of lightning with just my physical strength. I have to think of another way. Yefeng willed, and he took out a black fruit from his storage space and threw it into his mouth. The moment this fruit entered his stomach, Yefeng's body started to emit black smoke. It was a highly toxic fruit. The poisonous fruit could produce a powerful medicinal effect in a short period of time, causing the cultivator's body to rot quickly, and it was not fatal. But Yefeng had the dragon god essence enhancing pill. The poison had no effect on him. Roar! Roars came from Yefeng's body. It was as if a demon had awakened and was letting out beast-like roars. Boom! Yefeng's body suddenly expanded, instantly exceeding 2 meters. Boom! Yefeng's fist landed on the lightning god beast's stomach. The lightning god beast was instantly sent flying and fell hard on the ground. Boom! After lightning god beast fell to the ground, rolled again, and was sent flying on the floor. Countless lightning bolts emerged from its body, setting the nearby trees on fire. This guy is too detestable. It actually wants to use poison gas to corrode my bloodline and turn my bloodline into an evil being. Yefeng's gaze was incomparably cold. He took a step toward the lightning god beast and extended his hand to slap it. Pa! A clear sound rang out, and the huge head of the lightning god beast was knocked to the side, blood dripping everywhere. The lightning god beast stood up again and opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. Go to H*LL. Yefeng's pupil shrunk. He waved his huge fist once again and punched toward the head of the lightning god beast. Bang! This time, the lightning god beast was sent flying by Yefeng's punch. It crashed through a house and rolled on the ground for a few rounds. Roar! This time, the lightning god beast was completely enraged. It let out a series of crazy cries. Countless lightning bolts appeared all over its body as it slashed toward Yefeng. Humph! A sneer appeared on Yefeng's face. His body disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, Yefeng was already behind the lightning god beast. He waved his fist again and ruthlessly smashed into the lightning god beast's neck. Thump! This time, Yefeng used all his strength to send the lightning god beast flying. It crashed into an alley. Gilu, gilu! The lightning god beast crawled up with great difficulty and let out a painful groan. It looked at Yefeng, who was far away. Its eyes were filled with fear. Earlier, Yefeng's speed was too fast, so fast that the lightning god beast could not even react in time. Who? Yefeng gasped for breath and charged forward again. When the lightning god beast saw this, it quickly turned around and fled. How could Yefeng let it go? His speed instantly increased to the maximum, and he leaped onto lightning god beast's back with a single step. His arms hugged the lightning god beast's head tightly. Bang! Yefeng clenched his fists tightly. A muffled sound could be heard as he clenched them. Ah! The lightning god beast let out another blood-curdling screech as its brain burst open. After that, Yefeng's body separated from the lightning god beast's back, and with a stomp of his feet, he flew toward the lightning god beast once again. Boom! 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 Yefeng's fists once again smashed onto the head of the lightning god beast. Bang! This time, it was like Yefeng's fist had hit on steel. A loud sound was produced. The lightning god beast's body trembled, and cracks appeared on its head. Boom! Yefeng's right leg once again kicked the chest of the lightning god beast, directly sending the lightning god beast flying and crashing onto the ground. Puchi! The lightning god beast spat out another mouthful of golden blood. There was a trace of fear in its eyes, but it still struggled to stand up and continued to charge toward Yefeng. Roar! The lightning god beast opened its mouth and bit toward Yefeng. Boom! 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 Right at this moment, a series of thunderclaps suddenly came from the sky. Kaka! With the sound of lightning streaking across the sky, the entire world turned dark. This situation did not last long. In less than 3 seconds, everything returned to normal. The lightning god beast immediately slowed down, and its body began to emit a strong burning smell. Boom! 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 Another thunderclap exploded, and the body of the lightning god beast was shattered into pieces, turning into a rain of blood. And beside Yefeng, there was a golden bead floating. This was the lightning god beast's pearl, a crystal formed from the power of lightning. Hehe, the reward for subduing you is that simple. Yefeng smiled. He stretched out his hand and took the lightning god beast's pearl into his hand. Wang! At the next moment, Yefeng's figure disappeared. 575 3 rays of light blossomed, an extremely special power. Appearing on a hill far away from the Lightning Divine Palace, Yefeng looked at the shining Lightning Divine Pearl in his hand. He was overjoyed. This was good stuff. If he absorbed the power of lightning, wouldn't he also have a lightning physique? Not only that, but there was also the Pearl of Lightning God, which was a supreme grade treasure. When Yefeng thought of this, the smile on his face became even brighter. He couldn't wait to put the pearl into the depths of his soul. Boom! Right after the Lightning Divine Pearl entered the depths of his soul, Yefeng's body suddenly exploded. From his body, 3 rays of light bloomed and enveloped Yefeng's body. A vast lightning energy spread out. These forces gushed out of Yefeng's body like a tidal wave, turning into 3 mini-sized lightning storms. Each thunderstorm contained a powerful force of thunder and lightning, and its might was monstrous. The thunderstorm grew thicker and brighter, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Caw 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 caw. Suddenly, fine lightning arcs appeared in the thunderstorm. These lightning arcs were like lightning snakes. One by one, they twisted together to form a huge ball of lightning, floating in the depths of his soul. The ball of lightning kept spinning, and a terrifying energy fluctuation emanated from it. It was a very wonderful feeling. In the depths of Yefeng's soul, there was a whole new world. His body was moving around as if he was traveling in the void. This scene made him very excited. This feeling was simply too wonderful. This feeling was exactly the same as when he cultivated the flame epiphany technique. The power of lightning continued to flow in the surroundings, causing Yefeng's body to turn golden, giving off a noble feeling. There seemed to be a mysterious radiance on his body. This was the symbol of the strong. Boom! Yefeng's fist landed on a mountain peak. Boom! 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 The sound of thunder continued, and Yefeng's fists continued to pound the ground. Inside the Lightning Divine Palace, Yefeng had been practicing the power of the Lightning God. In front of him, the Lightning God's power gathered into a thundercloud. Rolling thunder and lightning constantly churned in the thundercloud. This lightning power was more than 100 times stronger than the previous lightning power. Yefeng's fist continued to strike the thunderclouds, the lightning arcs flowed through his skin, bringing with them a tingling sensation. Suddenly, on Yefeng's forehead, a purple lightning appeared, blasting a hole in the thundercloud. And in the depths of Yefeng's soul, the lightning divine pearl also lit up. Phew! Yefeng let out a breath of turbid air, and he opened his eyes. Previously, he could only obtain the power of lightning for a short period of time by relying on the lightning spirit pill. Now, he could obtain the power of lightning without relying on the pill. This power had even been devoured by the slime and derived into one of the powers of the main body. After a bitter battle, he finally completely devoured the lightning divine pearl. Yefeng's strength had increased by several levels again. Haha, I didn't come here in vain. Yefeng was extremely happy. This pearl was worthy of being the lightning god's origin energy. Whether it was in terms of attack, defense, or even speed, it was much more powerful than all the abilities he had before. And most importantly, the lightning god's power did no harm to his body. If he were to encounter any danger, he could use the lightning divine pearl to avoid the lightning tribulation. What? Suddenly, Yefeng raised his eyebrows. In the distance, a black-robed young man was slowly walking over. This guy, why is he here? Yefeng was confused, but he soon understood. This guy was sent by a human organization or family to monitor him. I wonder if he's learned about me devouring the lightning god's power. Thinking of this, Yefeng sneered, since you've come, then stay. The moment he finished speaking, Yefeng directly walked toward the black-robed young man. He wanted to use this fellow's hands to lure him out of Lightning Divine Palace. A layer of faint purple light flickered around the black-clad young man's body. It was obvious that this guy was prepared to deal with any unexpected situation. His body actually had traces of the power of lightning. You also have a trace of the lightning god's power in your body? Could it be that you are someone from the Lightning Divine Palace? The black-robed young man looked at Yefeng and spoke with a frown. Lightning was an extremely special power. Even in the symbiotic world, it was extremely rare. Yefeng's situation made him feel a little surprised. After all, in the Lightning Divine Palace, only those who had obtained the lightning inheritance could possess the lightning god's power. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain the lightning god's power. In other words, only those who had received the inheritance could truly possess the power of the lightning element. The others only borrowed this power in the form of borrowing it, but it was not a real gain. Hence, in terms of strength and other aspects, they were weaker than those who had truly obtained the inheritance. Although the young man in front of him had the lightning god's power, he looked like an ordinary person. Hehe, you'll find out immediately whether I'm a member of the Lightning Divine Palace or not. A scheming smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Humph, how arrogant! The young man in black's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and a sharp sword essence swept out. An extremely sharp sword intent condensed into a sword ray and slashed toward Ye Feng. Ding! Ye Feng raised his arm to block the attack. The two of them were sent flying at the same time. In this collision, the two of them were evenly matched. This guy can actually block my sword. The young man in black frowned slightly in surprise. Then, he rushed forward again. The two of them exchanged blows in the air. They collided again and again, and neither of them was able to do anything to the other. But very soon, Ye Feng discovered something. This black-robed young man's speed was extremely fast. And it seemed to be very powerful. Bang! After a violent collision, the black-robed young man was sent flying by Ye Feng's punch. He only managed to stabilize himself after sliding for a few hundred meters in the air. This guy actually has some skills. The young man in black squinted his eyes, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. However, this bit of strength is still not enough. Shua, shua, shua. The ground beneath the black-clothed young man's feet cracked open inch by inch, turning into a deep pit. His figure flickered and disappeared. Swish! He suddenly appeared behind Ye Feng, his right palm striking down. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. 576 terrifying power, pitch-black spatial rift. He quickly turned around and counterattacked. Bang! Bang! The two palms collided. Immediately, the force of the explosion spread in all directions. Ye Feng's face was pale. He took 3 steps back before he stopped. On the other hand, the black-clothed youth's body only swayed slightly. This was the difference between beyond A-grade realm experts. It was too great. Your strength is not bad. However, in the face of absolute power, any tricks are futile. The young man in black sneered and attacked again. His speed was as fast as a ghost, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Each of his moves contained terrifying power. Ye Feng continuously blocked, but he was still forced to retreat. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ye Feng's mouth. A large part of his chest instantly caved in, and his entire body swayed unsteadily, almost falling to the ground. This was the power of the beyond A-grade realm. Not good. Not only does this guy have the power of the lightning god, but he also has a strong physical body. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. He quickly consumed a pill to suppress the boiling qi and blood in his body. The lightning god's power? Then I'll show you what the real power of the lightning god is. Swish! Ye Feng's eyes suddenly turned crimson red, and a ball of lightning god's fire flickered in his eyes. Traces of lightning god's power burst out from his eyes, forming a sea of lightning in the void. A giant bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air. Kaka! Ye Feng held onto the slime blade with both hands. The blade slashed down, tearing a pitch-black spatial rift in the void. Boom! 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 The giant slime blade ruthlessly slashed at the black-clothed youth's body, making a violent roar. Boom! 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 The black-clothed young man's robe was blown to pieces, revealing his skin. Ah! The black-robed young man screamed miserably, and a burnt smell spread out. Dense burn marks appeared on the surface of his body, and hot black smoke rose. Unbelievable! You can actually break my golden armor. The young man in black gritted his teeth. You are indeed powerful, but my lightning power is even more terrifying. Ye Feng's tone was calm. Right now, when Ye Feng used the power of lightning, the black-robed young man felt like an ant that had met a tall mountain. That immense pressure made him breathless. Impossible! How is that possible? How old are you? How could it have such a terrifying power of lightning? This doesn't make sense. But even so, I must kill you today. Once you people from the Lightning Divine Palace offend me, there's only one outcome for you, and that's death. Ha ha ha. You're really arrogant to the extreme. Since that's the case, I'll let you have a taste of my lightning god's wrath. The black-robed young man's eyes were filled with madness. Lightning god's fury. The young man in black shouted and quickly formed a seal with his hands in the air. In an instant, a 100-foot-tall lightning shadow condensed above his head. Boom! 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 Thunderclaps sounded in the sky, and the whole world was lit up as if the end of the world had come. Break! Chi-la! A thick bolt of lightning, like a silver snake, charged straight at Ye Feng. Boom! The lightning struck on Ye Feng's body, letting out a muffled sound of thunder, but it did not hurt him. This is impossible. You can actually resist my lightning god's fury. The young man in black widened his eyes in disbelief. What's so impossible about that? A mocking smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Existences at your level can only borrow a trace of the rules of heaven and earth as power. There is no lightning tribulation at all. But I can. Do you know what lightning is? Lightning is the favored child of the heavens. Its power far surpasses all other attacks. You can control the rules of the world? You. How can this be? How is this possible? The black-clothed young man's face turned gloomy. He did not dare to imagine if what Ye Feng said was true, because this was simply impossible. One had to know that their cultivation path relied on the rules of heaven and earth to reach this step today. But Ye Feng could control the rules of heaven and earth? How did he do it? You don't need to know about this. Ye Feng held the slime blade tightly with both hands, and two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes. See God King's power. Boom! Ye Feng's body suddenly became extremely huge. The sea of lightning around him also became more violent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kaka. A terrifying suction force suddenly appeared, instantly enveloping the black-clothed youth. On the slime blade in Ye Feng's hand, silver lines appeared. D***mn, what is this thing? The young man in black could feel the power in his body draining away rapidly. Although you're powerful, you can't defeat the lightning god's power. I'll destroy you completely, then imprison your soul and slowly torture it. Ye Feng snorted coldly. He grabbed the spirit of the young man in black and rushed into the sea of lightning. No! The young man in black screamed in fear. His divine soul was like a speck of dust in the sea of lightning. Boom! 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 The black-clothed young man's soul power struggled in the lightning and let out a violent collision sound. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds came from the sea of lightning. The young man in black howled in pain, but his body was being corroded rapidly and consumed continuously. This human is too strong. I can't take it anymore, I have to run. Hold on, this human, I want to completely suppress him, extract his divine spark, and offer it to the lightning divine palace. The black-robed young man's face turned paler and paler, and it was even a little distorted. I told you, you can't escape. Lightning god's power, explode. Boom! 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 Ye Feng flipped his palms, the power of lightning surged again, forming many thick silver lines. The silver thread continued to wrap itself around the spirit of the young man in black, devouring his power. Ye Feng's strength was increasing rapidly. The aura in his body was constantly growing, and when it reached a certain level, it would have a breakthrough. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's aura was rising rapidly. The black-robed young man could feel the aura that Ye Feng was giving off, and he was so scared that his entire body was trembling. He did not expect that Ye Feng had already grown to such a terrifying level. 577 chilling killing intent, terrifying lightning. This is impossible. You can't possibly be a match for the lightning god's power. The lightning god's power is a superpower. Only lightning is the nemesis of lightning. The black-clothed young man shouted with all his might. His heart was already filled with fear. You're wrong. There is nothing in this world that I can't do. There is nothing in the world that I can't control. Ye Feng sneered. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Why are you able to control the power of lightning? Who the H*LL are you? How can you possess such terrifying strength? You are a human? And a beyond a grade transcendent at that. Who are you? Who are you? Who the H*LL are you? Boom! 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 The power of the lightning grew stronger and stronger, and the black-clothed young man's body was gradually being devoured. You don't deserve to know who I am. Boom! Ye Feng waved the slime blade again. Crack! Ah! The black-robed young man's spirit was instantly shattered into pieces by the power of the lightning. I want you to be imprisoned in this world forever and suffer the pain of the thunderbolts. Boom! 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 The lightning god's fury erupted. Ye Feng completely devoured the spirit of the black-robed young man. This scene fell into the eyes of the woman in the distance, causing her to be extremely shocked. She had never seen such a strong power of lightning. This guy's strength was actually powerful to such an extent. How did he do it? The woman looked at Ye Feng with a puzzled expression. But soon, Ye Feng shifted his attention to her. Who are you? Why did you attack us? How did you do it? Ye Feng's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Ha 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 ha! You're really laughable. In this world, no person or power can avoid my detection. Your power is indeed very special. It can make me fear you, but you can't do anything to me. There's always someone better than you. I advise you to obediently submit. Ye Feng looked at the young girl in front of him, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. This was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. However, she was hiding in the dark and wanted to kill him. Ye Feng had a strong killing intent toward this beautiful young lady. Ye Feng had always felt that he was very unlucky, but this time, he had met a true expert. Not only could he mobilize the elements between heaven and earth, but he could also control the power of lightning. Furthermore, he was able to perfectly utilize the power of the heavenly path. This kind of heaven-defying power simply surpassed common sense. The rules of this world were all created by him. And he was the lightning god. His power was enough to destroy the world and destroy everything. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, what can you do to me? The woman was disdainful. She didn't believe that a mere mortal ant could stir up much trouble. So what if he had the lightning god's power? Could he fight against her? Hee hee. Ye Feng smiled, his eyes were shining with a cold light. Since you are so stubborn, I will fulfill your wish. Do you know that you have made a fatal mistake? Do you know why you've become the target of public criticism? Ye Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light. I don't understand. The young girl curled her lips and smiled. Because you're too conceited. You think that you're much stronger than the others. Therefore, you don't need to care about others at all. But you've forgotten that not everyone in this world is as conceited as you. I think you should have heard of the lightning god. He's standing right in front of you. I can crush you with a finger. Ye Feng looked at the young girl in front of him, his eyes filled with intense disdain. He didn't understand where such a self-conceited young girl got the courage to challenge him. Ha ha ha! Lightning god? Ha 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 ha! You're really funny. You're only a mortal, yet you've raised yourself to the same level as me. I really admire your courage. You're just a puny little ant. How dare you delude yourself to provoke me? The young girl raised her head and laughed out loud, her eyes revealing contempt. In her eyes, she simply looked down on Ye Feng. She felt that this was the biggest joke in the world. Is that so? I'll show you how I'm going to slap your face right now. Ye Feng snorted and clenched his fists. Lightning God's power, explode. Hwalala. The terrifying power of lightning surged into the void from Ye Feng's palm, turning into a terrifying god of lightning. Boom! 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 The lightning god took a step forward, and the earth shook. You! The young girl looked at the lightning god in front of her. Her pretty face turned pale, and her pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. Boom! 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 Pfft! An unbearable pain spread through the young girl's mind, and her delicate body flew out like a broken kite. Plop! The woman fell to the ground and vomited blood. Her body kept trembling. She felt as if her entire body had been sucked dry, and she simply could not muster up the slightest strength to resist. The power of the lightning god has really made me look at you in a new light. It can actually trigger heavenly punishment. This is too shocking. However, even if you can summon the heavenly punishment, it's useless. The woman looked at Ye Feng and spoke through gritted teeth. Oh, really? That's not for sure. Lightning God's fist. Ye Feng's eyes focused. On his right fist, a bright light shone. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of violent crashing sounds, the woman's body rolled several times in the sky. With each impact, her chest caved in a little. Ah! The woman let out a miserable cry and was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the strength that Ye Feng displayed made her heart break. Ye Feng punched out. Boom! 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 Extremely terrifying lightning bolts swam around the woman's body, almost suffocating her. No! No! The young girl's face was filled with fear. She had never thought that there would be someone in this world who had such terrifying power. She even suspected that the rules of this world had been changed by this man. Ye Feng punched out. The woman's body was smashed into the deep pit, her entire body was charred black. 578 Heaven and earth lose their color, ridiculously strong. However, the woman still refused to give up. I'm telling you. Even if you have the power of the lightning god, you can't defeat me. Even if you cultivate the lightning god's physique to a higher level, you still won't be my match. Just wait for my revenge. The young girl crawled up from the soil, her face filled with resentment. Although Ye Feng's strength was very strong, it was not by much. In this world, other than god-level powerhouses, no one was her match. Revenge? He. I'm really not afraid. You? Do you think you're worthy of taking revenge on me? Ye Feng smiled indifferently. In his eyes, a cold light was flowing. Let me tell you, the lightning god's body is mine. No one can take it away from me. If you're smart, you'd better leave this place immediately. Otherwise, I'll definitely exterminate you. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. You! The young girl was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned paler. She had never thought that there would be such an arrogant human in this world. This was simply lawless and supercilious. In her heart, only those gods could be above her. However, Ye Feng's performance had completely overturned her understanding. What's wrong? You're not leaving. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave this place, I'll turn you into ashes. Ye Feng's tone was still calm. However, the young girl's lips gradually curved up. I've said it before. In my field, no one can beat me. Besides, you're my #1 opponent. How can I let you escape unscathed? The young lady smiled indifferently, and her aura exploded. For a moment, the wind blew and the grass moved, and the sky changed rapidly. Such powerful strength! Seeing this, Ye Feng was shocked. The girl had already reached the late stage of the Beyond A grade, while he was only at the early stage. One had to know that this kind of major realm was also divided into a total of 4 stages. They were the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. Currently, Ye Feng was only at the early stage of beyond A grade and was not even considered to be in the middle stage. And the opponent was a late stage beyond A grade. The difference between the two was too great. Boom! 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 Around Ye Feng, an extremely terrifying ripple spread out. At this moment, heaven and earth lost their color. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. I mean what I say. The girl took a step forward, and the whole world trembled with her. This time, Ye Feng finally knew how strong the young girl was. Boom! The young girl's arm reached out, and a layer of black mist wrapped around her palm. The black mist exuded a dense demonic nature. Ye Feng felt an extremely terrifying pressure. He could even clearly see that there was an extremely terrifying and evil existence hidden in the black mist. Ye Feng took in a deep breath. Get lost! Bang! Crack! The young girl's arm slammed onto Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng's body was instantly sent flying, and he crashed into a huge tree behind him. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's body crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Ye Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. Ye Feng struggled to stand up, his face was extremely pale. Ha ha ha! You're not qualified to fight with me. Today, I'll let you die with heartfelt admiration. The young lady strode forward, the black mist in her hand condensed into a long sword and she pointed it at Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked at the young girl. A cold smile appeared on his face. You really think I can't beat you? Humph, then you can try. Swish! A deafening sound came from the black mist. This voice contained an endless pressure, as if a towering mountain was crushing down. Ye Feng's expression changed. This power had exceeded his expectations. He could not block it with his strength. Blade of Death, the young girl shouted. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. The young girl's wrist moved gently. A sickle-shaped weapon slowly spun and slashed down toward Ye Feng. The sickle exuded a terrifying energy fluctuation. Kaka! Ye Feng's shoulder was cut open, leaving a long scar. D*****, this girl actually cultivated a secret technique from a fierce beast. It's so complicated here. All kinds of people will appear. The battle in Sky City is really a headache. Ye Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and he was burning with rage. This was the anger of being provoked and looked down on. Blade of Death, slash! The young girl's lips curved into a cruel smile. Swish! The black scythe instantly slashed through the void, aiming for Ye Feng's head. Swish! Right at this time, a golden light appeared, and the space around Ye Feng crumbled. The black scythe instantly disappeared, turning into specks of black light that dissipated into the air. What? Ye Feng's eyes revealed a trace of shock. The space he was in just now actually had spatial cracks. That young girl's strength was indeed terrifying. I've said it before, you're not qualified to fight me. You must die today. The young girl's eyes were filled with hatred as she flicked her wrist. Another black vortex formed in the void. In the center of the vortex, an extremely black spear appeared. The spear was completely black, and the tip of the spear flickered with a dark light, exuding an unparalleled baleful aura. Go! The young lady snorted, the pitch-black spear turned into a ray of light, carrying a monstrous killing intent as it shot toward Ye Feng. Wang! A vast energy fluctuation emanated from the spear. Impossible! Ye Feng's eyes suddenly widened, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His defense was extremely strong, and even peak beyond A grades would not be able to break it. And this young girl in front of him had actually easily torn through his defense. Moreover, the dark vortex had even broken through his defense. What kind of tyrannical strength was this? Ye Feng's heart was filled with despair. You really think you can kill me? Ye Feng gritted his teeth, the blade in his hand was spinning crazily. His figure flickered rapidly in the void, avoiding the attack of the dark vortex. The dark vortex was the combination of all the dark energy in the world. This black energy could devour all light. At this moment, Ye Feng's figure left a series of afterimages in the air. The dark vortex continued to devour him, while Ye Feng was escaping frantically. 579 Unparalleled Power and Self-Protection Ability. Although Ye Feng's strength was not bad, compared to a late stage beyond A grade, the difference was too great. Under Ye Feng's desperate resistance, the dark vortex did not gain the upper hand. Instead, it was forced to retreat. This won't do. If this continues, I'll die in her hands sooner or later. I have to find a way to leave this place. Otherwise, I'll definitely die without a burial place. A sense of danger rose in Ye Feng's heart. Boom! Ye Feng's body suddenly sank, and he crashed into a tree. Crack! With a crisp sound, the tree was crushed into pieces by Ye Feng. Ye Feng's feet even sank into the ground. Pieces of broken wood fell from the sky. Who? Ye Feng was breathing heavily. His face was extremely pale. His injuries were too serious. If he didn't recuperate in time, he would most likely die. Ye Feng's eyes scanned the surroundings. He saw a towering ancient tree. The towering ancient tree exuded a sense of vicissitudes, ancientness, and even a slight smell of decay. This tree was very strange. There were no signs of life at all. Ye Feng wanted to get closer to it. However, he was stopped by a terrifying force. Something's not right. This tree seems to have the ability to protect itself unless I can find it and destroy it completely. Ye Feng frowned. A serious look appeared in his eyes. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a giant beast came from behind Ye Feng. Ye Feng quickly turned his head and looked behind. A few hundred meters away, two terrifying beasts that were a few hundred meters tall were pouncing at him with their fangs bared and claws brandished. Not good. Ye Feng's expression changed. These two demons had already reached the peak of A and grade. If it was on a normal day, he could still fight. But at this moment, he no longer had any ability to fight. Boom! 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 Two terrifying forces landed on Ye Feng's body. Bang! Ye Feng's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Ye Feng's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were filled with tiny holes. Pfft! Ye Feng staggered and fell to the ground. Roar! The two demonic creatures roared as they pounced toward Ye Feng. Their bodies were extremely huge, and every inch of their skin had a faint metallic luster. Every time they moved, a deep footprint would appear on the ground. Get lost! Boom! 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 At that moment, a thunderous sound was heard. Behind Ye Feng, a figure suddenly appeared. A figure clad in armor and holding a silver spear exuded a murderous aura. As expected of Slaughterer, her strength is indeed extraordinary. When the two demonic creatures saw Ye Feng, they were shocked. Get lost! The young girl looked at Ye Feng and snorted coldly, her eyes were filled with intense coldness. Boom! Behind the young girl, a black vortex surged out and turned into a black curtain that covered the sky and the sun. It instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. Under the cover of the black curtain, everything seemed so small. Boom! Bang! Bang! Two booming sounds suddenly rang out. The bodies of the two demonic creatures were directly swallowed by the dark vortex. They didn't even have time to scream before they disappeared. Hiss! Ye Feng took in a deep breath. Just now, he was only 30 to 50 meters away from the two demonic creatures. It was simply unimaginable that the girl could directly summon them from such a long distance. This young lady's strength must be much stronger than what Ye Feng had imagined. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. Ye Feng felt that he was like an ant, allowing this young girl to slaughter him. Whoosh! Kneel down, the young girl shouted. She exerted strength in her feet and her body turned into a shooting star, instantly crossing a distance of over 100 meters. Ye Feng felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He could not move at all. Kaka! A foot stepped on Ye Feng's chest. Kaka! The young girl used her strength again, crushing Ye Feng's bones into powder one by one. Boom! Puchi! At this time, Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. I've said it before, you must die today. The young girl sneered. Ye Feng raised his head and looked at the young girl. His eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness and anger. Who are you? I have no grudges with you in the past and no enmity with you recently. Why are you targeting me? Humph! The young girl snorted coldly and disdainfully said, I don't care who you are. As long as you're in my way, you'll die. You're playing with fire. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. His eyes were wide open, like two small suns. Why don't you think about what my cultivation level is? Do you think you still have a chance to walk out of this area alive? The young girl looked at Ye Feng in disdain. It was like she was looking at a piece of scrap metal. If that's the case, then... Ye Feng's mouth twitched, his eyes were filled with madness. Then, you can die. What? The young lady frowned, and she looked at Ye Feng. What are you doing? Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly, and the true energy in his body surged crazily. Wang! A bright and dazzling silver divine light started to circle around Ye Feng's arm. This is... The young girl's pupils suddenly contracted. A silver dragon scale actually appeared on Ye Feng's arm. The dragon scale glowed with a light blue light and was extremely lifelike. Just who are you? The young girl looked at Ye Feng, and a trace of shock appeared in her eyes. Ye Feng's aura made the young girl feel a sense of danger. Furthermore, there were silver dragon scales on Ye Feng's arm. You're not qualified to know. Ye Feng said coldly, today, I'll kill you even if I have to risk my life. After saying that, Ye Feng took a step forward. Bang! In the next second, Ye Feng appeared in front of the young girl, his arm striking out fiercely. The young girl's pretty face sank as she hurriedly dodged. However, she was still a beat too slow. Ye Feng's fist landed on the young girl's abdomen. Puchi! The young girl spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually hurt me. 580 A powerful secret technique, the power to reverse the universe. The young girl gritted her teeth. She stared at Ye Feng angrily, her eyes were filled with anger. Boom! She crossed her arms. The spiritual energy in her body gushed out and formed a silver long sword, slashing toward Ye Feng's neck. Boom! Ye Feng waved his right fist and slammed it against the young girl's silver sword. The two collided, and a blinding white light burst out. The two figures flew out at the same time and fell hard on the ground. Cough, cough. The young girl coughed out a mouthful of bright red blood and her pretty face turned pale. Ye Feng's fist force contained an extremely terrifying destructive power. Even with the protection of the divine weapon, the young girl still suffered a certain amount of backlash. Ye Feng slowly got up. After he stood up, he looked at the young girl, his eyes full of cold killing intent. You can actually defeat me. This doesn't make sense. The young girl's expression changed slightly. In her eyes, an early stage beyond a grade like Ye Feng was like an ant. But now, Ye Feng had injured her. Furthermore, it was in a place like Earth that was lacking in spiritual energy. She couldn't help but suspect that the guy in front of her had some kind of powerful secret technique. Boom! Whoosh! Just as the young lady was shocked by Ye Feng's perverseness, a wave of killing intent suddenly burst out from Ye Feng's body. He was like a peerless beast as he pounced over. You're looking for death. The young girl's pretty face sank as a divine light surged out from her finger. That divine light was like a shooting star that tore through the void. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Ye Feng. The speed of this divine light was simply too fast. Even Ye Feng could not react in time. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He wanted to dodge, but he was too late. This divine light struck his shoulder. Kaka! Ye Feng's shoulder blade was pierced through. Plop! Ye Feng fell heavily to the ground, his body shaking. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. It hurts. Ye Feng clutched his pierced shoulder blade. His face was pale. The power contained in this divine light was too strong. Even if Ye Feng had consumed the divine level pill, he could not resist this divine light. What's wrong? Don't you still have room to resist? The young girl looked at Ye Feng with a cold smile, as if she was looking at a piece of fish on an anvil. Who are you? Ye Feng stared at the young girl. The young lady's lips curled into a mocking smile. Hee hee. You don't deserve to know. You don't have the right to know. Ye Feng's eyelids twitched a few times. Since you refuse to come to your senses, then don't blame me for being impolite, he said. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Die, the young girl shouted as a terrifying pressure burst out from her body and enveloped the surroundings. Ye Feng's body could not help but shiver under the pressure. Layer after layer of sweat appeared on the surface of his body and dripped down. No. I can't. I can't. Ye Feng could feel the blood in his body boiling. The spiritual energy in his body was burning crazily. This is... Ye Feng's heart shuddered. He felt the changes in his body, and his heart had stopped beating. This feeling was much stronger than the first time he had broken through. Ye Feng could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a transformation. Boom! The young girl's divine weapon had already arrived in front of Ye Feng. It was emitting a cold killing intent, locking onto Ye Feng. Not good! Ye Feng cried out in his heart. His body instantly retreated as he tried to leave this place. What a pity! It was too late. Pfft! The divine weapon slashed down. Ye Feng's left shoulder was chopped off. Hiss! Ye Feng could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. The intense pain spread through every cell in his body. His entire body was trembling. I'm sorry to disappoint you, the girl said coldly. Do you think you're the only one who has the power to reverse the universe? I'm telling you, I have one too. The power contained in my bloodline is no weaker than yours, so you can't stop me from suppressing you. D*****. Ye Feng's face revealed a look of shock. The young girl's words truly shocked Ye Feng. Previously, he was still wondering if this young lady was also a transcendent. However, so what if she was a war god? He didn't believe that she was a transcendent. She had to die. Ye Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The girl's identity was getting more and more confusing. Her cultivation base was far beyond his level, and she even had a divine weapon and a heaven-defying secret manual. It was really unbelievable. Boom! 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 The bloodline in Ye Feng's body was boiling even more intensely, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a god of war, charging forward with an indomitable will. Ye Feng's body was like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart the night sky. In the dark night, his speed was as fast as lightning as he grabbed the girl's shoulder. You're looking for death, the young girl shouted in anger. She jumped and dodged Ye Feng's attack. Bang! Ye Feng's fist landed on a huge tree. Crack! With a crisp sound, the whole tree collapsed, and pieces of wood flew in all directions. Huge rocks fell from the sky. What? Ye Feng's brows twitched, and he looked at the young girl. The young lady was standing on top of a huge tree, holding a divine weapon and silver armor. She was like a war goddess, looking at Ye Feng coldly. The aura that the girl was giving off had actually reached the peak beyond A grade. A bitter expression appeared on Ye Feng's face as he said, "Who the h*ll are you? Why do you know so many secret techniques?" "Because your bloodline is very special. I need your blood," the young lady said indifferently. Wang! A blood moon rose. The divine weapon in the young girl's hand glowed with a faint red light and emitted an endless murderous aura. The blood moon hung in the sky like a huge ruby. The ruby was covered in dense patterns, flashing with strange fluctuations. Ye Feng looked at the red sun in the sky. A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Not good. Ye Feng's face revealed a panicked expression. The young lady sneered. With a wave of her hand, the red moon in the sky suddenly flew toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng hurriedly waved his fist to receive the attack. Boom! 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 Ye Feng's arms were pierced through by the red moon, and blood spurted out. The young girl's divine weapon swung out again, slashing toward Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He stomped his feet and slid backward, barely avoiding this fatal sword. Whoosh! Just as Ye Feng stood firmly, the young girl had already arrived. 581 A sharp light that could destroy the heavens and the earth, the eruption of bloodline power. The young girl's divine weapon tore through the void, bringing with it a sharp light that could destroy the heavens and earth. It stabbed toward Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. Open! Voila! At the moment of life and death, Ye Feng finally activated the power of his bloodline. Qi-la! Ye Feng's skin instantly cracked, and fresh blood spurted out and splattered onto the ground. The young lady slashed down, and blood spurted out. Boom! Pfft! The young girl was sent flying, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't believe that she had been defeated by a mere ant. You! The young girl raised her head and looked at Ye Feng. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Ye Feng's injuries had already healed. Although it still looked miserable, it was no longer bleeding. Not bad. You actually didn't die. But, the young girl sneered. You don't have the right to make me admit defeat. Then let's try. Swish! Ye Feng's figure flickered and disappeared. The young girl was slightly taken aback, and a sharp killing intent suddenly flashed through her eyes. Humph! The young girl snorted coldly and said, "You want to escape using this method? In your dreams." The young lady's figure flickered and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already standing behind Ye Feng. She waved the divine weapon in her hand. Boom! The divine weapon struck Ye Feng's body ruthlessly. The power of this strike was extraordinary. Even though Ye Feng's physical body was comparable to a peerless divine medicine, he was still jolted to the point where he spat out blood and his face turned pale. You've lost. The young lady spoke slowly. Her eyes were fixed on Ye Feng. I don't care what you are, you're going to die. The young girl flicked her wrist and a blood-colored holy sword appeared in her hand, exuding a monstrous killing intent. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Who are you? Why are you targeting me? The young girl's lips curled into a cold arc as she said, I'll only ask you one thing. Are you willing to submit to me and sell your life for me? I guarantee that you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory. Ha 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 ha. Are you crazy? You want me to sell my life for you? Ridiculous. Ye Feng shook his head, and he looked at the young girl in disdain. You're such an existence, and you want me to submit to you? Aren't you overestimating yourself? Hee hee. The young girl's smile became even more radiant as she said, Ye Feng, you should know that I'm not human. Human blood can strengthen my body. This way, even if I become a human, I can live longer than other living creatures. Ye Feng rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed, so you're a worm. You're looking for death. The young girl's eyes suddenly shot out a brutal and cold light. Ye Feng laughed. This was the first time Ye Feng had seen the young girl so angry. This young lady was indeed a freak. The girl took a step forward, and the blood moon emitted a blood-red light. A longbow appeared in the girl's hand and she knocked it. The arrow was like a shooting star chasing after the moon, arriving in an instant. Ye Feng's eyelids twitched. This young girl could actually control the elemental laws and even shoot out arrows. Ye Feng's figure disappeared. The girl's longbow missed, but she didn't stop. The girl continued to draw the bowstring, and a sharp arrow whizzed out, tearing the void apart with a destructive pressure. Ye Feng dodged again, hiding in a valley. Wang! Right at this time, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Ye Feng's body. It was like a primordial beast had awakened. Ye Feng's aura was rising steadily, a supreme aura was rising from his body. Boom! 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 Ye Feng stomped on the ground and the ground exploded. Ye Feng's figure was like a ghost, he disappeared in an instant. The young girl held the blood moon in her hand, her eyes filled with surprise. This? What kind of secret skill is this? It can actually disappear into thin air. The young girl's face was filled with doubt. The young girl's spiritual will scanned the surroundings. She did not find any traces of Ye Feng, but she could vaguely sense that Ye Feng was hiding somewhere. Ye Feng's aura had already reached its peak. His body continued to expand. In the blink of an eye, he had already exceeded 15 feet. A rumbling sound came from Ye Feng's body. It was like an ancient god was roaring, and it made people feel fear. Roar! 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 Even Ye Feng himself was shocked. He did not expect that he would be able to release such a terrifying aura. As expected of a human, you're quite capable. However, you still have to die. The young girl's lips curled into a cold smile. Since you refuse to submit to me, then I can only send you to the netherworld. After saying that, the girl released the bowstring again and shot out another sharp arrow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced through the air, tearing through the void, bringing with it a destructive force as it flew toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng could feel the approaching danger. His face was filled with worry, and he clenched his fist tightly. Crack! Ye Feng's fist was covered in scales, giving off a metallic feeling. This punch was like a mountain collapsing. Bang! Ye Feng shattered the arrow with a single punch, then pounced toward the young girl. Ye Feng's dark eyes were emitting a dark light. This is the real me. You deserve to die. Ye Feng's speed was unbelievable. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in front of the young girl. Whoosh! The young girl's pupils contracted, and a look of horror appeared on her face. Bang! Ye Feng's iron fist landed on the young girl's chest. The young girl's entire body was sent flying, smashing into a few mountain peaks. Pfft! The young girl spurted out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Her entire pretty face turned extremely pale and her eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy actually had a body comparable to a transcendent? What was going on? What was going on? The young girl simply couldn't accept that her strength and defense could be easily broken by this guy. Ye Feng's eyes were bloodshot. His entire body was covered in scales, and he looked extremely terrifying. The young girl struggled to get up, but found that her whole body was extremely sore and she couldn't use any strength at all. Ye Feng's figure flickered. He appeared beside the young girl again. He reached out his hand again and grabbed at the girl's head. Boom! 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 A huge fist landed on the young girl's body, causing her to bleed from all 7 orifices. The young girl was sent flying. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with ferocity as he said, "This is just the beginning." 582 Unparalleled strength, dazzling light. Swish! Ye Feng's right leg kicked the young girl's lower abdomen. The power of this kick was unparalleled, and it directly kicked the young girl hundreds of meters away. Plop! The young girl fell to the ground. Gulp! The young girl swallowed her saliva, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. She knew that it would be difficult for her to escape today. Who was this guy? The young girl's eyes drooped, revealing an appearance of being at his mercy. Ye Feng looked at the young girl, his eyes revealing a hint of greed. Although the young girl had a good figure, she had a scar on her face. Ye Feng glanced at the young girl, and a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. It was truly a pity for such a girl to fall just like that. Boom! 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 The young girl's body continued to sink. Her eyes were slightly closed, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She didn't have the strength to resist, and she didn't plan to resist. Swish! At this moment, the young girl's body burst out with a dazzling light. Boom! The young girl's entire body was set ablaze. Don't! Ye Feng shouted. But it was too late. The girl's body had completely turned into ashes, turning into nothingness. Ye Feng watched as the young girl died, his heart was filled with sorrow, frustration, and anger. This little girl is really strong. Ye Feng sighed. However, this was a good thing for Ye Feng. The blood of such an expert had an even more obvious effect on his recovery. Moreover, the blood of such a powerful person contained divinity. If he could absorb this divinity, his cultivation speed would definitely increase. Whoosh! Ye Feng's figure disappeared from his original spot once again. He was rushing toward another direction. This was because he had no time to waste. He had to rush back as soon as possible to deal with the last king of the abyss, Alphys. This was the last thing Ye Feng wanted to do. He didn't ask about the rest of the matters. After all, this was the matter of Sky City. He didn't want to be so famous. If he could get rid of Alphys in secret, it would be a big help to his old friend, Baddies. Of course, the premise was that he could fight against Alphys. After all, he was the one who killed Alphys' brother, Thoradin. No matter how Ye Feng tried to escape, he would not be able to escape from Alphys' pursuit. This battle was bound to start no matter how long it took. Ye Feng was already mentally prepared for this. Boom! Right after Ye Feng left, a huge tremor could be felt from Sky City. What? What happened? I don't know, but there seems to be a huge change in Sky City. D***mn it. We'll leave first. There's no need to leave. That power is too familiar. It should be Alphys. Let's go. We'll leave Sky City first. N. Whoosh. At this moment, outside the gate, many figures were hovering outside Sky City. These people were a group of A- grade powerhouses, and their eyes were fixed on Sky City. Among these people, other than the few beyond A-grade elders, there was also a mysterious black-robed man. 3 stars were floating above his head. Wang! At that moment, the star beside the black-robed man suddenly trembled. Not good, I have a bad feeling. D***mn it, is this a summoning? The black-robed man frowned, a look of panic appearing on his face. His hands formed a seal, and layer after layer of magic waves spread out from his body. A magic array was formed out of thin air. The black-robed man stepped into the magic array. His body disappeared from everyone's sight. In Sky City, hundreds of A-grade powerhouses rushed toward the gate. However, what was waiting for them were only those demons and super demons. D***mn it. Quickly retreat. The dozens of A-grade experts retreated toward the main entrance. Their faces were filled with fear. At that moment, they felt death approaching. However, right at this moment, a violent aura swept over from afar. The dozens of A-grade powerhouses suddenly froze on the spot, not moving at all. The group of monsters and puppets outside Sky City also stopped their attacks. Whoosh! At this moment, a white beam of light shot out from Sky City. Whoosh! A white long sword tore through the void and headed straight for Sky City. What? Not good. Protect His Highness. Boom! 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 The dozens of A and grade experts roared in a frenzy. Their eyes were filled with horror, and they hurriedly cast spells to resist. They did not expect such a danger to occur. Their bodies stopped in the middle. The white sword had pierced through their chests. Pfft! Blood splattered everywhere. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs seemed to be bulging. A figure fell from the void. They were the guardian knights of Sky City. These people's eyes gradually lost focus, losing their last breath of life. Boom! 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 The white long sword swept across, and all the demonic creatures collapsed wherever it passed. Roar! An extremely furious roar resounded throughout Sky City. Then, a huge creature came out of the void. Alphas! The faces of the guardian knights of Sky City changed drastically. They did not expect to meet Alphas. Ned ants. I will tear you into pieces. Roar! Alphas roared and charged toward the young man in white. His aura was rising crazily. Die! Boom! 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 He waved his fist, bringing with it a dazzling starlight. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen. One mountain after another was crushed into pieces. Plop! The young man in white knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Can't even withstand a single blow. I said before, I will personally send you on your way. Die! Whoosh! Alpha's body shot out once again and smashed into the white-robed young man's chest. With this attack, the body of the young man in white was split into two. No, the young man in white screamed. He struggled to get up, but he felt that all the bones in his body were broken. 583 Destructive Aura, the rebellious white-robed young man. Alpha sneered and reached his right hand into the young man's stomach, pulling it out. Gulp! Gulp! The young man in white swallowed his saliva with all his might. This was the second time he had seen such a terrifying existence. The first time, he was still an A and grade expert. When faced with a powerhouse at the peak of A and grade, he was completely vulnerable. The second time, he was a peak beyond A grade, but he was also unable to resist the other party. The difference in his strength was too great. Moreover, he was no match for Alphas. Gulp! The white-robed young man swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with despair. He was completely powerless to resist an enemy of this level. Boom! At this moment, a golden light flashed. A huge golden palm descended from the sky. He grabbed at Alphas. That palm carried a destructive aura, causing Alphas' pupils to constrict. At this moment, Alphas felt as if he was facing the might of the heavens, and his heart was filled with fear. Ah! D***mn it. F***ck. Alphas roared. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of magic elements and fleeing in all directions. Boom! The huge palm slammed into Sky City. The gate of Sky City collapsed instantly. The A and grade experts who were trying to escape were sent flying by this terrifying force. Behind them, the huge palm slammed down fiercely. Boom! A huge pit several meters deep was left on the ruins of Sky City. On the surface of the giant pit, there were still huge dents. The entire underground world fell into silence at this moment. Whoosh! The young man in white slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a trace of fear. It was really dangerous just now. If it weren't for this giant palm, he would have already died. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life, the white-robed young man said respectfully. His tone was filled with fear. He knew what kind of existence he had encountered, an S-grade existence. Furthermore, it was a monster with combat power that exceeded the beyond A and grade limit. That was an existence even more terrifying than a beyond A grade. In front of it, everyone was like an ant. Little kid, you should be the first batch of ants to enter my territory, so I'll give you a quick death, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded. The young man in white was stunned. Senior, what do you mean? I'll give you a quick death. Boom. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a tremor, a pitch-black vortex appeared behind the young man in white. The aura on his body was rising crazily at this moment. This is the power of a legend. No wonder I was insta-killed by him. The young man in white had a bitter expression on his face. The attack of a legendary master was too powerful. I'm not willing to accept this. I want to live, I want revenge. Boom. The young man in white's body exploded, turning into a gust of wind and disappearing on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can escape? An arrogant laugh rang in the young man's mind, causing his hair to stand on end. There are 36 wormholes here. As long as you enter the wormholes, you can return to Earth. If you want to go back, I will make your soul stay in that place forever. Boom. 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 Hwalala. Boom. 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 Huge black holes appeared in the sky. No, no, don't. The young man in white was panicking. He wanted to escape, but he realized that more than a dozen black holes had already appeared beside him. I'm dead this time. His face was full of regret and fear. I don't want to stay there. I want to leave to Earth. I don't want to stay in that place. The white-robed young man's body trembled continuously as he felt despair. Your body is still strong. I can barely use it to make a slave. However, your soul is very weak and not enough for me to use. Therefore, you are destined to be a slave. As long as I want to, I can crush you with one move. So, you only have one choice now. That is to become my slave. I promise I won't hurt you. I'll even grant you strength. Become my slave, and you can leave this place alive. The young man in white trembled when he heard this. Slave? Become someone else's slave? No, how could that be possible? This was even more terrifying than death. He would never do such a thing. Senior, please spare me. The young man in white knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. I can spare you. However, you must promise me one thing. As long as you can do it, I'll spare your life. What request? Help me kill Ye Feng. Hearing this, the white-clothed youth's expression immediately turned savage. No problem, he said. I promise you. Good. First, offer your soul to me. After I refine your soul, I'll let you go back to Earth, and your family will live longer. Hearing this, the white-clothed young man gritted his teeth. However, he had no choice but to do as he was told. He sacrificed his soul. He immediately saw his soul being wrapped by a large, pitch-black hand, floating in the void. With a wave of the pitch-black hand, the white-clothed youth's soul was sent to a huge stone tablet. There was a line of words on the huge stone tablet. Stone of Domination, a ruler-level divine item. The young man in white widened his eyes. He never would have thought that he would actually encounter such a heaven-defying treasure. One had to know that a ruler-level divine item could be said to be a supreme treasure. In the universe, it would usually only appear in ancient ruins. Once one found the ancient ruins, they would be able to obtain a ruler-level treasure. These treasures were all priceless treasures. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. However, the Stone of Domination had such a great effect. I want your soul. The hoarse voice sounded. Then, a powerful suction force enveloped the white-clad young man's soul. This was a strong repelling force. 584 The blood of a fierce beast, the power to destroy the world. If it was any other time, the white-clothed young man's soul would definitely resist this attraction. However, this time, it was completely useless. Under this attractive force, the white-robed young man's soul was completely harvested. The shattering of his soul had left him in a semi-conscious state. On the other side, the battlefield of a group of fierce beasts. Ye Feng was fighting intensely against the two demonic creatures. Although Ye Feng's realm was only at the early stage of beyond A grade, with his powerful physique, he was not afraid of the fierce beasts at all. Moreover, he had the power of a dragon in his body. These powers were somewhat effective against fierce beasts. However, Ye Feng did not dare to release all of this power. This was because this power was too precious. This was the blood of a fierce beast, which contained a huge amount of power. If it were to drip down drop by drop, the trees in the entire forest would probably be destroyed. Thus, Ye Feng could only try his best to control the blood flow and not let it flow out. However, this could not stop the fierce beast's greed for blood. The strength of a fierce beast was even more powerful than that of a human. Their blood could even be called a divine item. Thus, the fierce beasts all rushed toward Ye Feng. They wanted to snatch his blood. *mit, didn't I give you a chance? You guys are really shameless. After Ye Feng sent a fierce beast flying with a punch, he roared in anger. Humph, we only believe in strength. Whoever has the tougher fist will be able to taste the blood of whoever. No matter what, we're going to eat your blood. You don't think you can resist so many fierce beasts, do you? What a joke! The stronger you are, the more blood we will consume. These fierce beasts attacked Ye Feng crazily. They were extremely fast, and they could tear mountains and rivers apart with a claw. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Get lost! Ye Feng roared in anger, a sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed toward a fierce beast. Puchi! The blade of the sword pierced through the head of the fierce beast, leaving a trail of red. Roar! The fierce beast that was killed by Ye Feng let out a shrill cry. It fell into a pool of blood and twitched for a few seconds before it stopped moving. Seeing their companion fall, the rest of the fierce beasts were all angry. You actually dared to kill my companion. You're looking for death. The remaining 4 fierce beasts all stared at Ye Feng angrily. A burst of golden light burst out from their bodies. Fireballs were shot out from the fierce beast's mouth, flying toward Ye Feng. These fireballs were extremely powerful. Once it hit Ye Feng, he would immediately turn into ashes. Get lost! Ye Feng shouted loudly. He wielded his blade and slashed at those balls of fire. Clang! The sword light flickered and blocked all the fireballs. However, at the next moment, the fluctuations emitted by these fierce beasts made Ye Feng's heart tremble. These fluctuations had actually reached the realm of a transcendent. It's indeed fierce beasts. Their cultivation is so profound. If my cultivation level was a bit lower, I wouldn't be their match at all. Ye Feng sighed in his heart. At this moment, the surrounding sea of fire suddenly surged. Next, a huge net that covered the sky and the sun enveloped Ye Feng from all directions. You want to trap me? Ye Feng sneered. A huge flame burst out from his arm. Boom! 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 A ball of red flames burned and instantly incinerated the large net. However, right at this moment, 4 figures wriggled out from the gaps in the large net. 4 fierce beasts. They were actually 4 fierce beasts. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng, you have finally fallen into our trap. You will die tonight. Our divine fire is specially used to deal with you. Not only will you be burned to ashes, but you will also be devoured by the divine fire, and you will be in so much pain that you will wish to die. Ha ha ha! I don't believe that you can escape. The 4 fierce beasts laughed without restraint. But Ye Feng's face was ashen. Divine fire? So that was how it was. These 4 fierce beasts actually controlled divine fire. They were using the divine fire against him. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Hee, you 4 idiots, do you think that I will just wait for my death by using the divine fire against me? Divine fire? Do you think I'll be so stupid as to let you guys roast me? The 4 fierce beasts heard Ye Feng's words and were stunned. You mean to say? You can withstand the divine fire. You can't. No matter how strong your body is, it's impossible for you to withstand the burning of the divine fire. You'd better hand over the divine blood obediently and we might spare you. Otherwise, you're dead. Even if I die, I won't let you guys eat my flesh. A cold light flashed in Yefeng's eyes. Divine fire, right? Today, I'll show you what a real divine fire is. Saying so, Yefeng's figure flickered. He turned into a shooting star and directly charged toward the four fierce beasts. Kill him! The fierce beast's roar came from the divine fire. Roar! A fierce beast let out a shrill cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet fireball toward Yefeng. The fireball was as big as a basketball and it was so hot that it seemed to be able to melt everything. Die! Yefeng, go to H*LL. The other three fierce beasts roared in unison. They had already determined that Yefeng would not be able to resist the divine fire. No matter how powerful his defense was, it was useless in front of the divine fire. However, Yefeng's actions stunned them. Isn't your divine fire able to devour everything? Yefeng sneered, let's see how much you can swallow. After saying that, Yefeng stomped on the ground and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying toward the fireball. This time, Yefeng used the dragon vein technique. The power of lightning was a powerful martial technique that could even resist the heavenly tribulation. Yefeng believed that with the strength and terror of the dragon vein technique, he would definitely be able to resist the divine fire. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Yefeng's body slammed against the divine fire. Bolts of black lightning spread out from Yefeng's skin, instantly covering his entire body. How is this possible? What kind of divine flame is this? It can even burn lightning. 585 The battle with the fierce beasts, full of head-on clashes. Impossible. My flames can burn all living things. No matter how strong your body is, it will still be burned to ashes. Ha ha ha. Yefeng, you have no way out now. You must die here. Ha ha ha. Yefeng's eyes narrowed. His pupils turned pitch black like two stars, shining with an extremely cold light. Is that so? Since you all insist on forcing me to use my divine flames, then don't blame me for ruthlessly destroying a flower. You think this is a game? Yefeng snorted coldly, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Explode. Yefeng's eyes focused, and he suddenly punched out with his right fist. Bang! Yefeng's ultimate strength exploded in an instant, turning into a sky full of sparks. At the same second, Yefeng's right arm was like a cannonball, bringing with it an endless amount of lightning power. It struck the fierce beast's body. Roar! The fierce beast let out a miserable howl. The fur on its body was almost burned out in an instant. Then, its body also became shriveled, as if it had suddenly aged several years. My divine body! D*MN ant, you dare to blaspheme the divine fire! Ah 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 ah! Ah 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 ah! A series of shrill screams came from the four fierce beasts. This was a very wondrous feeling. It was the pain of divine fire burning. That kind of pain was 100 times more painful than death. It's not bad. It's my first time trying it. Yefeng licked his lips and smiled. You're a demon. I'm not willing to accept this. The four fierce beasts roared madly. Their bodies trembled continuously, clearly extremely tormented by the pain. You dare to invade the divine realm? Yefeng said indifferently. Since you dare to invade the divine realm, you must be prepared to suffer. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! The four fierce beasts roared madly and unwillingly. Their bodies were constantly emitting white smoke. They were burning their own divine flames. This was a self-destruction method. Their lifespans were about to be exhausted. If they could not absorb the divinity in the divine fire in time, they would die. However, they didn't know that this didn't mean death. On the contrary, it was a kind of sublimation. The divine fire was the only thing in the world that was not afraid of lightning. Boom! Yefeng's right hand raised up again. He threw a punch and slammed it on the head of that fierce beast. Kaka! The fierce beast's skull instantly cracked open, revealing a golden bead inside. Divine Pearl! The divine pearl was actually obtained by Yefeng, the fierce beast exclaimed. The value of this pearl was too precious. It was the essence of a fierce beast and contained a strong divinity. If they could absorb and refine it, their strength would definitely increase greatly, and it was even possible for them to break through to the transcendent realm. But they were burned to ashes by the divine fire. Yefeng, you deserve to die. I'll definitely tear you into pieces and make you die without a burial place. This fierce beast was completely enraged. A powerful aura emerged from its body, causing the surrounding space to distort. Humph, you're not qualified to make me die without a burial ground. You should worry about yourself. Yefeng's right foot stomped down fiercely. The ground immediately crumbled and a loud sound was heard. After that, a huge lightning pillar suddenly shot up into the sky. Boom! The power of lightning swept across the entire area, tearing a deep crack in the sky. No! At this moment, the fierce beasts were completely flustered. The divine pearl was taken away by Yefeng. Right now, Yefeng's attacks had already locked onto them. Boom! 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 The lightning pillar struck the four fierce beasts from above. Boom! 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 Ah 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 ah! Four deafening rumbles resounded through the sky. The four fierce beasts were bombarded by the lightning pillars. Not only did the lightning pillar have a terrifying destructive power, but it also had a strong electric current and corrosive effect. Under Yefeng's control, the lightning pillar continued to spin, releasing terrifying lightning bolts one after another. The four fierce beasts were immediately charred black by the lightning. Boom! 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 The lightning pillars were getting more and more concentrated, and every time they burst out, they would blast the four fierce beasts away. The screams of the four fierce beasts were getting weaker and weaker. In the end, there was no movement at all, and they had completely fallen. In Yefeng's hand, there was a golden pearl. These were the purest divine flames contained within the four beads. They were a treasure. Yefeng took a step forward and directly swallowed the four divine pearls into his stomach. After the divine fire entered his throat, a surge of divine power immediately filled his body. His cultivation level also soared. Is this the divine flame? It's indeed powerful. Yefeng felt the abundant divine power in his body and a huge smile appeared on his face. Several powerful halos of energy appeared on his body, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Furthermore, the huge amount of energy in his body was growing continuously. His cultivation level was also increasing at an astonishing speed. All of this was like riding a rocket. Yefeng could even clearly sense that his cultivation had already reached the middle stage of beyond A grade. Moreover, his body was even stronger than before. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Yefeng raised his head and looked over, only to see a black dot descending from the sky. This black dot became bigger and bigger, and it soon covered the entire sky. It was about to drown Yefeng. What is this? Yefeng furrowed his brows. A figure could be vaguely seen in this black dot. It's a human. Yefeng's eyes narrowed, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Who is it? Get out here! Yefeng shouted coldly. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was also mobilized at this moment. His entire body was pitch black, and he emitted a cold aura of death. He clenched his fists and punched the sky. Boom! A huge fist force blasted out and instantly hit the black spot. A crack had actually appeared on the black dot under this punch. The cracks spread. Finally, it exploded. What? Yefeng's pupil shrunk. 586 A mysterious power, chance encounter with the God Fire Pearl. It's a beyond A grade. Who are you, and why have you come to my territory? A dignified voice came from the black dot. Yefeng's face was filled with confusion. He had clearly sensed that the black dot contained a mysterious power. This place is your territory. That's right. This area is the territory of our fierce beasts. All right, I'll conquer this territory. Yefeng said indifferently. Ha ha ha. I've already said that you don't have the right. From the black dot, a wild laugh came. You're just an ant. It's simply delusional to think that you can defeat us, the fierce beasts. I think it's just wishful thinking. A devilish smile appeared on Yefeng's face. Why don't you try and see if I can do it? Humph. If that's the case, then show me how much you're worth. Roar. A roar was heard, and the black dot suddenly became several times larger. It was like a mountain floating in the air, exuding a terrifying divine might. Divine flame. Yefeng's pupil shrunk. This energy was the complete opposite of the lightning from before. Boom. The divine flame burned, forming a huge fireball that enveloped Yefeng. Yefeng's eyes shined with brilliance, and his figure flickered and disappeared from his original spot. Bang! The fireball that was condensed from the divine flames landed on the ground and let out a shocking explosion. Within the range of the explosion, the ground instantly cracked open, like a spider web, covering the entire valley. Under the scorching heat of the divine flames, all the vegetation withered. How can he be so strong? Yefeng's face showed a trace of surprise. Boom! Crack! At that moment, a black lightning pillar descended from the sky. Yefeng's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Bang! The black lightning pillar struck the mountain wall, causing the mountain rocks to collapse. There was a huge pit there. What is this thing? Could it be another divine pearl? Yefeng's heart was beating rapidly. If this thing fell to the ground, it would definitely cause endless killing and even destroy the mortal world. With a thought, Yefeng waved his hand and took the divine pearl in his hand. What is this? He threw the divine pearl into his storage space and looked confused. He didn't know the origin of the divine pearl. However, this place was definitely not simple. He didn't want to cause too much trouble. Forget it, let's leave this place first. Yefeng's figure flickered, and he rushed into the distance. This space had already been occupied by that mysterious force. He had to leave as soon as possible to avoid being trapped in this place. Boom! 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 At that moment, a terrifying sound wave swept over from afar. Then, they saw a huge black hole appear in the sky. The black hole continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it covered an entire region. Yefeng's expression changed. The scene in front of him was completely different from what he had seen before. There seemed to be an ancient beast hidden in the depths of the black hole. This is bad. What is this? Did that guy release it? Who is he? I don't care anymore, escaping is more important. Thinking of this, Yefeng did not dare to hesitate, and he quickly moved. From the black hole came a series of howls. They were like the roars of wild beasts, full of a brutal aura. Roar! 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 A series of roars reverberated in the void, shaking the void and the surrounding sky. These voices were filled with endless anger, as if they were expressing their anger of being deceived. Roar! 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 Then, the roars stopped abruptly. However, a series of deep sounds still reverberated in the void. Hearing this series of deep sounds, Yefeng's hair stood on end. This voice made him feel as if it had come from the depths of the netherworld and carried the taste of death. His back could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Yefeng was thinking, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. He looked up. A huge vortex had appeared in the sky before him. The vortex spun faster and faster, as if it was going to swallow the world. How is that possible? Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. He could clearly sense that the vortex contained a terrifying attractive force. There was a strong sense of danger in the depths of the vortex. It was as if he would be torn to pieces by the terrifying suction force in the next second. Whoosh! Wang! Ye Feng stepped lightly on the ground, using the force of attraction, and he quickly retreated. When his body was 3 jong above the ground, he once again stepped on the ground and his figure disappeared on the spot. D***it. I'm actually being held back by this power. Ye Feng's face was filled with solemnness. Just now, he had actually felt a strong sense of danger. Under the pressure of danger, he had no choice but to teleport away to avoid the danger. Ye Feng's figure flashed continuously. However, the space here was very hard. Although he could rely on his super speed to constantly dodge, his speed could not be compared to space. Swish! As he dodged, a black spear pierced through the void and pierced his shoulder. Swish! The sound of blood splattering could be heard, and Ye Feng's clothes were torn apart. Drops of bright red blood flowed out and fell to the ground. It hurts. Ye Feng furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that he would be almost stabbed by a black spear just by dodging it. If he had really touched the spear's blade, he would have died immediately. What a powerful attack! It seems like the only way to avoid that black spear is to teleport. Moreover, in this space, I can only avoid the opponent's attack by teleporting. Ye Feng's face showed a decisive expression. Swish! Ye Feng's body emitted a golden light, his entire body turned into a wisp of green smoke, and disappeared. Wang! Wang! Not long after Ye Feng disappeared, several more golden rays pierced through the void and shot into the distance. One of the golden lights directly raised the forest to the ground, leaving behind a ravine that was dozens of feet deep. Just like this, Ye Feng continued to wander around this space. He teleported again and again. Every time he teleported, he was able to avoid the opponent's attack. 587 Golden Shield, Dense Spiritual Energy Fluctuations. A golden shield appeared around his body. Puchy! Puchy! The golden shield could not only block the terrifying attack, but also reflect it back. In that case, all the attacks that landed on Ye Feng's body would be deflected away by his shield. There's actually such a terrifying existence in this space. If it wasn't for the fact that my physical body is strong enough, I'm afraid I would have died here. It's a good thing that I have the dragon race combat form. That's why I was able to withstand the opponent's attack. However, just how terrifying is that creature's strength? It can actually control this space. A bitter smile appeared on Ye Feng's lips, and he could not help but think. Boom! 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 Ye Feng could hear the sound of explosions continuously. His eyes were shining with a solemn light. This can't go on. I have to find an opportunity to escape from this space. Otherwise, I will be killed by that creature sooner or later. I need to leave this place as soon as possible, but... Just as Ye Feng was about to leave, he suddenly felt something strange. That was because there was a strong spiritual energy fluctuation in the space just now. Ye Feng's body suddenly stopped. His eyes instantly looked forward. In front of him, a towering mountain peak was floating, exuding a majestic pressure. It was a towering mountain peak, completely carved out of white jade. What's that? When Ye Feng saw this majestic mountain, he felt a sense of doubt in his heart. This mountain peak was not like any ordinary mountain peak. It was like a perfect piece of jade, transparent and sparkling, emitting a faint white mist. Every inch of this jade mountain was filled with a sense of mystery. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying energy lingering around the mountain. What's that? Could this be the law of the heavenly Dao? That's not right. I've been here for a long time. Why haven't I heard of the heavenly Dao laws? Just as Ye Feng was feeling confused, he suddenly felt that the creature seemed to be chasing after him. Oh no, this is troublesome. Feeling the aura coming from behind him, Ye Feng's expression changed. Swish! Ye Feng did not dare to stay any longer. He flapped his wings and disappeared from his spot. The moment Ye Feng disappeared, that huge creature appeared here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment Ye Feng disappeared, the space around this creature started to twist, forming many spatial cracks. Wang! A flickering figure instantly rushed out of the spatial rift. This figure was Ye Feng. Who? Who? Ye Feng panted. Under the creature's attack just now, he had escaped in a state of near death. What is that thing? It actually has such a terrifying attack power. Ye Feng mumbled with lingering fear. Under that creature's attack, even Ye Feng could not help but feel fear. This creature was too terrifying. Wang! Wang! Just as Ye Feng was still feeling the lingering fear in his heart, 12 black-robed men appeared around him. These 12 black-robed men held sharp swords in their hands, and their eyes emitted a cold glint as they stared at Ye Feng. The sharp swords in their hands were shining with a sharp light under the sunlight. These guys, are they here to hunt me down? After sensing the auras of the 12 black-robed men, Ye Feng had this thought in his mind. Wang! Wang! However, the moment this thought appeared in his mind, the 12 figures had already slashed out their sharp swords ruthlessly. The sharp sword rays instantly tore the space apart. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, countless sword rays madly charged toward Ye Feng like a storm. The space seemed to be torn apart wherever the sword rays passed. Looking at the overwhelming sword rays, Ye Feng's heart sank. This is bad. Ye Feng's face was filled with bitterness. These 12 long swords contained a destructive power. No matter how strong Ye Feng's physical body was, he would not be able to withstand an attack of this level. No, I can't die like this. I must find a way to leave. However, just as Ye Feng's words left his mouth, the sword rays that filled the sky instantly engulfed Ye Feng. Pft! 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 A wave of bone-piercing pain swept over from all directions, and Ye Feng's skin was instantly torn into a bloody mess, exposing his white bones. This scene was shocking. Ye Feng let out a series of muffled groans. His body was sent flying out uncontrollably. Kaka! Ye Feng's body fell to the ground, producing a clear sound. Cough, cough, cough. Pft! Ye Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? My body is actually injured. Looking at his own body, Ye Feng's eyes were filled with deep shock. My cultivation speed has already reached the peak. However, I can't withstand such a terrifying force with just my body. Could it be that the creature is a god-level expert? However, even a god-level powerhouse's physical strength can't be so powerful. Ye Feng frowned, the shock in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. Ye Feng's body returned to its original state at this moment. At this time, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, Ye Feng did not give up, he continued to look for a way out. Wang! Wang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Many figures rushed out from the top of the mountain and covered the sky. So strong! This creature's strength is too terrifying. My body can't even withstand his power. Looking at the black-robed men who were like a swarm of locusts, Ye Feng revealed a bitter smile on his face. The auras of these people were all stronger than his. Wang! At that moment, the huge creature appeared on the other side of the mountain. This time, it did not continue to chase after Ye Feng. Instead, it locked its target on the area where Ye Feng had just escaped to. Roar! The creature let out a low roar. Its voice seemed to be able to reach millions of meters away, carrying a hint of soul-shaking meaning. The creature took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye as if its body had merged with the void. Ye Feng's heart sank. 588 Finishing off the enemy, the black-robed men's pursuit. Just now, that terrifying attack had left him with quite a trauma. Those black-robed men also appeared in front of Ye Feng at this time. Ye Feng's expression turned solemn. He knew that if he wanted to leave this place alive, he had to get rid of all these enemies. Since that's the case, let's fight. There's no point in running away now anyway. Ye Feng took in a deep breath, his eyes were filled with determination. Since I can't escape, then let's fight. Ye Feng's figure moved. He charged toward the group of black-robed men. He knew that his speed could not compare to these black-robed men, so he could only try his best to fight them head-on. Boom! However, at this time, a huge spear appeared in the hands of the black-robed man, and it was aimed at Ye Feng's chest. The speed of the spear was extremely fast, like a shooting star. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, Ye Feng clenched his fists and shouted, "Slime power!" Ye Feng waved his hands, the slime aura on his body instantly turned into a giant slime battle form, slamming against the giant spear. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire mountain range seemed to shake. Ye Feng's body was directly sent flying. He rolled twice on the ground. His body was covered with cracks, as if it would break at any moment. This creature is too terrifying. My strength can't withstand its punch at all. Ye Feng's face was ashen, and his eyes were wide open. He had never thought that he would end up in such a state. He was a god-level powerhouse, but he couldn't defend against that creature's attack. This made Ye Feng feel extremely aggrieved. No matter what, I must live on. I can't die here. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, and he crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Those black-robed men did not stop attacking because of Ye Feng's current state. On the contrary, they became even crazier. Their gazes were filled with ferocity, as if Ye Feng was their prey. Kill! Tear his body apart! Wring his head off and use it as a stool! As soon as one of the black-robed men finished speaking, the other black-robed men roared in anger and pounced toward Ye Feng. Their movements were as if they had been trained, and they were in sync. D****. Looking at the few people pouncing toward him, Ye Feng's expression turned extremely ugly. He knew that if he wanted to break out of the encirclement, he could only fight head-on. At this moment, ear-piercing sounds were heard. Whoosh! 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 A series of sharp black arrows pierced through the air with a terrifying gust of wind, whistling toward the black-robed men. These sharp arrows were enough to penetrate a mountain. Humph! Petty tricks! Kill! The black-robed men didn't even look at him. They raised their right arms and shot out like lightning, piercing through the sharp arrows. Bang! 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 Pft! 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 The sharp arrows exploded, and the black-robed men took a few steps back at the same time. Their clothes were torn apart by the sharp arrows, leaving bloody wounds on their bodies. These black-robed men had extremely strong defenses. Even a sharp sword would find it difficult to cause any damage to it. However, although these arrows were very powerful, they did not cause any fatal danger. The moment those arrows were sent flying, Ye Feng had already teleported and appeared beside the black-robed men. Boom! 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 These black-robed men instantly reacted and started to smash toward Ye Feng. They were holding giant axes, giant hammers, and giant sabers. All sorts of weapons were slashed toward Ye Feng. However, under Ye Feng's feet, there seemed to be lightning bolts flashing. The power of lightning kept pouring into his feet. At this instant, Ye Feng's body seemed to have turned into a lightning god. No matter how the opponent's weapons attacked, Ye Feng's body could perfectly defend against all the attacks. How is this possible? How can this kid's defense be so strong? Seeing this, the black-robed men's pupils suddenly shrank. Their attacks were actually ineffective. Moreover, this guy's physical strength was actually strong to such an extent. With so many of them working together, even a beyond A grade would have to avoid them. However, Ye Feng was not injured at all. His body seemed to be cast in steel. No matter how the black-robed men's weapons smashed down, it only caved in slightly. The black-robed men's blood was still on his skin. Boom! 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 Above Ye Feng's head, another bolt of lightning flashed past, and a bolt of lightning landed on Ye Feng's body. Kaka! A series of crisp sounds rang out. Ye Feng's body was once again charred black by the lightning. However, this lightning strike did not cause any harm to Ye Feng. His body was constantly absorbing the power of the lightning. How did this happen? My martial soul is being suppressed by this human. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. At the sight of this scene, the black-robed men were all extremely shocked as their eyes flickered with disbelief. They were all PK and grade experts, yet they were unable to do anything to a human. This was simply a joke. However, right at this time, that expert who was suppressed by Ye Feng finally broke free from his restraints. Roar! He let out a low growl. His eyes were bloodshot as he pounced toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng sneered, "Are you very fast?" However, in my opinion, it's still not fast enough. On Ye Feng's body, a bright flame suddenly burst out. Flame Epiphany Technique. His flame was like the sun. It was burning. The muscles on his arms were firm and gave off a metallic luster. Die! A cold rune shot out from Ye Feng's mouth. The slime blade appeared in his hand. Its entire body was dark purple, and countless runes were engraved on the blade. It emitted waves of mysterious and unpredictable energy fluctuations. It was as if this giant blade was made from meteorites and contained all the energy in the world. Ye Feng jumped up. He held his huge blade and slashed toward the black-robed men. He waved his blade. The sky fell, the earth cracked, the void collapsed, and H*LL cracked open. Ye Feng's speed was too fast. 589. A true expert with a strong body. In the black-robed men's vision, his image was already blurry. In the next second, he was already in front of a black-robed man and stabbed out with his sword. Pucci! Blood sprayed out as the black-robed man's chest was pierced through. No, the black-robed man screamed in pain. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. However, his head was still rolling on the ground. Ye Feng kept his giant blade. He turned around and stared at the remaining black-robed men. These few black-robed men saw Ye Feng turning around, and their eyes were filled with deep fear and wariness. "You guys! All of you must die!" Boom! A towering killing intent burst out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Wang! Without any hesitation, the black-robed men immediately teleported away. "You're still so arrogant even when you're running away. Since that's the case, you'll all die here tonight." Ye Feng sneered. He grabbed the black-robed men and threw them out. Whoosh! Just as the black-robed men were about to fall to the ground, a long spear suddenly appeared above their heads and twisted them. Chi-la! The black-robed men didn't even have the time to make a sound before their heads were crushed into powder like watermelons. The owner of the spear was a young man in a white robe. His face was indifferent, and the long spear in his hand was as fast as lightning, like a spiritual snake coming out of its hole. Ye Feng saw all of this and a deep smile appeared on his face. The strength of this white-robed young man was even stronger than Ye Feng. Among these black-robed men, there was not even a single beyond A-grade transcendent. That was to say, Ye Feng had only used an ordinary move earlier. However, the other party had used a transcendent move. Not bad, not bad. Interesting. Ye Feng's mouth let out a sound of praise. You're indeed powerful, the young man in white sneered. However, you'll still be defeated by a true master like me. After saying that, he suddenly took a step forward and swept his long spear horizontally like a silver snake. This silver snake carried a trace of terrifying coldness, which made people's hearts tremble. The spear was as fast as a shooting star. Bang! Wang! However, this spear was easily blocked by Ye Feng's sword. As expected of a peak beyond A grade. His power is indeed extraordinary. Looking at this white-robed young man, a hint of admiration appeared in Ye Feng's eyes. This white-robed young man was a true expert, and his strength was comparable to a peak beyond A grade. This was also why he dared to say such arrogant words. Brat, no matter who sent you here, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, I'll make you pay the price. The white-robed youth's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Hee, I'd like to see what your price is. Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders. The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger. At this moment, he was full of confidence. A single slash had broken the opponent's super skill, and he was not affected at all. He could even counterattack. This was simply too heaven-defying. Brat, you're looking for death. The white-robed young man's pupils suddenly shrank as his eyes were filled with intense anger. With a flick of his wrist, the long spear changed its position and stabbed toward Ye Feng. Whoosh! 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 The tip of the spear seemed to have transformed into 9 silver snakes, each of which contained a sharp edge. Shua! 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 The silver snake pierced through the air and shot toward Ye Feng. This was the attack of a peak beyond A grade. Even super experts would have to dodge. Humph! Seeing the incoming spear, Ye Feng snorted coldly in disdain. He held his huge sword and faced the spear. Bang! The blades collided, emitting a series of metallic clanging sounds, and a series of sparks flew out. The long spear's shaft was instantly torn into 2 and fell to the ground. Ye Feng stomped his feet. His body flew back 3 jong before stopping on the ground. The long spear was broken in 2, but it was still trembling on the ground, emitting a scorching heat. Hiss! When everyone saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. One move, it was only one move, and this thin-looking young man had destroyed a weapon that was comparable to a divine artifact? This! How can this be possible? Good! What a powerful body! The young man in white's expression changed slightly. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Of course. Ye Feng smiled indifferently. This is just the beginning. Wang! Ye Feng took a step forward and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the white-robed young man. The huge blade in his hand ruthlessly stabbed toward the chest of the white-clothed youth. The young man in white was shocked. He had not expected that this thin and weak-looking young man would be faster than him. Ha! The young man in white roared, and with a flip of his wrist, a long sword appeared in his hand. He then slashed at the huge blade. Clang! The long sword and the giant blade collided with each other, giving off a crisp sound. What? The white-robed young man's eyes were filled with astonishment. This seemingly thin and weak young man in front of him was actually able to withstand his full-force attack. He exerted force on his wrist and the sword in his hand continued to stab forward. Clang! Clang! Another crisp sound was heard, and the long sword was bounced away again. How is that possible? You're clearly very thin and weak, so why are you so strong? The young man in white widened his eyes. Ha ha ha! Hearing this, Ye Feng could not help but laugh out loud. Aren't you very strong? Now, another strike. You! The white-robed young man almost vomited blood from Ye Feng's words. This guy's strength was simply inconceivable. He had cultivated countless techniques for so many years, but he could not even hurt a single hair on the other party. This The young man in white smiled bitterly. At this moment, he had a feeling that even if he went all out, he would still be unable to do anything to his opponent. The other party was like a god. His eyes were filled with shock. "Who are you?" The white-robed young man asked the question that had been plaguing his mind. "The person who will kill you." As soon as Ye Feng said that, the blade in his hand slashed out countless after-images. All of them were flying toward the white-robed young man. With a solemn look, the young man in white hurriedly thrust his long sword forward. The sword energies crisscrossed and formed a huge net. Clang! 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 The long sword and the blade ray intertwined, giving off a series of metallic clanging sounds. Ripples spread out like the water on the surface of a lake. A mocking smile appeared on Ye Feng's face, and he stomped his right leg on the ground. 590 The white-robed young man reappears. Ye Feng is forced to accept the challenge. Boom! 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 The entire ground shook violently, and cracks began to spread. Then, Ye Feng's body was like a cannonball, charging toward the white-robed young man. Boom! Ye Feng's fist was like a meteorite. It carried an indomitable aura as it charged toward the white-robed young man. D***MN. Facing this attack, the young man in white gritted his teeth and waved his long sword. A silver blade appeared out of thin air and ruthlessly slashed at the fist. The blade and Ye Feng's fist collided. Immediately, metallic sounds were heard and sparks flew everywhere. The blade and the fist were in a deadlock, as if the two were engaged in an intense tug-of-war. However, the young man in white's forehead was covered in sweat. Because, he could feel that Ye Feng's fist contained a terrifying force, and he could not hold it steadily. The strength in his arm was rapidly flowing away. Pfft! At the next moment, Ye Feng's palm slammed onto the blade of the sword. Crack! Bang! Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, the young man in white felt that the long sword in his hand had been broken and his entire arm was crippled. The long sword in his hand was a divine weapon. It was so hard that it could easily kill a half-god. But in front of Ye Feng, he was as weak as a piece of paper. Crack! In the next moment, a series of crisp sounds were heard as the muscles on the young man's arm started to crack. Ah! His scream resounded through the sky. His entire arm was crippled, and fresh blood was dripping down his arm to the ground. This is the difference. But you haven't lost yet because I haven't tried my best. Ye Feng indifferently glanced at the white-robed young man and spoke. Impossible. How can your body be so powerful? The white-robed young man's face was filled with fear. It's not that you're strong, but that I'm too strong. Ye Feng's lips curled up, revealing a mocking smile. The young man in white was stunned. He had never seen someone with such physical strength. I admit that I underestimated your physical body. However, your cultivation level is far higher than mine. The young man in white took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and spoke in a deep voice. He knew that he had encountered a true expert. This young man's combat strength was even stronger than his own. Hearing this, Ye Feng smiled and said, "You know what? I have more battle experience than you. Although you're strong, you haven't reached your true peak. Therefore, you must die today." The white-robed young man's eyes narrowed. "Your strength is indeed very powerful, but I also have a life-saving trump card. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I'll still make you stay here." "Oh? What trump card?" Ye Feng asked curiously. "This technique was taught to me by the Shadow Demon Monarch Alphys." "I don't think you've heard of it before," the young man in white said proudly. Ye Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, but so what? Your attack can't even withstand a single blow from me. Is that so?" The young man in white sneered. He threw the sword in his hand into the air, and the aura on his body exploded again and again. A rune was floating in the air, emitting a powerful aura. Break! The next second, the young man in white shouted and drove the sword in his hand into the rune. In an instant, the runes emitted a dazzling light. The young man in white's face turned ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred. "Ye Feng, today, I will let you experience my strongest secret skill." Saying so, he stomped on the ground with his right foot. His entire body turned into a sharp arrow, shooting toward Ye Feng. Swish! The white-robed youth's figure instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Ye Feng, his right fist smashing down. Bang! Ye Feng grabbed the white-robed young man's arm with both hands and pulled with all his might. The young man in white's body uncontrollably fell back 30 feet. And Ye Feng's figure was like a shooting star, pouncing toward the white-robed young man. Seeing this, the young man in white's face turned extremely ugly. He held the broken sword tightly with both hands and said with a dark face, "You're trash." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again, and a ball of white sword light burst out from his body. Whoosh! The sword light flashed, and with a sharp sound, and it appeared in front of Ye Feng's forehead. This move is actually somewhat familiar. Ye Feng squinted his eyes, and a trace of solemnness appeared in his eyes. He quickly raised his right hand and placed it in front of his forehead. Bang! A low and muffled sound echoed in his ears. The sword light collided with Ye Feng's fist, and a metallic clang was heard. It made everyone's body go numb. The sword ray was blocked. However, the next moment, the sword ray suddenly expanded and turned into a huge sword that was 3 meters long. The huge sword was covered with dense blades, making it look like a sharp treasure sword. This move is extremely powerful. I can definitely win. The young man in white's eyes was filled with excitement and fanaticism as he let out a low roar. The sword ray was as bright as the Milky Way. This strike was made up of more than 100 sword shadows, and each sword shadow was extremely powerful. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions rang out. The sword ray wreaked havoc and swept out in all directions like a wave, flipping the soil on the ground. Humph, is this your killing move? I thought it would be an amazing move. So, it's nothing more than this. Since you're already at your wit's end, then obediently accept your death. Ye Feng sneered. Boom! In the next moment, he stomped his feet and charged at the young man in white like lightning. Boom! The moment the two collided, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. Dust and smoke flew in all directions. What? The young man in white widened his eyes, and he looked at Ye Feng in disbelief. This? How is this possible? The white-robed young man's eyes were filled with intense shock. How long had it been? How could Ye Feng possess such terrifying strength? Even if he was at the peak of his strength, he might not be able to achieve such a level. This. He wasn't human at all. 591 suppressed cultivation, the most ridiculous monster. You're no match for me. Surrender obediently and I'll spare your life. Ye Feng looked at the dazed white-robed young man. His lips curled up slightly. Don't even think about it. The white-robed young man gritted his teeth and said, even if I lose to you, I won't let myself be captured. You're looking for death. A cold glint appeared in Ye Feng's eyes as he punched the chest of the white-robed young man. Pfft! The young man in white's face suddenly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward for dozens of feet and fell heavily on the ground. The young man in white's sternum had been completely shattered, and his internal organs had been displaced. How is this possible? The white-robed young man looked at Ye Feng in disbelief. The shock in his eyes became even more obvious. He had thought that with the power of the Shadow Demon Monarch Alphas, he would become even stronger. He, who was originally only a late stage Beyond A grade, had been forcibly raised to the peak of Beyond A grade. How long had it been, and his cultivation had already fallen back to the late stage of Beyond A grade. How was this possible? What kind of monstrous existence was the other party? He he. Ye Feng laughed, his eyes flashing with a mocking light. I am the most heaven-defying monster you have ever seen, and I am also a freak who possesses strength that surpasses the limits of ordinary people. A freak who surpassed the limits of ordinary people. The white-clad young man's heart was in turmoil. Although the secret technique he cultivated was only at the beyond A-grade level, it was still a top-tier existence on this continent. However, this guy actually said that his secret technique was only beyond A-grade. In that case, didn't that mean that his strength had already surpassed A and reached the legendary beyond A-grade? Hee. Freak, you're too arrogant. So what if I can't defeat you? The young man in white smiled bitterly. Not only will I kill you, but I will also imprison you and sacrifice you to the great Abyss King, Alphys. Then, I will slowly torture you. The young man in white widened his eyes in disbelief. This guy actually dared to imprison him. He was simply too arrogant. Ye Feng sneered. He slowly walked forward. With every step, his feet would sink in, and the entire ground seemed to be shaking. As he got closer to the young man in white, the young man in white could feel his breathing becoming rapid. The white-robed youth gritted his teeth and said, "Are you trying to buy time?" "Not bad." Ye Feng nodded his head and looked at the white-robed young man indifferently. The corners of his lips curled up. "I wonder how long can you last?" As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in his palm. Boom! The ball of fire instantly enveloped the white-robed young man and began to burn. The white-robed young man looked at Ye Feng in fear. He kept struggling, but to no avail. Instead, because he was moving more and more violently, his injuries worsened. "Weren't you very arrogant?" Ye Feng laughed coldly, looking at the young man in white who was rolling on the ground. "Didn't you say that I am a freak? Now, I'll show you what a freak is." Roar! The white-robed young man roared in anger, and his entire body emitted a blinding golden light. A terrifying pressure exploded from his body, forcing Ye Feng to retreat. The young man in white stood up. His body was covered in blood, fresh blood was flowing out of his mouth, and he stared at Ye Feng. "Now, I'll tell you what a freak is." The young man in white had a crazed look in his eyes. He waved his arms and countless black vines surged out from the surroundings, wrapping around Ye Feng. The vines were filled with fearsome faces. They opened their mouths wide and showed their fangs, and they attacked Ye Feng with a hungry look. Hiss! Rib! Si la! An ear-piercing sound of wind breaking resounded as black vines swept toward Ye Feng. These vines were like sharp blades with a cold glint and a cold killing intent. Ye Feng's eyes focused. He punched out and a fiery fist force shot out, smashing onto the vines. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the vine exploded into countless fragments. But it wasn't over yet. After the vines exploded, they turned into black mist and spread in all directions, instantly covering Ye Feng within. After the vines exploded, they formed a strange dark vortex. From time to time, a dark light pillar would flash out of the whirlpool, as if there were living creatures swimming in it. It was creepy. Ye Feng's expression sank. The scene in front of him gave him a bad premonition. This premonition came from Ye Feng himself and not from the enemies in the outside world. Hiss! Right at this moment, an air-rending sound could be heard. Sharp black sword rays streaked through the air, bringing with them a sharp killing intent as they attacked Ye Feng. Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of danger. This was not the first time he had felt this sense of danger. Buzz! A strange fluctuation spread out from Ye Feng's body, shrouding his entire body, blocking those extremely sharp sword rays. Chi! Chi! The sharp sword ray collided with Ye Feng's protective energy. It kept on rubbing against it, emitting a piercing sound. However, Ye Feng still did not move. He was like a god of war standing there. When the white-clothed youth saw this scene, his eyes almost fell to the ground. F***ck. Is this guy even human? How can you block my attack? Could it be that he has really reached the beyond A grade realm? Two thoughts instantly popped up in the mind of the young man in white. Beyond A grade was a realm that far surpassed the peak of A and grade. From what they knew, a beyond A grade was not something an ordinary person could deal with. In fact, they could even crush peak A and grade experts. Yet, the person in front of him was able to easily receive one of his moves and even defend it without a single drop of water. The young man in white panicked. This freak in front of him was already a beyond A grade? Hiss! 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 The black vines attacked again, sweeping toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng snorted coldly. A sharp light shot out from his eyes, and he punched out with a terrifying aura, sending the surrounding black vines flying. Then, Ye Feng continued to attack. Every punch contained an extremely powerful force, causing the black vines to explode. 592 So strong that it makes people despair, the last trump card. So strong that it makes people despair, the last trump card. Ye Feng's attacks were getting faster and faster, and the power of each punch was getting stronger and stronger. The young man in white was suppressed by Ye Feng to the point where he could not even lift his head, he could not even resist. Because Ye Feng was already a beyond A grade expert, it was extremely easy to deal with him. The young man in white's body kept twisting, and his eyes were full of fear and despair. Pft! 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 One punch after another landed on the young man in white's body. In the blink of an eye, the young man's skin was already covered in wounds. Blood flowed out from the wounds and dripped onto the floor. In a short while, blood had already dyed the floor tiles red. The white-robed young man's body was trembling intensely. He had no way to escape. He was being suppressed by Ye Feng. Boom! Boom! Black lightning suddenly shot out from the white-robed young man's body, turning into a long dragon that charged toward Ye Feng. Boom! 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 Loud sounds could be heard as the lightning dragon collided with Ye Feng's fist. Not only were there loud explosions, there were also sparks that would burst out from time to time. This guy actually has the lightning element. Seeing Ye Feng using his lightning attribute special ability, the white-robed young man's eyes were filled with shock. The rarity of lightning attribute special abilities far exceeded that of other attributes. A beyond A grade actually had a lightning attribute ability. This was too shocking. This also showed that his strength was definitely a very powerful existence. Swish! Bolts of lightning appeared on Ye Feng's fist as he slashed toward the black lightning snakes. When the black lightning met the lightning of the lightning attribute, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. They all dodged, not daring to collide with the lightning. Hiss! A black lightning snake was destroyed by Ye Feng's punch. It turned into black smoke that filled the sky, falling down. Ye Feng frowned. A faint silver glow appeared on his body, and he took a step forward and disappeared from his spot. The white-robed young man's pupils suddenly contracted. A silver light suddenly appeared in the void and slashed down at him. Bang! The white-clothed young man's body emitted a defensive energy barrier that blocked the silver radiance. Who? The white-robed young man heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Ye Feng, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of monster is this? How can he possess the lightning element? This is simply against common sense. A mocking smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. This fellow was really a fool. If this had happened to anyone else, it would definitely be something worth showing off. However, when it happened to this fellow, it was simply ridiculous to the extreme. You don't deserve to know. Ye Feng sneered. Ye Feng stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot, and his entire body instantly shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the white-robed young man. Swish! Ye Feng grabbed at the white-robed young man's throat. The white-robed young man was shocked. He quickly activated the spiritual energy in his body and formed a black shield in front of him, trying to block Yefeng's attack. Bang! However, the moment the white-robed young man condensed his shield, the shield cracked apart and was crushed by Yefeng. The young man in white's face turned pale as he fell to the ground. Boom! 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 Yefeng waved his arms again, slapping toward the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man quickly activated the spiritual energy in his body and turned it into dozens of huge round plates that surrounded him, blocking Yefeng's attack. However, Yefeng's strength was simply too great. Under Yefeng's attack, those huge round plates shattered into countless pieces, scattering in all directions. Bang! 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 Yefeng's arm was like a steel whip striking the disc. Every time he struck, the disc would shatter into countless tiny pieces. Ah! The young man in white let out a shrill scream. Yefeng's strength was too strong, so strong that it made people feel despair. In a short while, the disc was completely shattered. The young man in white felt as if he had been hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The young man in white felt his bones cracking as if they were about to break. His eyes were wide open and his face was extremely ferocious. His eyeballs almost popped out. You! How could you have the lightning element? This simply doesn't exist. A mocking smile appeared on Yefeng's face, and he said coldly, "Didn't I tell you that I'm a lightning elemental ability user? This is the power of the lightning element." Pa! Before the young man in white could finish his sentence, a palm slapped his face ruthlessly. The young man in white's face was swollen, and scarlet blood was flowing out of his mouth. "Kneel down!" Yefeng shouted angrily. The white-robed young man was so scared that his heart turned cold. He quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. The white-robed young man's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Yefeng had the lightning attribute, even if he had to risk his life, he would not have acted rashly. However, it was too late to say anything. He had already been defeated and was completely crippled by Yefeng. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he could not. Swish! Yefeng retracted his palm. He looked at the white-robed young man on the ground. A cruel smile appeared on his face. "I don't want to say words twice. So, go to H*LL. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Yefeng's figure appeared in front of the young man in white. He raised his palm and pressed down on the young man's head. The white-robed young man's pupils shrunk. He could only watch as Yefeng's right palm came toward his forehead. The white-robed young man's pupils contracted as a deep sense of despair rose in his heart. He knew that he would not be able to survive this. Yefeng's strength was too terrifying. Even if he recovered his peak strength now, it would be impossible for him to defeat Yefeng. All sorts of thoughts flashed through the young man in white's mind. Swish! Suddenly, a golden light flashed and turned into a huge secret text. The golden secret text enveloped the white-clothed youth, and a strange fluctuation spread out. The young man in white's expression changed a few times. He suddenly laughed, "He, I didn't expect you to still have a trump card that you haven't shown. Since that's the case, I'll play with you." Swish! A golden pill flew into the white-clothed young man's mouth. In the next second, the aura of the young man in white rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a level beyond the peak of A and grade. 593 Sharp killing intent, shocked expression. Yefeng's eyelids twitched as he cursed in his heart, F***ck. Another peak beyond A grade expert? No wonder he dared to attack the powerhouses of China. To dare to challenge me, you do have some strength. Swish! The white-robed young man's figure moved. Like a ghost, he charged toward Yefeng. The white-robed young man flicked his wrist and a long sword appeared in his palm. He stabbed toward Yefeng's chest. Yefeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Get lost!" Ye Feng stretched out his right hand. His 5 fingers bent as he grabbed the white-robed young man's sword. Caw caw caw. The crisp sound of a bone fracture came from the young man in white's wrist, and his face instantly turned red. Pfft! The young man in white could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure, and his body fell into the distance like a broken kite. Cough, cough, cough. The white-robed young man crawled up with difficulty. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Ye Feng. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This? What kind of freak is this? Ye Feng took a step forward and arrived before the white-robed young man. He threw a punch at the young man. Bang! The young man in white trembled and flew backward, only stopping when he hit the wall. The young man in white spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with panic and his body was trembling violently. You! How did you do it? I've clearly recovered my strength, so why are you still able to crush me? Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly, because your strength has already fallen to the bottom, you are no longer at your peak. I. The young man in white opened his mouth, trying to explain something, but he didn't know where to start. Now, it's your turn. Ye Feng squinted his eyes, and he stomped the ground with his right foot. Boom! Behind Ye Feng, a 3-meter-tall and extremely ugly demonic beast phantom with wings on its back appeared. It turned around and charged out with a strong gust of wind. Roar! 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 The demonic beast roared at the sky and pounced toward the ground. Boom! 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 The demonic beast's huge claws ruthlessly smacked the ground, instantly turning the hard stone into powder. The ground began to shake violently. The white-robed young man's eyes were filled with shock. Mid beyond A grade? You're a mid beyond A grade? You've actually cultivated to this level. The young man in white could not believe his eyes. Ye Feng's strength was clearly only at the early stage of beyond A grade, so how did he suddenly become so terrifying? He was even more terrifying than some ordinary mid-stage beyond A grades. Ye Feng glanced at the white-robed young man indifferently. Now, it's my turn. Ye Feng clenched his fists. Bang! The 2 fists collided with each other, making a dull sound. Crack! Ye Feng could feel that the other party's fists were like steel, locking his arms firmly. Pfft! A crisp sound was heard, and Ye Feng's arm was shattered. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Although his body was many times stronger than humans of the same level, he still could not block the attack of the white-robed young man. D*****, how can I lose to this kind of trash? The white-robed young man activated his spiritual energy crazily. White fog condensed into a sharp blade and slashed toward Ye Feng's body. Boom! Ye Feng's figure instantly disappeared, and he punched out. The young man in white was covered in blood. Ye Feng managed to injure the white-robed young man with a single move, causing the white-robed young man to feel extreme fear in his heart. Ye Feng took a step forward and punched out, blasting apart the head of the white-robed young man again. He then followed up with another slash. This guy had to be killed, or he would endanger the entire Chinese symbiotes world in the future. Ye Feng could not allow this kind of disaster to exist in this world. Swish! 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 Ye Feng continuously punched out, causing the white-robed young man to explode into blood mist. With the death of the white-robed young man, everything was over. Ye Feng's figure flickered. He returned to his original spot and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Whew! Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He had gone all out just now and had used up a lot of his energy. He could already sense that the spiritual energy in his body had been exhausted. If it wasn't for the fact that he had consumed a few medicinal pills earlier to speed up his absorption of the medicinal properties, it would have been impossible for him to finish off the white-robed young man. Ye Feng sat down cross-legged and circulated the dragon vein technique, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, traces of pure heaven and earthling chi entered the depths of Yefeng's soul, gathering around him and forming a whirlpool. Hwalala! These vortexes were spinning crazily, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In the depths of Yefeng's soul, a huge black hole was formed, streams of heaven and earth spiritual energy poured down like a flood. Hwalala! Streams of water shot out from the depths of his soul and gathered around Yefeng, forming a huge whirlpool. Boom! A wave of emotion appeared in the depths of Yefeng's soul. In Yefeng's meridians, the spiritual energy was condensed into a liquid, spinning in the depths of Yefeng's soul, before slowly pouring into the depths of his soul. Swish! The vast sea of spiritual energy in the depths of his soul suddenly trembled. A drop of golden liquid was suspended in the air. It was like a golden sun, emitting a dazzling golden light. Yefeng's mind flickered. He took out that drop of golden liquid and observed it carefully. The drop of golden liquid was shining with a dazzling golden light, like a golden foil, looking extremely beautiful. However, this drop of golden liquid contained an extremely overbearing and destructive energy. Boom! 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 The sea of spiritual energy around Yefeng suddenly had huge waves. Boom! This huge wave was 100 feet tall, and it completely submerged Yefeng. In this huge wave, Yefeng felt a vast and majestic pressure. An extremely terrifying pressure that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart and destroy everything. Under this pressure, Yefeng felt like he was an ant. Yefeng took in a deep breath. He suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to calm his mind. Under such pressure, he couldn't even activate his spiritual energy. How wonderful! Yefeng sighed inwardly. Right at this time, an unparalleled energy surged from the depths of his soul. It rushed into his limbs and bones. In an instant, it filled every inch of Yefeng's skin, every pore. This is... Yefeng's face revealed an expression of disbelief. In the depths of his soul, mysterious patterns appeared, emitting a faint purple gold light. 594. A terrifying upgrade, a huge change. Crack! Crack! Kika! Kika! The number of purple gold patterns increased. Gradually, this purple gold pattern actually extended to the entire body. It spread out in a circle and then covered the entire body. Yefeng's entire body was enveloped in the purple gold light. Boom! 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 Purple gold light bloomed, and Yefeng felt his entire body being enveloped by the purple gold light. He was like a purple gold war god. Yefeng could clearly feel that the strength in his body was increasing at a terrifying speed. What's going on? Yefeng's expression was extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with shock. Yefeng had never seen purple gold patterns before, and he had never heard of such a scene. Boom! 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 The purple gold light grew brighter and brighter, like a huge fireball, emitting a scorching heat. Ah! The surface of Yefeng's skin was burning, and he let out a series of ear-piercing screams. Hiss! Yefeng took in a deep breath. He gritted his teeth and persevered. This pain did not last long, because the purple gold pattern had completely seeped into his flesh and blood, and then into his bones. Yefeng's bones became even more crystal clear, as if it was made of gold and jade. Zi! Zi! Yefeng felt that his bone armor seemed to have turned into metal. It was emitting a cold aura. Ka! On Yefeng's shoulder, the layer of purple scales fell off, revealing Yefeng's shoulder blades. On the scale armor, extremely mysterious runes flickered, exuding an ancient and vicissitude aura. Roar! Yefeng opened his mouth and roared. All the veins in his body expanded and let out a crack sound. His body became even straighter, as straight as a javelin, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. What's going on? Yefeng could feel that his cultivation had increased again, but he did not know how to describe it. Shua! 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 Yefeng's hands suddenly raised up, drawing out two profound trajectories in the air and blasting them forward. Wherever Yefeng's hands touched, the air would tremble violently, leaving behind pitch-black traces. Wherever Yefeng's palms touched, the ground would cave in, forming two deep pits. Yefeng's face was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha! So cool! Yefeng laughed out loud. Although Yefeng did not understand where this powerful force came from, there was no doubt that this force was extremely powerful. This power was a divine ability bestowed by the heavens. Not only was it a god-given magical power, but it also had a certain attacking ability. This power was extraordinary. Even Yefeng had no way to control it. But it was a part of Yefeng's body. Just like a person, it could be used at any time. With a thought from Yefeng, this huge force once again entered the depths of Yefeng's soul. Boom! 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 The sea of spiritual energy in the depths of Yefeng's soul underwent a huge change again. In the depths of his soul, a purple star was being formed. The purple star was like a purple diamond, emitting a rich starlight that was dazzling. Ka, ka, ka. Golden runes appeared on the purple star, each of which represented the use of a law. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the golden spiritual energy in Yefeng's body seemed to have come alive, and it surged toward his limbs and bones. Bang! 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 Yefeng's fist exploded, turning into balls of golden spiritual energy. What's going on? Yefeng's eyes widened. He could not believe this. How did his strength increase so much in just a few seconds? Moreover, the power in his body seemed to be increasing continuously, and it simply couldn't be stopped. Wang! Right at this moment, a vibration could be felt in Yefeng's mind, and he could feel that his soul was trembling. Wang! A purple ray of light shot out from Yefeng's forehead. Buzz! 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 On Yefeng's forehead, a purple pearl appeared. The purple pearl was translucent like a crystal ball, emitting a faint purple light. Isn't this the power of my slime body? Yefeng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He felt his divine perception, and felt that his divine perception was more than 1,000 times stronger. Yefeng could easily feel that his divine perception was many times stronger than before. Even Yefeng's soul was much stronger than before. In the depths of Yefeng's soul, there were many mysterious golden inscriptions. They were like golden runes. What are these inscriptions? Yefeng stared at the astral body in his mind. His expression was one of shock. Could it be that these inscriptions were left behind by some powerful expert? Yefeng suddenly felt a familiar aura. Wang! Yefeng's divine perception suddenly moved. He expanded his divine soul to cover his entire body, then he took a step forward. Boom! Yefeng felt like his body was like a cannonball, and he was sent flying forward. The power in Yefeng's body continued to surge. Yefeng's body was becoming tougher and stronger. Yefeng's body was expanding bit by bit. It expanded until it was over 3 meters tall. This is the legendary divine body. Yefeng looked at his own powerful physique, and he could not help but swallow his saliva. His face showing an expression of ecstasy. Boom! Yefeng suddenly waved his fist and punched the ground. A ring of terrifying shock waves smashed the ground, forming spider web-like cracks. Hiss! Yefeng sucked in a breath of cold air. He was extremely shocked in his heart. Yefeng discovered that under this punch, his strength had actually increased by several times. It had become much more terrifying. Boom! 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 Right at this time, Yefeng heard a loud noise coming from under his feet, only to see a huge mountain appearing beside him. The mountain was hundreds of feet tall and stood tall, like a real mountain. Moreover, the cracks on the mountain were as if they had been chiseled by knives and axes. The cracks on the mountain were filled with lightning. Ye Feng raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. This mountain was left behind by another fierce beast. Hiss! Ye Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. His face instantly turned pale, his eyes filled with shock and fear. A fierce beast was a legendary creature. It was rumored that it had an endless lifespan, and could live for thousands of years. However, in the ancient times, even in the ancient myths, the fierce beasts had long 595s grade manual, absorbing the laws of heaven and earth. But today, he actually saw this fierce beast with his own eyes. This was an extremely shocking matter. Who? Ye Feng took in a deep breath, his face was filled with shock. What kind of power is this? Ye Feng's body actually burst out with a layer of purple light. The purple light flickered continuously, as if it contained an endless power. There seemed to be a mysterious purple river flowing in the purple light. Ye Feng could clearly feel that this power was definitely many times stronger than his divine perception. No wonder when I was cultivating the dragon vein technique, I had a bit of comprehension in my mind. Ye Feng finally understood, the dragon vein technique was not a normal high-tier secret technique, it was the highest tier, S-grade secret technique. Once an S-grade manual was cultivated, even a transcendent would not be able to resist it. It could devour the essence of the sun and moon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even the laws of heaven and earth. Furthermore, once he mastered an S-grade manual, he would be able to absorb the laws of heaven and earth, increasing his cultivation speed by countless times. Ye Feng's current strength had already reached the middle stage of the beyond A-grade realm, and he had also cultivated the keyword of the dragon vein technique, devouring power. As long as he could cultivate the dragon vein technique to perfection, he would be able to devour the laws of heaven and earth and make himself stronger. Furthermore, it had a magical property, and that was devouring. My current physical strength is already comparable to a mid-stage beyond A-grade fierce beast. Ye Feng could feel that his body had become extremely strong. It was even stronger than most weapons. Whoosh! Ye Feng's body moved and he flew down from the mountain peak. He didn't continue to cultivate, but prepared to leave this place. Because Ye Feng's identity had been exposed, he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Boom! Just as Ye Feng landed on the ground, he suddenly felt the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy becoming chaotic, as if they were being drawn in and were continuously gathering over. What's going on? Could there be other fierce beasts in these ruins? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. He felt that things were not looking good. Sure enough, the next moment, a huge shadow loomed over. Ye Feng raised his head, he saw a 10,000 feet long, pitch black, with sharp teeth and black smoke emitting from its body. It opened its mouth and tore through the void, grabbing toward Ye Feng. Puchi! Those sharp nails directly pierced through Ye Feng's chest. A dense black fog spread out and quickly enveloped Ye Feng. He felt that his internal organs were being corroded. Ah! Ye Feng screamed in pain. He felt as if he had been thrown into a boiling furnace. Ah! Ye Feng continued to scream, his expression turned extremely ferocious. Roar! An angry roar was heard. A giant wolf walked out of the darkness. Roar! The giant wolf roared toward the sky, its wolf eyes staring at Ye Feng, filled with hatred. Ye Feng's body started to shrivel. D*mit. What happened to my body? Why did it change so quickly? Ye Feng felt an intense pain spreading through his entire body. He knew that he had been demonized. D*mned animal. You dare to eat me? Ye Feng roared madly. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the giant wolf in the darkness. Roar! That giant wolf let out a miserable howl and was caught by Ye Feng, thrown to the ground. Boom! Ye Feng punched out, creating a huge pit on the ground. The giant wolf's head on the ground was smashed into dust by Ye Feng's fist. Huff, huff huff, huff. Right at this time, the surrounding spiritual energy gushed into Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng could feel the aura in his body rising continuously. It had reached a critical point. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated throughout the world. Ye Feng felt that the power in the depths of his soul was like a flood breaking through a dam, and it burst out and broke through his meridians. Kika! 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 Ye Feng could feel the bones in his body exploding continuously. Those meridians were all destroyed by this majestic force. Boom! Ye Feng felt as if he had turned into a huge fireball, and his body was burning with flames. Ye Feng's face turned red, and his skin started to smoke. He felt like his body was about to explode. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. He continued to circulate the dragon vein technique, absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual energy. On the surface of his body, cells were constantly emerging and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Between heaven and earth, wind and clouds churned, and lightning intertwined. The entire area was like H*LL. Ye Feng could feel that his body was almost unable to take it. His skin was covered in wounds and blood was dripping. Ye Feng could feel that the muscles on his body were shrinking at a terrifying speed. Even his veins had turned into thick blue veins. Ah! Ye Feng screamed in pain. He felt that he could not hold on any longer. At this time, drops of golden yellow liquid seeped out from his pores, emitting a faint golden light, just like a sun. This golden liquid was the essence energy that he had condensed after absorbing the pure spiritual energy in this world. What the H*LL is this? How did my body become like this? Ye Feng looked at the layer of golden liquid on his body, and he was extremely shocked. This golden liquid continued to evaporate, exuding a faint pressure, causing fear to rise in Ye Feng's heart. What was this thing? No. I can't just sit and wait for death. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Ye Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He immediately activated his cultivation technique and madly circulated the pure spiritual energy he had absorbed, sending it into the depths of his soul. This pure spiritual energy, once it entered the depths of Ye Feng's soul, it turned into tiny essence. These essences floated in the depths of his soul and released a dazzling golden light, as if they contained the vast power of the heavens and the earth. Wang! Ye Feng felt a tremor in the depths of his soul. That essence suddenly opened its eyes, and it let out a bright golden light. These rays of light were like sharp swords that pierced through the void. With the birth of the essence, a vast power instantly filled the entire space in the depths of the soul and swept in all directions. Wang! An invisible ripple spread out like a wave, but it also felt like a gust of wind. Bang! A clear cracking sound was heard. 596 Pure Energy, Evil Giant Wolf. The essence in the depths of his soul burst open, and an extremely powerful force gushed out, rushing to his limbs and bones. Every blood vessel, every muscle, and every blood vessel was flowing with pure energy. Boom! 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 Ye Feng felt that his body had become even stronger. His muscles were harder than steel. The bone armor was even tougher than an iron wall. Waves of powerful energy flowed through Ye Feng's veins. Even if Ye Feng didn't use all his strength, not even a rock could move him now. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ye Feng raised his head and laughed. He suddenly felt that the power in his body had reached its peak state, as if he could kill a beyond A-grade symbiote with one punch. And he found that his body seemed to be stronger than before. Not only that, his physique and physical fitness had also been strengthened by several times. All of this was left behind by the giant wolf. Roar! At this moment, the giant wolf suddenly let out a sorrowful cry and fell to the ground. Roar! At this time, a deafening roar came from afar. It made Ye Feng's eardrums numb and he felt dizzy. Ye Feng turned around. He saw a terrifying creature that was over 5 meters tall. The creature's body was several jong long and covered in silver-white scales. Every inch of its muscles was knotted like a small mountain. Its mouth was as sharp as a blade, and its fangs were cold. It emitted an icy aura, as if it wanted to freeze all living things into popsicles. Its huge body was 2 to 3 times taller than Ye Feng. The moment Ye Feng saw the giant wolf, his heart tightened. What a powerful demonic creature! Ye Feng's pupils shrunk. Its huge body emitted a terrifying aura, and it charged toward Ye Feng as if it wanted to crush Ye Feng into dust. Boom! 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 Ye Feng stomped on the ground and jumped onto the back of the wolf. He then hugged the wolf's neck with his arms. Roar! At this time, this terrifying giant wolf let out a furious roar. It opened its mouth and bit toward Ye Feng's neck. It wanted to tear Ye Feng into pieces. Boom! Ye Feng smacked out with his palm, directly smacking the head of this giant wolf. Thump! This giant wolf was sent flying by Ye Feng's palm. Bang! The giant wolf crashed into the forest, making an earth-shattering crash. The giant wolf climbed up from the forest. After shaking its head a few times, it pounced at Ye Feng again. At this time, Ye Feng attacked again. Puchi! Ye Feng's palms came together, forming a huge ball of light, and he slammed it onto the wolf's chest. Boom! A huge explosion reverberated through the clouds, deafening everyone. The giant wolf's chest was struck by Ye Feng's light ball. Immediately, it let out a violent trembling sound. The wolf's body was like an injured wild beast. After howling in pain, it charged toward Ye Feng again. The giant wolf was very fast. It twisted its body and turned into a snake tail. Bang! It swung its tail and hit Ye Feng's shoulder. Ye Feng's body was forced to take a few steps back before he stopped. At this time, Ye Feng felt that there was an indescribable thing in his body that entered his body. Gulp! Ye Feng swallowed his saliva. In that instant, he had almost been whipped to death by the giant wolf. It's so powerful! It's too powerful! It's an invincible existence! It's a monster! Ye Feng could not help but praise. Right at this time, a dark voice resounded in Ye Feng's ears. Do you know what I am? Why should I know who you are? Ye Feng was stunned. The dark voice continued to ask, are you not afraid of death? If I'm afraid of death, I'd be dead by now. You wouldn't have the right to ask me that, Ye Feng retorted. After a moment of silence, the sinister voice slowly said, since you're not afraid of death, then stay here and accompany me. When Ye Feng heard that sinister voice, he revealed a playful expression. He, accompany you? I really want to keep you company. Ye Feng said with a smile. Then you can stay here. I'll slowly gnaw and eat your body, then refine you and make you a slave for all eternity, never to rise again. The sinister voice had a thick sense of malice. Hearing its voice, Ye Feng felt his hair stand on end. This guy was actually thinking of devouring his body? What are you? How can you control my body? Ye Feng frowned and asked. Me? I'm the devourer. You should have heard of me, the gloomy voice said indifferently. Devourer. After hearing this name, Ye Feng frowned deeply. He had seen the power of the devourer and knew that this creature was very troublesome. But how could the devourer be in his body? Could it be? Ye Feng suddenly thought of a very important question. Could it be that that person had placed the remnant soul of the devourer in his own body? Ye Feng was suspicious but he did not show it. He continued to ask, then, what are you? That sinister voice snorted coldly, and it ignored Ye Feng and took a few steps forward. Its steps were very steady, and every step it took seemed to cross dozens of miles, even hundreds of miles. My identity. You don't have the right to know. However, don't worry, I'll soon refine you into a puppet for me to control, the sinister voice said with a smile. Hearing this, Ye Feng's expression remained unchanged. He followed behind the other party unhurriedly. He was very curious. What was it that could have such tyrannical strength? I'm the Devourer. You can call me Devourer, the Devourer continued. The Devourer, this name is really appropriate. I thought you were some big boss. In the end, you turned out to be a creature. Ye Feng laughed mockingly. You. The Devourer's voice suddenly turned cold. All right, Devourer, tell me first, how did you get out? Ye Feng continued to ask with a smile. Humph, I escaped through the door of the devouring demon. The Devourer snorted coldly, its tone filled with endless pride. Ye Feng sighed in his heart, to think that the Devourer could also leave this D***MN place through the devouring door. The Devourer was very powerful. 597 The Devouring Demon Clan, the powerful curse. Even in this place, it could be unimpeded. However, the Devourer seemed to be afraid of sunlight. It did not dare to appear under the sun. Devourer, you can devour the corpses of some creatures and extract their essence. If that's the case, you'll become even more powerful. However, devouring corpses requires a large amount of energy and blood essence, so you'd better not consume too many humans. Otherwise, you'll explode and die sooner or later. Ye Feng reminded. Humph. I don't need other people's blood, I only need the souls and will of those who have died. You're like them. As long as I refine you, you'll never be able to get rid of me and become my puppet. The Devourer snorted. After Ye Feng heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, Devourer, I know you're a greedy creature. You want to use human souls and will to strengthen yourself. It's a pity that I'm already at the middle stage of the Beyond A grade, and I have a huge soul in my body, so I don't need other people's souls. As long as I can devour you, my strength will be even more terrifying, even surpassing those middle stage Beyond A grades and reaching the late stage. After hearing this, the Devourer's face turned solemn. You can actually detect my strength. It seems that you still have some tricks up your sleeve. However, you're destined to be in a tragic situation in this space because I'm the one who created this space. You don't stand a chance against me. You'll only become an ordinary monster, and you'll never be able to become strong, the Devourer said in disdain. Ha ha ha. Ye Feng suddenly let out a long howl toward the sky. He then smiled and said, that might not be the case. You're really arrogant. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for it, the Devourer shouted coldly. It suddenly stretched out its arms, grabbing toward Ye Feng. Its two claws were like two extremely sharp blades, pouncing toward Ye Feng. Boom! Two black and white giant claw shadows instantly enveloped Ye Feng. Bang! 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 Two claw shadows slammed onto Ye Feng's body. But Ye Feng was unharmed. Moreover, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. What the H*LL is this? You'd *MN creature, you actually dare to hurt me? Do you know that the place you attacked just now was a part of my body? You were actually not able to hurt me in the slightest. It's simply a fool's dream. Ye Feng mocked. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the Devourer was enraged. It had not expected the other party's physical body to be so powerful. Its two pitch-black claws were covered with black runes. The rune emitted a cold aura. Whoosh! Ye Feng's toes tapped lightly. His entire body was like a shooting star, charging toward the Devourer. The Devourer was very fast. However, Ye Feng was not slow either. Ye Feng's figure was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the Devourer and slapped its back. Pa! A crisp sound echoed in the surroundings. Roar! The Devourer roared in anger. It opened its arms and smashed toward Ye Feng's head. Bang! Crack! Ye Feng was sent flying by the punch of the Devourer. Humph! The Devourer snorted again. Although Ye Feng had only suffered a heavy blow, he felt a huge force passing through his head, making him feel as if all his internal organs had shifted. As expected of the devourer, I almost died from its attack. Ye Feng resisted the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood and cursed in his heart. Roar! The devourer roared, and a black light surged out from its claws. The light condensed and turned into a black dagger. The dagger was as sharp as 3 inches long, and it glowed with a light blue light, as if it contained a blue flame. Puchi! The devourer waved its hand, and the dagger directly pierced into Ye Feng's chest. What? Ye Feng frowned. He realized that there was an extremely cold and evil energy in front of his chest that was eroding his life force. Ha ha ha, aren't you full of confidence? Now, I'll let you experience the pain of being bound by my curse. The devourer grinned hideously and pulled out the dagger, leaving a trail of blood behind. Roar! Ye Feng roared in anger. His body was covered in black flames, instantly enveloping the dagger. The evil power on the dagger was instantly burned into nothingness, disappearing without a trace. Ye Feng's body returned to its original state. This? How is this possible? Don't tell me you also possess the power of curses, the devourer asked in shock. Not only do I possess the power of curses, but there is also another terrifying power hidden in my body. That power can destroy all curses that you have set up, even if you are an S-grade creature. Ye Feng snorted coldly. The devourer's pupils suddenly contracted. You? How can you have such a strong defense? No. Your body is clearly only at the beyond A grade, so how can you have such a strong defense? You're lying, that must be it. It looked at its own claws, then at Ye Feng's chest. Its heart was filled with shock and intense fear. Hee hee. Ye Feng sneered, it's fine if you don't believe me. Anyway, you're going to die in my hands sooner or later. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my unique skill. Ye Feng flipped his hands. A black short sword appeared on his fingers. The short sword was completely black, as if it was cast from black iron, and it exuded traces of evil power. As soon as he took out the short sword, the entire cave seemed to become gloomy. Ye Feng held his sword and slowly walked over, looking at the devourer calmly. The devourer looked at the black short sword with fear in its eyes. Its senses were sharp, and it could clearly smell the terrifying aura that the black dagger was emitting. What a terrifying aura! Could it be? Is this short sword a divine artifact? Ye Feng held the short sword and slowly approached the devourer. Meanwhile, the devourer kept retreating, as if it was afraid of the short sword in Ye Feng's hand. This was a modified version of the slime blade. 598 The ability to devour all things, true destruction. Whoosh! The black short sword in Ye Feng's hand suddenly shot out a black ray of light, speeding toward the devourer. The devourer saw this and dodged immediately. Bang! Boom! The black light shattered the stone and shot into the forest in the distance. Then, it exploded, sending dust and dirt into the air. That was close. If I had not dodged quickly, I would have been pierced by that black light. The devourer's eyes were filled with intense fear. Now, it's my turn, right? Ye Feng sneered. That evil power had actually made it feel fear. It had a feeling that this short sword was not an ordinary item. The devourer swallowed its saliva and asked fearfully, You? What are you doing? You can't kill me, I'm the devourer. If you kill me, you... Ye Feng did not reply. He continued to walk toward the devourer. The devourer felt its body stiffen. It looked at Ye Feng walking toward it. Its heart beat faster and even its breathing became hurried. You can't kill me, I'm the devourer. If you kill me, you wait. Just wait for the devouring demon clan's revenge. The devourer trembled and spoke. The devouring demon clan was a huge existence that had survived from the chaotic era. They were a group of bloodthirsty creatures, and their favorite thing to do was to devour other living creatures and then transform them into their own strength. Every guardian beast had the ability to devour all living things, while the guardian could devour everything, including living beings. The devourer was one of the guardian beasts. A guardian beast was a race that had survived from the chaotic era. It was the final boss of the chaotic era and the only king of the chaotic era. So what if you're a guardian beast? Ye Feng said coldly, "Today, I will let you know what true destruction is." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura on Ye Feng's body suddenly exploded. This energy was even more terrifying than that of the devourer. Crack! The devourer's body burst into pieces under the pressure of this aura. Ye Feng's aura did not decrease. He continued to rush toward the devourer. Roar! Roar! The devourer was torn to pieces, but it did not die. Under Ye Feng's attacks, it slowly pieced together and turned into a new life. The devourer. It had the ability to devour all things and break all restraints. But the short sword in Ye Feng's hand could easily break all of its restraints. This also caused the devourer to have a deep fear of Ye Feng's strength. "What exactly do you want to do?" the devourer shouted in a deep voice. "I don't want to do anything. I just want to kill you completely," Ye Feng said calmly. "Humph!" The devourer snorted and said, "Then let's see who is the winner." As soon as the devourer finished speaking, the surrounding heaven and earth energy surged wildly. Roar! The devourer roared toward the sky. Suddenly, everything around it seemed to be distorted by its roar. A blood-red lotus flower was floating above its head. Inside the lotus flower, many tiny black tentacles were moving. A shadow suddenly appeared in front of it. The shadow was a huge demon god. "Haha, I didn't expect that I, the devourer, would still have a chance to escape. It seems that I'm really lucky." The illusionary figure laughed. "Humph, even if you're lucky enough to escape, you'll have to pay a painful price." Ye Feng snorted coldly. "The price? The devouring demon clan is the supreme clan of all clans. Do you think you can hurt me?" the devourer said coldly. "Hehe, you don't know what's good for you." Ye Feng sneered. He waved his hand and struck out a palm toward the devourer. Boom! The demonic god's apparition was instantly destroyed. Roar! 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 The demonic god was furious and condensed an illusory image again. But this time, Ye Feng had a short sword in his hand. The god-slaying blade. You! How dare you kill my devouring demon clan? I'll let you know what regret is." The moment the short sword appeared, the demonic god's apparition was immediately cut in half, turning into fragments that filled the sky. You! How dare you kill my devouring demon clan? I'll let you know what regret is." "Humph! Do you have any other abilities? Show me all you have." Ye Feng said in disdain. The devourer was furious. It punched out with its fists. Its fist carried an aura that seemed to be able to devour all living things, and it smashed toward Ye Feng. Boom! 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 The ground under Ye Feng's feet crumbled, and a bottomless pit appeared. Bang! Ye Feng raised his right leg and stomped on the fist. Kaka! Ye Feng's right foot directly crushed that fist into a meat patty. Ah! The devourer screamed as its entire body was shaking. It did not expect Ye Feng's strength to be so strong. Boom! Ye Feng took a step forward and stomped down again. Boom! The devourer was once again stomped into meat paste by Ye Feng. The strength of the devourer was even lower than the demonic god apparition. It could not block Ye Feng's attack at all. Ah! A mournful wail rang out. Ye Feng raised his head and saw that the devourer had been split into two by his fist. Is it over? Ye Feng frowned, and he felt a wave of fatigue. The attack just now had exhausted all his strength. Although this battle was very enjoyable, he was also very tired. "You, who are you? The remnant soul of the devourer floated up slowly and asked in surprise. Ye Feng's strength was too strong. The devourer had never encountered such a monster. I'm just an ordinary person, Ye Feng said perfunctorily. I don't believe it. Your strength is not something ordinary humans can possess. You must be a heaven's favorite from a powerful plane. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to possess such tyrannical power, the devourer said. No matter who I am, I've already killed you. Ye Feng snorted coldly and waved his hand. Hiss! The space in front of Ye Feng shattered. Ye Feng's gaze landed on the body of the devourer. He said, Tell me, what are these things? How did you get these things? These things were born in this universe by us demons. Nurtured? That's impossible, right? Ye Feng was slightly shocked. He had once read in a book that at the center of this universe, there was a planet. The planet contained a huge amount of energy. Moreover, this planet also had a special characteristic. The creatures that were born on this planet all had extremely high intelligence and could even speak. I am a creature born at the beginning of the chaos. I grew up in the universe and experienced a catastrophe before I came to this world. Then, I slowly reproduced the devil race and all kinds of other creatures, the devourer continued. The beginning of chaos? In other words, there were countless civilizations before the chaotic era? 599 Arriving at the mountain of chaos at the time of the chaos birth. If that's the case, why are there humans? Ye Feng asked. After my ancestors created the universe, they disappeared. And it was for this reason that my race hid on this planet, struggling to survive, the devourer said. Hearing the devourer's explanation, Ye Feng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He was still worried that there might be other experts on this planet. If there was no one else on this planet, perhaps it was the so-called chaos that the devourer had mentioned. You're saying that when chaos first appeared, this universe wasn't like what it is today? Instead, it's a different scene. Ye Feng continued to ask. Well, before the chaos, it was the appearance of the beginning of the chaos. I don't know how many years have passed. At that time, the chaos was just an ordinary asteroid. It was accidentally discovered by the experts in the chaos, which gave birth to my devouring demon race. Then, it slowly developed and became what it is now. Ye Feng nodded. So that was the case, no wonder Ye Feng felt that this planet was a little strange. By the way, since we all belong to the same region, why can't we merge into one? Ye Feng asked curiously. Hehe, do you know that the most difficult thing to integrate in this world is chaos, the devourer said. Ye Feng was stunned. It's because the chaos contains many secrets. No matter what it is, it needs to go through the baptism of time to integrate perfectly. The reason why our devouring demon race can survive in the chaos is that our ancestors have been constantly absorbing the power of chaos and slowly formed a biological form. This ensured that our race can survive in this area without being destroyed. Oh? I see. No wonder I always felt that everything in the chaos was strange. Ye Feng mumbled. Not bad. So, if you want to merge with my clan, you must experience the test of time, the devourer said. Ye Feng smiled. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, he said. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air. Boom! Bang! Next, countless black lightning appeared around Ye Feng and the devourer. Not good. This lightning is a power born from chaos. I can't take it head-on, the devourer roared. Ye Feng quickly dodged, avoiding being injured by the lightning. Boom! Boom! Ye Feng dodged it, and the lightning struck the void and directly exploded. The devourer quickly dodged to avoid being affected. Hoo-hoo, the devourer let out a few breaths. Ye Feng was also sweating profusely. Those few lightning bolts earlier were so powerful. If not for Ye Feng's quick reaction, he would have been turned into ashes. I advise you to escape. This place is about to be destroyed, the devourer shouted. Ye Feng frowned, and he looked into the distance. A black mountain peak appeared in the distant void. The black mountain was so high that it reached the clouds, and it was emitting a dark energy. This dark energy seemed to be able to travel through time and space and descend into this world. The black tentacles on the black mountain peak wriggled and spurted out thick black flames. The black flames contained a terrifying destructive energy that seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Boom! Boom! A violent trembling sound came from the black mountain peak. Boom! 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 The entire space was shaking violently. The black tentacles seemed to have a mind of their own as they sealed the entire sky and kept spewing out flames. What do we do? This space is about to shatter. We have to leave this place, or we'll all die if we're swept up by the chaotic energy, the devourer said in panic. Don't you have the chaos crystal? After devouring the chaos crystal, won't we be able to escape? Ye Feng said. No, the devourer shook its head. No, although the chaos crystal is a treasure of chaos, it's not something that low-level creatures like us can control. The devourer then took out a black bead. The black bead looked small, but it was actually extremely heavy. Under the devourer's control, the round bead kept spinning in the void, emitting waves of suction force as if it was going to devour all the energy in the chaos. This bead was the devourer's treasure, the chaos bead. The devouring power of the devourer was the devouring energy. It used the devouring energy to increase the devouring speed. The chaos bead, on the other hand, was the power of chaos, the nemesis of devouring energy. Sure enough, under the control of the devourer, the black lightning from the void was extinguished the moment it touched the chaos bead. The devourer's expression finally eased. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng laughed maniacally, and his body suddenly moved. He jumped to the side of the devourer. Ha ha ha, this is so good! I can actually borrow your power. This is really a good thing. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Kid, I advise you not to try again. The power of chaos is not something you can control. You'd better leave this place now, the devourer said. No, I won't leave. I'll devour you. Ye Feng shook his head and said. Kid, just you alone is not enough, the devourer said. Cultivation. Cultivation is the foundation of a symbiotic demon. However, I believe that as long as I'm given enough opportunities, I will definitely be able to surpass myself. Ye Feng's eyes shone, and he said firmly. All right, I hope you won't regret it, the devourer said. I won't. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. He activated his spiritual energy and injected it into the body of the devourer. Ah! Little brat! I can't wait to eat you! The devourer let out a blood-curdling screech. Its body was starting to collapse under the effect of Ye Feng's power. Ha ha ha! Boom! Ye Feng shouted. He punched out fiercely, directly destroying the body of the devourer. The devourer's body turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. After the devourer left, Ye Feng did not give chase. He knew that his strength was not enough, and chasing after it would only lead to his death. Whew! Fortunately, the devourer led the way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come here. Ye Feng sighed and said. Under the guidance of the devourer, Ye Feng walked towards the mountain peak ahead. He walked closer to take a look. Ye Feng discovered that the mountain was covered in black runes. Furthermore, Ye Feng could feel that these black runic patterns seemed to be a special formation. This was the place where he had been pulled into the illusion by Alphys. The Chaos Mountain. Alphys, I'm here. Ye Feng muttered. His gaze was extremely sharp. 600 black energy, fierce beast doughty. Ye Feng stepped onto the peak of the Chaos Mountain and looked around. This mountain peak was extremely strange. The entire mountain peak was covered in runic patterns. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of connection between each rune pattern, forming a large array. The structure of these formation patterns is very amazing. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. Just as Ye Feng was feeling puzzled, suddenly, rays of black energy surged in from all directions and attacked Ye Feng's body. This black energy seemed to have intelligence. It could sense danger and kept attacking Ye Feng's body. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. A layer of golden shield appeared on his body, blocking the black energy. Ye Feng punched out. A golden energy was like a sharp blade. It instantly slashed out and cut apart a black pattern. Ye Feng continued to swing his fist, breaking another pattern. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly. 2 golden sword rays surged out from his body. The 2 sword gleams were like 2 golden battle spears that shot out in all directions, shattering all the black energy in the surroundings. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ground under Ye Feng's feet split open, and a huge pit appeared. This black energy is so difficult to deal with. Even my sword ray can't cut it easily. Ye Feng frowned. Ye Feng did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately used his sprinting ability and sprinted into the distance. Ye Feng ran for a few hundred meters in one breath before stopping. D*MN chaotic energy. It's even more terrifying than the demons of the abyss. Ye Feng cursed in his heart. This black mountain range was an absolute forbidden zone. In the sky above the black mountain range, there was a layer of black clouds floating. This was an area covered in fog. In the mist, one could vaguely see black figures. There were men and women among the figures, but they were all wrapped in black robes, so no one could see their faces clearly. These black robes exuded an eerie aura that made one shiver. What a legendary Chaos Mountain! Ye Feng sighed. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Roar! Suddenly, the black fog churned, and a huge black beast claw broke out of the fog and grabbed toward Ye Feng. This claw contained a power that could destroy the world, making people's hair stand on end. Ye Feng quickly dodged. The giant claw missed and smashed into the mountain wall, causing it to collapse. And Ye Feng made use of this gap. He quickly burst out with his super high movement speed and teleported away. These black figures were all dark creatures, and their strength was around the early stage of the Beyond A-grade realm. But their attacks were very strong, and each of them could change their positions. Their speed was even more shocking. They were not something Ye Feng could fight against. These guys are like demons. Ye Feng was shocked in his heart. Even though Ye Feng was not afraid, he did not want to waste time here. He could only finish off these fellows as soon as possible and then go find the devourer. Whoosh! Ye Feng used spatial bending and instantly crossed a few kilometers. And those black figures seemed to have a mind of their own. They chased after Ye Feng continuously. These guys are so annoying. Ye Feng cursed in anger. He flicked his wrist and a blue slime blade appeared in his hand. Swish! Ye Feng held his spear and stabbed at the black fog. Boom! 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 The attack power of the slime blade was very strong, and it pierced through the black fog, revealing its true appearance. Ye Feng saw humans one after another. These humans had numb and dull faces. Their eyes were dull and they had no emotional fluctuations, just like the Walking Dead. Are they all creatures in the Chaos Mountain? Ye Feng was shocked. He had never met such a strange creature before. But these creatures seemed to be different. Ye Feng frowned. They have no soul, no sense of pain, no thought. Even if they are injured, they will recover. Hiss! At this time, a black figure pounced toward Ye Feng. What? Ye Feng's pupils narrowed, and he punched out. Crack! Ye Feng's punch contained extreme flames. He destroyed this black creature with a single punch. Not only that, Ye Feng's fist also contained the indestructible power. It could easily tear apart the void. Ye Feng killed this creature with one punch. It immediately attracted the attention of the other creatures. Those creatures started to surround Ye Feng. Ye Feng wielded the slime blade and waved it continuously, killing the creatures one after another. Black blood filled the air. These creatures are too hard to deal with. Ye Feng frowned. Although he had an indestructible body, he couldn't run around in the Chaos Mountain because the creatures here were too fast. However, this way, I can also better comprehend the power of the law and improve my strength. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Ye Feng continued to wander around this black mountain range. These creatures' attacks were very intense, but they did not pose much of a threat to Ye Feng. Ye Feng continued to kill the creatures and absorb the rule force within their bodies. That's right. The power of the law is indeed powerful. I've already mastered 3 types of the power of the laws. A smile appeared on Ye Feng's lips. Rumble. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the distance. Ye Feng raised his head and looked over. He saw a huge stone tablet hanging in the air, emitting a dense black light. In front of the stone tablet, there was a stone statue that was 10,000 feet tall. The stone statue was completely black and carried a huge stone axe on its back. It had a burly figure and exuded a fierce aura. It was a giant black ape covered in black scales. It looked like a giant beast. Ye Feng looked at the information of the giant ape and discovered that this monster was the protector of the Chaos Mountain. It was called Doughty. The Doughty was the guardian beast of Chaos Mountain. Generally speaking, the guardian beasts of the Chaos Mountain were not allowed to enter this area. This Doughty must be one of the fierce beasts that were released. Ye Feng mumbled to himself. However, even though the Doughty was sealed, it still gave Ye Feng a sense of danger. Around the Doughty, there were more than 10 giant dark beasts. Each of these dark beasts was a beyond A-grade existence. Their bodies were like giant elephants, with a pair of huge bull ears. Their entire bodies were made of hard leather, emitting a faint green luster, giving people a sense of evil. I don't care anymore. Let's get rid of this Doughty first.